that is so popular in my chant because one of their songs is dance, F or dance, but it's family friendly, so dance, dance. With 1,000 eyes in a great disguise, hit him right between the eyes, hit him right between the eyes.
When they walk away, nothing more to say. Hit them right between the eyes.
See him
Watch
running
them
for their
running
lives.
for their lives.
The music video for that is lit, by the way. I'm just gonna say that right now. If I'm allowed to say the word lit? Am I too old for that? Is that what the youngins say nowadays?
I think they said it and then it went deep, and like now they don't. And I'll be honest, I find that if you just use whatever terminology you want to use, um, people either just get over it or they complain about it and then get over it.
Just the immortal rules of getting old.
Getting old. I'm old. Fight me.
I'm old, fight me. I remember distinctly sitting in band class, in jazz band, and everyone was talking about the internet, and I knew that everyone was more hip with the times than I was, and I'm like scrolling through the internets on my phone, and then I just kind of like looked kind of in general, and I'm like, what's a meme? I was known as the meme guy
The meme
for
guy.
like a good week. That was like this was like 2014 for context too when I asked what a meme was. They had been around for several, like a couple of years at least before then.
That's good. Very good.
Oh, all of my kids. We can watch my wife get mauled. Mauled with love because they want the water
Mauled
bottle.
by the
I
wind.
guess it's more of a mugging because they're trying to get something.
I mean, they're doing it in a very, in a, in a very cute way. It's the cutest mugging I've ever borne witness to. That's for sure. Does it count as a mugging if they're cute about it?
It's not a mugging if they're cute.
It's not an overthrowing of a current political regime if they're cute. Okay.
Oh,
So, like, how would the news describe that? Like,
a
so they
kid to
did
ta.
break. They they did break in. Um, but they were just wearing like frilly maid dresses and pink hair bows, so we can't really call it an overthrow. It's just kind of
Like,
it just happened.
okay. The thing is, like, I can give you a synopsis, but Ben's the one who needs a synopsis more
Yeah,
because you were there for half of it.
I was there for at least
Ben,
half.
Ben almost doesn't because he got knocked unconscious.
That's also true, actually. That's actually like a very fair point.
That's my working character.
Um, well, I will start with you then. And when Ben joins, I can give him a little bit of a shorter synopsis. I think it is a little bit more important to kind of give you a bit of context from when you took off. So,
Sounds good.
as you are aware, basically you had recently just found um in the underground port of Fenrics Manor, you had just found Mo Wellington and the other survivors, including both Bellamy and uh, Macklin.
Yeah.
I got name lists for days, but name lists for days don't help when I have to scroll through them. Anyway, Macklin and Bellamy. Kind of at this point in time, uh, Evelyn, not Evelyn, Elvira. I gotta know my players' names. One second. Estella. Estella. I got Smokestack and Bellamy down. Estella just eludes me. Anyway, Estella had managed to revive Macklin, who is clearly someone that she's worked with in the past a little bit. So when Macklin was kind of revived, resuscitated, kind of up and awake, and kind of coordinated to it, you and Mo had made the decision to get everyone out of the basement. kind of while there was chaos and distraction, while Macklin and Estella kind of stealthily checked out the rest of the crypt. You had managed to get everyone out into the ballroom itself, and Dr. Cannon had kind of started to set up a much more of a medical thing in the ballroom itself, kind of right next to where you could watch this one consistent threat. It was a single room you could kind of keep an eye on, so you kind of have everyone set up in there, kind of checking for medical injuries, making sure everyone was okay, and kind of doing what you can. You'd been a little bit injured, but kind of vaguely well adjusted. At some point, when you were up there, kind of having gotten everyone out, you heard a large explosion from deep underground. The whole manor kind of shook, and the kind of dust things fell off the shelves. But then after a second or two, um, the smoke kind of cleared, and a few moments later, both Macklin and Estella came back out of the cellar and kind of let you know the threat had been dealt with. Kind of very exhausted and tired looking. At this point in time, it turned very much into a matter of who is injured, who's sticking around to explain to the cops, and who's bailing out because they don't want to be tied to this. Both Estella, Macklin, and Mo, those three, were gone like lightning the moment the doors were open, not wanting to stick around and run into any trouble with the authorities, along with several other people. I don't know what Smokestack would have done in that situation, whether you would have stayed or whether you would have bailed out. Um,
I'm gonna say in this situation, I think Smokestack would have stayed.
okay. Then you would have stayed long enough to know that the officers there are a couple people who took charge, particularly Janice, in hiding everything, including and it's actually worth noting for some reason that after everyone started to leave, the doorway to the underground sealed up by itself, just kind of bricked over and sealed away as if it was just a fireplace, hiding away whatever was left below. Um, Janet or Janice?
Janice.
Janice took to kind of cleaning everything up, convincing the group that more or less anything occult is going to seem really, really bad. So hiding like Theo's body. Stuff like that
Yes.
was a little bit more overt. And ultimately led to investigators not really knowing what's happened, but everyone's name kind of on a list of this murder having happened. The running story the investigators haven't been told is that there was a confrontation between a couple different parties, um, that and that kind of the following night they found Fennec in his room, and the butler was nowhere to be seen, kind of framing the whole thing on Theo. And that's mostly spearheaded by Janice in terms of selling this story. It's kind of enough with sway that the police don't dig too much. There's a couple prominent politicians here, so for them that's what the story needs to be. But as Smokestack would head into like the better part of the city's stories start to run rampant. Whatever little bit of information that they have has kind of led to this party that happened. Politicians were killed. There was some kind of occult tie. Who was at the party? Who wasn't at the party? Was it just a simple murder? Was there some kind of witchcraft going on? And it's kind of the news of the town for a bit, kind of in response to this. In the immediate time, Smokestack probably goes back around their days. Um,
Yeah.
kind of in more of a GM to player stance here as well. Because this is, if you would watch the previous stream, you caught the end of it, you would understand. The loud explosion was them using dynamite. I just want to clarify that right now, because that
Oh,
was
the
that was
old
on
tried and
stream.
true.
Um, but yes, and that's kind of where that had stood, and kind of everything had stood. And I've bought like 5 minutes of time, and we still don't have a ban. Ban.
And
Anyway, well, we'll talk about Smokestack for a little bit here. Smokestack is a rat catcher, right?
correct.
Okay, this is going to be like specifically For Smokestack. Hello, Moth. We're kind of like I'm going to address chat a little bit more right now than I normally would, because we're kind of just waiting for Ben to get here, and this is kind of a little bit of a synopsis. But hello, Moth. Kind of getting things set up. Either way, um, Smokestack, you work down in the pipes. Now, leading up to the events at the manor, there had been noticeably more, I'm going to use the phrase, aggravation in the pipes, if that
I
makes
like that.
sense. There's the areas of the depths seem a little bit heavier. You see more mice and rats, and maybe an extra odd man walking around the sewers than you normally would. Like there's just been more activity. It's been a little bit more work than you're used to. And the whole town seems to be kind of matching this tense. There's something in the air, and this was building up well before the manor. The manor is that first little bit of a flame and a fire when something's about to go up, as your pops would say. Call him pops, I
Yeah,
believe.
Pap.
Pap. Your pap is very much on edge,
Yes.
watching it a little bit. But you, even with everything that you've seen, you can even feel it a little bit more in the air. And as the air almost becomes a little bit thicker in the pipes, eventually the rumors of the manor start to die down. They become that mysterious second nose. And there's actually going to be a bit of time. There's going to be about probably a good honest 2-3 weeks before anything else of interest happens. So, in terms of health and sanity, I'm just saying for everyone that you've recovered up to full in terms of both.
Cool.
Because there's a good amount of time that's passed, and kind of that's where it sits. There's definitely been a couple other newsworthy things that have kind of detracted from the manor. One is throughout the city, there has been an increase in the disappearance of various people, particularly women. There's been a lot of people, which kind of generally tracks with general accusations of how a general high tension of witchcraft tends to go.
Yeah.
Um, there's been that kind of noticeable tension around town, but kind of as those disappearances have happened a little bit more, again, it just adds further to the weight that everyone's kind of been feeling in this town, kind of watching what's going on. And beyond that, the other fairly particular odd thing is these usually by drunk people and usually very easily written off. There's been an increase of describing, I'm going to use the phrase, things that go bump in the night. It's not like the same creature. It's not a headless horseman or a clawed demon or a wolf like man. It's all of the above. Just
Right.
little descriptions happening there and there. And this applies to Estella hearing this too.
Wait, what is going on? I missed part of it because of the baby.
You're good. There's been a increase in various sightings of creatures throughout the town, usually by drunkards, usually by people who aren't of good repute, who aren't considered all there, so it's not necessarily taken serious. But it's like sightings got it, yep. These kind of various creatures like that. The other thing, and Smokestack's aware about this. The other thing is the people who were at the manor obviously are keeping their names far from it. But there's this slight kind of as Smokestack goes to sleep the following few nights, you don't sleep well. There's like something hanging. I'm going to use the phrase something hanging around your head. Your dreams are restless even when they're not a nightmare, but it's just kind of like that feeling of being watched from the manor hasn't lifted entirely. It especially kind of adds to the weight as you're working in the pipes. Just that extra little bit of feeling of, I'm going to use the phrase being watched, but that's not quite it.
Something's aware.
Something's aware. Something's paying a little bit more attention than it normally would.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for me?
Um, I don't think so. I
Okay.
do have some insights as to what I think Smokestack's been up to, though.
Okay.
Um, Assuming this works within the narrative, I think Smokestack has gone from rat catcher to full on monster hunter.
Okay.
And I
I'm
think he's. Go ahead.
no. That was just an okay. That was an acknowledgement. Keep going.
Yeah. I think he, at this point, is over the next 2 weeks. Like, he doesn't. Smokestack, despite his injuries, I think he takes a couple of days to pull himself together.
Hmm.
But after that, he just throws himself into it. And I think his pap is maybe a little concerned about it, but doesn't try and stop him.
Hmm.
Um, there's probably a conversation with his pap at some point now that Smokestack is a practitioner
Hmm.
of magic. I
Uh,
don't. Go ahead.
your pap would have a very "I don't touch that, I don't tell" type attitude.
Yes,
Does that make sense?
I
He
think
sees it. You
yes,
know he sees it. He's immediately aware of what you're doing, but it's nothing more than a look and a "don't talk to me about this."
yes. No, I think Smokestack even knew it was going to be that going into it. But I also think there is a quiet understanding that Smokestack needs to take up this mantle to keep him safe.
Okay.
Because there's a reason Pap lives in a library located underneath the city in the pipes and never leaves, whatever that is.
Hmm.
And as a result, well, if something's in the pipes, Smokestack's main goal is to keep his Pap safe. And so picking up hunting is just as much a goal to keep his grandpa kicking as anything else. So there's definitely a don't talk about it, don't bring it up, but I think there is a I understand why you're doing it,
Hmm.
if that makes sense.
There is definitely makes sense. Um, One of the other things I'm going to mention is you mentioned you've been kind of delving into a little bit more of practitioner. Has Smokestack made any effort to study, actively study, find tomes, books, etc.?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I am going to have you roll on a not an occult check, but rather a mythos check for me.
Okay. I got a 5% chance, so
Yeah,
not great, but better than
not
nothing.
great, but better than nothing. I think it's one of the few stats that the base is actually zero, so
13.
13. Oh, very close, but no. There's definitely something in the air, and you do find a few books and such, but nothing seems to carry that weight of validity. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's the LaCroix of a cult. It's there, but just barely, just a tinge of flavor.
That makes sense.
Um, and yeah, Paps does very much just kind of stay out of it. You do find several books. You mentioned he lives in a library underground, so you would actually find several books in his library that are useful, as well as some books that you just can't read, and you're not sure if Pap can read either. They just kind of have
Okay.
some weight to them, and he's a bit of an eclectic collector.
He is.
A lot of these are books that were found in the pipes, and he brought here.
Yes. Um, let's see. So the other thing would be the rats.
Hmm.
I think that Smokestack just generally calls anything he catches in the pipes a rat. Um, I think, and this is going to sound funny, I think it's mostly because that's how they get paid. I think they're mostly hired by the city to catch rats, so
Well,
they have to provide. Go ahead.
they probably get paid by the tails.
Yeah, they get paid by the quote unquote tails.
Exactly. So whatever you can present as the tail.
Yeah. There needs to be proof of demise of the animal. Um, so for Smokestack, I think he started like first of all, I think there are just more rats that are getting bigger and meaner.
Hmm.
I think there's also rats that are starting to look funny. Like,
Oh yeah.
okay, that rat has three eyes. That rat has an extra leg. That rat is a strange color, right? Like,
Hmm.
I like to imagine sort of this 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 montage over the next 2 weeks of this collector who comes and collects smokestacks fines,
Mhm.
or who smokestack reports to and gives them, and like increasingly over the weeks, like as the days go on, you see him turning in more and more strange specimens until like the last one just has like a sensor bar over it, and the collector's like, I don't even know what that is.
Mhm.
Smokestack's like, I don't know either, but come on, man.
Okay. Um, Ben has appeared in my chat and just let me know that I need to turn you guys' volume up a little bit, which I can easily do.
There you go.
Oh,
Also,
yes, I do, because you guys are on game, not. Oh my goodness! Now the viewers can hear you. That's on me.
and viewers like you, thank you. Um, I do think Smokestack has at this point um, had Theo's ears that he took off of Theo
Okay.
sort of leathered, and he now wears them on a necklace around his neck.
Okay. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I mean, I wasn't going to not allow it, but yeah, I'll allow it. I would say you have definitely been getting paid for those vaguely tailish things. The collector doesn't want to go into the pipes. So if you say it's a rat and it seems pretty straightforward, like it was a rat, he's gonna accept it, especially with the rumors going on.
Especially if you have
Yeah,
like anything tail like string or a
Mhm.
shoelace that was on something weird.
yeah. I will say, I will say, I think that Smokestack, while a lot of people have been trying to distance themselves from the manor,
Mhm.
has made no attempt to do so himself. But
Okay.
he's in a lower part of town, so that's not like he has not lost any social standing for it.
Okay. Hmm. Makes sense.
And the last thing I will say, I think Smokestack has been in contact. I don't think either of them have been involved with one another in any capacity, but I think he has made contact with his new smuggling friend.
Which one? Mo?
The one Mo.
Mo?
No, maybe. I
Wellington.
think so. No, no. Wellington's the mercenary,
Yeah. Okay. Wellington's the mercenary.
the thief guy
Macklin?
who maybe no. Mac
No,
is the
Cole.
military guy.
That's
Cole.
Mac.
Yes.
No, not
Cole
Cole.
Cole
The other
Cole
Soto.
was the obvious thief.
Okay. There
Yes.
were where did I put his name? Jeremy.
Yes.
Jeremy. The
By the way, his name has been Jerome.
I know I liked Jeremy better, so it became Jeremy.
It is now
Well,
Jeremy. Thus it is written.
actually, it's not written down. Just Jeremy.
That's fine. So Jeremy, yeah, Smokestack's gotten into contact with him, I think. Um,
Yes.
and then I am kind of curious: did Macklin ever get in touch about getting hired on as a rat catcher?
1 second. Macklin did not.
Gotcha.
I think that might have been a different character who was interested in rat catching.
Yes,
It
it
was the
was
military
Mac.
guy.
Mac.
Yeah, Mac.
There's
Yeah, it was
Mac and there's
Mac
Macklin.
and Macklin.
That is needlessly confusing. So did
That
Mac ever get into
Let's
into touch?
Mac
let's
did
not
not.
stick, let's
Okay,
not stick both of those characters back in the same setting together.
Yes. Yes.
gotcha. Sounds good then.
Um. Yes. And he's messaged in the Discord chat, but he's still not arrived. Where are you, Ben? I know you can
He's
hear
no
me.
longer alive.
He's died in the short letting me know audio wasn't balanced. To now
Audio's not balanced. Ugh, his final moments.
his final moment, his final words. He's lying there dead at his keyboard. His puppy
As he
licking his
passes.
hand.
His puppy licking his hand.
I
considering
became
whether or
like
not he should eat him.
yes. um, that's a thing. See it. No, but Mac didn't get back to you. You haven't seen. You actually haven't really dealt with anyone that you ran into at the manor. Most of them have kind of had a bit of a like. While Smokestack is owned up to it, the rest of them are kind of naturally distancing themselves in just about every way possible.
Sounds good. And I
Um,
don't know it's so much that Smokestack is owned up to it, so much as he's touted it loudly.
okay. You've definitely had questions asked of it anytime you went to a bar. How open were you about what happened?
Oh, extremely. And
Okay.
very much lying through his teeth every time he tells the story.
Okay.
Coming up with increasingly grandiose tales, as is the wont of rat catchers.
Okay. I will say that while you have seen a lot of odd, particularly you mentioned rodents that seem to be malformed, larger, or even people you've had to deal with, there's not been anything that you would consider a monster. Just things that are tainted in some kind of
Sounds good.
way. Um, in the meantime, I do want to discuss this map real quick. The manor that you are at is not on the map, but if you look at you can see the map, right? I have you all set. Yes. GM, make sure all of you are on the correct map. Um, this is the city of New London. The pipes run through all of it, and the pipes run even under the river. The right side of the river are the newer, wealthier part of town. The left side is the older, lower class to normal people, particularly those like outer left parts, which are a little bit more just settlements.
Yeah.
Um, the pipes run through all of it, though. There isn't a place that the pipes can't get you. Although there's certain parts that you don't deal with a lot. Oh yeah, the as my wife just put in the chat, Grantel Gardens are also very wealthy. It's a very wealthy area, just that small like houses right on Avonborough, next to Avonborough, and it's a large kind of
Okay.
garden. But yes, that's kind of the establish here. The manor was separately away. I mentioned this because we will be talking about the map a little bit more in today's session. As kind of things happen. The main place that you work out of. By the way, does Gray live in an apartment or not Gray? Smokestack live in an apartment, or is he more of a like in the pipes with Pap?
Smokestack, I think, actually has an apartment with the other rat catchers.
Okay, it's
I like to think of the rat catchers as sort of their own little tribe that they formed.
yeah. Then the that apartment is going to be if you look where it says Hearthbrooks. There's a little court area right under Hearthbrooks between Hearthbrooks and the historic district. Oh, I can click, can I? Boop, right there.
Yes.
Um, the Ratcatcher's apartment is probably in this little back alley right here. If I can zoom in,
Yes.
as
That
well
makes sense
as
to me.
yeah, kind of that is the oldest part of town. It is where those are some of the oldest areas of the pipes too, and a lot of where the this center part of town is where a lot of what are called the depths are, which are the not used pipes, the older tunnels, or even maybe natural caves and river systems that just aren't used as much.
And the connection to the tunnels that are not made by human hands, but nobody talks about it because
Yes,
they change every time you go down there.
even deeper than the depths. You have been in the depths, and you do go into the depths every so often. Um, and as for where does Smokestack live, because that was just asked again, he lives here, kind of in this little back alleys quarter part of the town with all of the other rat catchers.
They formed a little compound essentially.
Yeah. Little compound. It's probably just a very old apartment that everyone kind of lives into and has for quite a very long time.
Yep, just kind of like when you get a small community of like in more modern days, uh, people of similar cultural background coming from who are not well liked, all banding
Yes,
together in a small area.
it's always been a thing. It's always been like part of human nature is people who are similar like to stick together. It makes dealing with the world around you a little bit easier. Okay. Um. I'm trying to think of anything else. Any other comments, questions?
Um, I think Smokestack has probably kept in touch with Bellamy and probably
Okay.
also Estella, or at least he's tried to. I guess Estella probably is from a different part of town and could just tell people to ignore the crazy looking rat catcher at the door, but he has at least attempted it.
If had I'm trying to think if you would know where Estella lives. She kind of bells out. She's very. Is she like? Yeah, I'm getting a no there. You've probably tried to contact her and write her letters and whatnot. I don't think she's replied.
All right, sounds good.
If it depends. If they went to a separate PO box, maybe.
Okay. Then you've probably gotten a little bit of correspondence. She's been, I'm assuming, polite, but not the most communicative.
Not overly friendly.
Not
Just
overly friendly.
acquaintance.
Okay.
Sounds good. I don't think Smokestack's. I think he's mostly just attempted to keep in touch. I don't know that it was even very friendly letters necessarily, just very, yeah.
And we have, I'm seeing a beautiful green box that is named Mr. Gregerson.
Oh, there we go. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm
Yes.
sorry about that.
I will
Yay!
never
Little
forgive
words.
you. You've been disowned. I'm calling off
It's
the wedding.
okay.
I'm calling off the wedding,
I'll
Ben.
it's
You got a
okay.
Oh
baby
no.
clapping for you.
It's okay. Don't worry. I have a robot you can marry.
Sounds lovely. No, sorry about that. It was just one thing after another.
You're good. You're good.
Kept popping up conveniently.
That's okay. I have given a very in-depth summary to both the viewers and Gray, but I'm now going to give you a little bit of a shorter one,
Yeah,
kind of by
okay.
design. That night, when you wrapped up, because you weren't here for at all the last session, when you wrapped up, at some point in the middle of the night, you were woken up very briefly by a man in a robe sticking a rag over your mouth before everything faded to black.
Hmm.
When you woke up again, you were in the ballroom with everyone scattered around you, kind of just taking a look around and kind of right at clearly the end of the ordeal. You'd clearly been rescued, you'd been pulled out from the depths of wherever you had been dragged off to. And after a brief recovery, as people basically either stayed or bailed out from the manor, would Bellamy have stayed or would he have bailed out? Kind of as he knows the cops were coming with everything that's happened.
I think he probably would have first looked at his other two companions for guidance, but
Estelle,
after that,
Estella had bailed out. Smokestack stayed.
I think. Hmm. I'm not sure. I think there's a chance Bellamy might have stayed, but there's also a chance he might have left out of fear for his status as an officer. Like,
Mhm.
didn't want to tarnish that or bring too much attention to it.
It would have
But
certainly brought attention to being an officer.
yeah, I think he might have bailed, but
Mhm.
stayed close. You know,
Probably
take it, taking off his coat and such.
okay. Bailed out as soon as he made sure that everything was okay. Kind of kept a close eye on the place. The
Mm-hmm.
investigators didn't poke too deep into it because of the prominent politicians that were there. Um, but kind of after that manner, it's been about 2 weeks in time have passed. Bellamy has been, as we've kind of stressed, Bellamy is stationed at the docks here, along with his
Mm-hmm.
shipping crew. Um, that is where you work. You work it down at the docks, um, and you have heard tales run rampant through the town. at this point in time about the manor, as well as a couple other things that have happened. Again, in kind of quick summary, there's been an increased number of just sightings, not of like wolf-like figures or demons or, horsemans or ghosts, like everything. Just there's like every person who's had a bit too much alcohol is saying that they're seeing things in the streets, but nothing concrete, as well as a couple disappearances of some people a little bit more than normal, and just generally like a little bit of a heavier era around the town. Like the town, it was a little bit on edge beforehand. There'd been something in the air, but the manor's kind of aggravated it.
If I may, real quick, also just to throw
Mhm.
this in, Bellamy, assuming you've kept into contact with Smokestack, I
Yeah.
think Smokestack has shown you some of the crazy rats he's been catching. Um, and I like some of them have extra legs, extra limbs. One's growing a tentacle. And I think there was one that absolutely was definitely not a rat, but otherwise uncertain as to what it is.
Quaint, 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 quaint. Yeah, Bellamy's going to take to that with great interest, I think.
Okay. Then Bellamy and Smokestack have definitely been having a lot of exchanges during this time,
Yeah, I
kind of
think
keeping an
so.
eye on things. It's also been a very, very restful 2 weeks, so I'm going to say, for sake of argument, health and sanity are back up to your max. In the
Quaint.
future, we'll probably handle it a little bit more like, roll for sanity checks, roll for health and checks, but just this time, sake of simplicity, getting everyone back on board, full health, because I don't think there was too much damage done. Anyway, and that does bring us back up to current. And is Favorian near, or did she leave? She might have just left. She has to get dinner at some point for the kids, so she might be doing that. Either way, back up to current. Is there anything about Bellamy that I should be aware of, real quick, that Bellamy would have specifically done that should be addressed?
Hmm. I don't think so. I think he's staying the course, as it were. While he's stationed here, he's kind of retiring at night to his crew and spending the days wandering New London, inspecting, experiencing the town, and going
Hmm.
on rat hunting trips, I suppose, with his new friend. Learn a little bit
Okay.
about the tunnels.
Okay. And it is worth noting you do have orders from the higher offices to stay in town for like the foreseeable future. It's not
Mm-hmm.
like you've been furloughed docked here, like for like who knows how long. It was a very clear cut. You are here until we say so.
Yeah. So I'm getting my bearings, learning the town, where the good haunts are, and
Hmm.
hopefully my friend Smokestacks helped me out a little bit with that.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, Smokestack knows this city like the back of his hand. And I think you probably are one of the few people who aren't a rat catcher that can now navigate it, or is starting to learn how to navigate it via pipes.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Very few people know how to navigate the pipes. Like it is noteworthy if someone knows how to navigate the pipes.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that being said, is Favorian? I saw her for a moment. Are you within earshot? If I can get a thumbs up or something, I don't know. Either way, the two of you find something most peculiar. Peculiar. At some point,
Peculiarly.
and that word's gonna for me. At some point, all of you, including Favorian, I can see you now, receive a letter. The letter is addressed from none other than uh, where did I put his name? Barnaby Walters, the prominent politician of who you met both him and his wife at the manor. The letter is pretty straightforward. It says your respective name, Estella, Bellamy, or Smokestack. I write this letter from a position of desperation. I have found myself facing very similar going ons to the ones that we have encountered at the manor, and am requesting your assistance in helping resolve this matter very quickly. I have additionally requested the aid of listing the ones not listed out of the three of you in solving this matter, as I do desperately need your help, and the way that you handled the matter was most exemplary. I do understand that this might seem sudden and may not be the work that you normally handle. As such, I am willing to pay whatever reasonable price you request upon completion of this job, whether that be wealth, power, favors, or other such negotiations. Yes, I see a hand
I
raised.
think, yeah, I think as a character, I am going to charge him a lot.
Okay.
So I am planning out and having it be like business expense here, business expense here. So I have paperwork I'm gonna fill out.
Okay. And he kind of concludes and signs the end of the letter. Please correspond within this amount of time to let me know if you will accept, and then meet me at the Broken Spoke Inn, located on the outside of Clemsborough, which I am going to ping on the map out there. Anyway, the letter's
I'm gonna,
attached.
I'm gonna throw a marker, and it's just kind of an area of where this inn is.
Yeah. With the attached letter, there is a. We're going to call it down payment, but the answer is bribe of a crisp $100 bill. This is the 1920s. That is a
Wang.
lot of money. That is like good eating for a
Ooh.
while money, especially for both Bellamy and Smokestack. So
Yes.
Barnaby is one of the most powerful men in the city. It's not worth anything. And yet, feel free to add that $100 bill. Like that is yours. It's been added to your credit rating. If you can think of something that your character would want to spend it on, we can discuss that. We will do shopping and stuff outside of sessions, but just for sake of speed. But you can add that to your inventory. Anyway. In the meantime, I'm going to assume acceptance because I haven't heard anyone say contrary.
Yes. I think
Hmm.
Smokestack touches base with Bellamy first.
I think Bellamy also has the same idea to touch base with Smokestack.
I just respond. I just let him know my rates will be kind of high, but I accept.
Okay.
At which point assuming Bellamy is
Yeah.
also down, then yes, Smokestack will absolutely accept.
Okay. Well, the time comes later that evening, and you all head to the Broken Spoke Inn, located on the outside of town. Now, Clemsborough is a bit of a. It's not the old development. But it's not the new development, if that makes sense. It's that part of the town that's kind of gradually grew right before the steam revolution occurred, but it doesn't hold the ancient weight that the new London does. There's reasonable houses, and you do see things such as like the occasional, maybe a mechanical horse pulling a carriage, or something that shows a little bit of wealth, but it's few and far between. As Favorian has put it in there, it's pinch poor and packed. These are multi-family homes stacked together, and not always homes that were designed to be multi-family homes. This is a house that was built as a nice little apartment that someone figured out, hey, we could divide this, or even just all kind of crammed together. It's not the kind of area that someone like Barnaby would normally meet in. But it is the area that someone like Barnaby would meet in if he didn't want to be recognized, as most of the people in this part of town aren't going to know who he is. And as all of you, kind of collectively, it sounds like almost Bellamy and Smokestack would walk in together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. As you walk in, you probably see Estella already sitting there, having just arrived, because there was a set time.
Oh,
And
yeah.
walking to the back, where you see Barnaby. He's not dressed nice. He is dressed very much not to pick up attention, and has put himself in a far back, discreet little booth of this kind of run-down, rusty old inn. The kegs lining the wall, and the strong smell of cheap booze, and kind of permeates the air as someone who doesn't quite know how to play a violin does try to hammer out a familiar tune. It's not terrible, but there might be missing a string there. This isn't a well-to-do inn.
Okay.
Kind of.
Um,
Sorry.
no, you go.
I was just gonna say the moment that he sees you, there's just like that light little hand gesture of get over here quickly and quietly.
All right. Uh, we'll head on over.
Okay. As you kind of take a seat, he kind of looks across the group of you. Ah, hello. I do really rather appreciate you making it here so timely. And look, I'm quite relieved that all three of you had arrived. You handled the matter quite exceptionally well, and well, I trust that you'll be able to handle this as well. I did receive correspondence from Estella here, negotiating and asking for higher rates. I'm more than equipped to pay all of you according to those rates, um, to make sure that it is fair across the board. He kind of slides the paper that Estella had sent, kind of negotiating her rates to view the two of you. And knowing Estella, it is ages above whatever Bellamy or Smokestack would think they could get away with charging.
Yeah. So as soon as Smokestack sees it, he starts coughing. But he recovers like a champ.
Mhm.
He like blinks a couple times and goes, so sorry about that. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I think that's probably within the general range.
Mhm.
We can discuss the finer points later. Um, you understand I'm a bit of a monster hunter. It's close. It's close.
He kind of
Yeah, it's quite enough.
he kind of nods. By the way, can I have both Smokestack and Bellamy roll me a? I'm trying to think what this would count as. Hmm. There's not like a knowledge. It would be like if we were playing Pathfinder, this would be knowledge local, but I'm not seeing it. So I'm
Is there?
going to have it count as an intelligence
Probably.
check.
Yeah, exactly. Probably intelligence.
Just
Okay.
a general intelligence check.
All right.
Smokestack's got a pretty good intelligence despite a really bad education.
I know many people that
58
way.
for me. A regular success.
Okay?
Regular success for Smokestack as well.
Okay. Both of you immediately cue in that the reason why Estella is getting so high with these rates is that she has a reputation that he is willing to pay for. A prior business deal has been struck at some point that he is aware of for what Estella does for
Okay.
business. It's kind of it's a little subtle, but it's obvious. Estella knows how to negotiate these. She's negotiated bills like this before, and Barnaby knows that. He's paying for that worth. He's paying for that reputation.
Okay.
I'm perfectly willing to ride those coattails.
Okay.
Without any hesitation.
As he kind of looks at the three of you, now, to start, I want to make one thing very clear. I have a reputation, one that is already on thin strings because of the manor, and because of several other things that have happened recently. I need this to stay under books. I need this to stay off the radar. There will not be working with law enforcement. In fact, I'd rather that you avoid them. You will have my permission to access the places that you need to, and I will do what I can to get you access to other places and locations. But I need this to stay quiet.
All
Understood?
right. Yeah.
Good. I run a series I own. I don't run them. I'm the investor, as it were. A series of factories, mostly spread throughout Water Harbor and some of the older parts of towns. Foundries, um, mills, you name it. If there's a factory of a kind, I've usually put a little bit of money in it. The reason why I ask is that several of these factories, one in particular, have recently had employees go missing or, well, to say it quite bluntly, we've even had one go mad. He went in late at night, and the following morning they found him lying in the floor, babbling like a madman, talking about it seeing him, it watching. This wouldn't be too much of a problem, but it's making it increasingly hard to keep the places running. Less and less workers are willing to work for it, and with less workers comes higher stress on the workers that are there.
Hmm.
I am trying to get this resolved. The my co-owner, my co-investor, Henry Beaumont, is a little less concerned. Normally, I would defer to his judgment, but with the events at the manor, I want this looked at before it becomes something worse, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, reckon I do.
Okay. I need you to look into this, and I need you to get to the bottom of it. I'm willing to provide whatever information that I can to help. I want to figure out what's causing this, and I want to stop it. It's very important
All
that we
right.
get this dealt with quickly.
All right. So no time to waste.
Correct. The sooner you start working on it, the better. I mean,
All right
it
then.
seems to be ramping up in occurrences and frequencies. I'd rather get it taken care of before someone really gets hurt. Or those that have already gone missing might get hurt worse. What information can I
All
provide
right
to
then.
help put you in the right direction? I'm afraid I don't know much, but I'm willing to give whatever information I can.
So just to be clear, you're expecting us to basically investigate these warehouses, try to find if there's anything funky going on. Yeah.
Correct. Something about it seems funky, but the straw that broke the camel's back, as it proverbially would be said, was last night at the Westcott water mill. It's not a mill at all, it's actually a foundry. But I found the name humorous, so I kept it. One of the workers, a man, I believe. I'm not entirely sure, but I think his name was Joseph. I wish I had
Joseph.
known his name more now, but Joseph had gone missing, and that night they found him the following morning in the factory on the floor. He wasn't supposed to be there, but he was lying curled up in the floor, talking about, apparently babbling nonsense about it watching him, about it coming, about it hungering. The talk was just a little too close for comfort, given recent
All
events.
right then. Well, suppose we maybe wanting lists of I suppose shift leads and such, night guards perhaps, people we could ask questions of, who you know a little more information,
Mhm.
and whatever clearance I guess we might need to enter these warehouses unquestioned.
I don't have that list handy, unfortunately, but
All right then.
if you go to the Watercress Mill and speak to the supervisor there, um, he will know more. He should be able to provide you those things, and I do believe you've met him before, so he should be willing to negotiate a little bit more. I know he has that information ready. He's actually vaguely expecting you.
All right. All right. Sounds good to me.
Um, just a quick question here.
Mhm.
Do you have any enemies?
I'm a prominent politician in a city who runs several businesses.
Yeah,
Yes,
but I mean like the kind of folks who'd be interested in hypothetically hiring a witch to curse you or something.
I assume so.
Do you have any idea
I
who that might be?
In all honesty, no. I did not live my. Prior to the manor, I might not have been the best man, we will say, when it comes to certain things. So my list might be quite high in terms of those I've
All
mistreated.
right. Fair enough. You're saying the occult community here in the city might not be fond of you.
I don't know about the occult community in general, but I have irritated some people, and I assume some may have connections there. I just don't know of any directly.
All right. Fair
I
enough.
haven't dealt anything like this at all until the manor. It's all
That's
relatively
fair.
new.
Yeah, I can understand that. Just wanted to touch base and make sure, because assuming we figure out what this thing is, the last thing at least was called about by a pretty wretched thing. Uh, don't really don't really know much about it beyond that myself, but um, having some idea of how to stop it, since that's the real goal, would have been nice. So thank you.
Unfortunately, I wish I knew more than I did in that regard. Again, the supervisor might know more. He's directly been at the situation.
All right then. I guess next or first step is speaking with him.
There is a chance that the target might be on the supervisor.
Well, that could be it too.
Bit too early to rule anything out yet, I'd say. So yeah.
Barnaby kind of nods. If you're in need of anything, write me or. He kind of slides a piece of paper with a name across it. The name on the piece of paper is Gilbert Johnson. You remember Gilbert Johnson. That would be the other politician that him and Barnaby had a very close relationship, as it
Hmm.
were. If you let Gilbert know too, old Gil, he's aware of the situation, might be able to help too. Whatever resources you need, we can make sure it gets to you.
Right then.
He kind of like gives a half-hearted smile and kind of, at this point in time, if he senses no more questions, waves down a nearby barmaid, kind of get himself a drink, and you can kind of see the bags under his eyes. He hasn't been sleeping well, something that seems to be common amongst those at the manor, at least from what you can tell.
Mm-hmm. When he has her weighed down, I'll get something for myself too.
Okay, getting yourself a little bit of a drink. Probably Bellamy. You get the feeling that you're not quite welcome at the table anymore. You know, he said his bit. It's time for you to go. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
know.
you do get yourself a drink, whether you sit at the table with pressure or you take it with you and go. You can get yourself a drink. Um, but yeah, what does our group do?
Um, all right then. I suppose we should sort of look into everything around us, eh?
Yeah, I suppose we should go take a little peek.
Hmm.
Seems to be a good idea to me.
So we head towards the warehouse he mentioned with the overseer.
It's a foundry, but yes,
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I
Mhm.
keep imagining a warehouse.
You're good. As you make your way, kind of through town, walking together, it's about like mid afternoon at this point. You know, like 4ish, which means it's probably still going to be someone at the factory. They do tend to work late into the evenings. But it is about 4ish as you kind of make your way over there. Still plenty of day in the sky. Um, the city streets are pretty busy, and it's not too long of a walk. Maybe taking a little bit of like the local little tracks. Kind of gets there a little bit quicker. Um, I don't know if you guys would or not, because that would take currency. Like, I think your characters would probably have the money to do so. I just don't know if there's any like habit of your characters just avoiding those kind of transits.
I think
Um,
Smokestack does.
Bilmy's good either way.
Hmm?
I think if I'm off my feet, I'd probably take it.
Okay. Estella seems to board the track system then, which gets there just a little bit quicker. Probably, I'm assuming you two join her. It's not expensive
Yeah.
enough to not. Um,
Yeah.
as you all kind of board this little electric steam powered trolley that just quickly huffs down the track, stopping on occasion as it whips through town over kind of to where the factories are, which again here on the map, the Weathered Harbor. And as you do see that, you kind of walk and approach, and you see this very large brick covered building with pipes and smoke and steam and running out of the sides of it, and those old copper metal roofs that are they've turned blue with age. It's kind of a very gritty building. The windows sooted up so you can't quite see through them. You kind of walk up to the door, and it's only got one door, and we're actually going to switch over to another map here. But it's only got one door as you approach.
Oh.
Oh. Kind of up along this little wooden path on the way there. You kind of approach a little bit carefully. And as you walk inside, we don't really necessarily need tokens on this map as much as it is to help provide a context in this moment of kind of the layout.
All right, I will open it up. Do you want that whole first room open and clear?
Yeah, just the whole first room. You can probably do honestly the whole first level, just for sake of ease.
Okay, will do.
This isn't necessarily explorative. This is just so that they have an understanding, kind of the layout that I'm going for. But as you walk into the factory, immediately you notice kind of off to the right, there's several large crucible melters. Those giant iron pots full of molten metal and furnaces. Off to, I'm gonna kind of make some clicks in the off to the right here. Large crucibles. There's casting stations up here, storage, and not a lot of staff. There's very few workers, like enough to keep it running, but you can tell that it's been a little understaffed. As the three of you kind of walk inside and kind of in that process of just looking around, one of the workers turns to you. Oi, what are you lads doing here? He's just quickly looking over and kind of noticing the rather odd mix the three of you are walking into the foundry. Estella, fairly well dressed, Bellamy, the Navy captain, and Smokestack, covered in, well, you probably don't have your markings openly out right now, but cloaked
No.
and gritty, the look of a rat catcher. What are you
Should say I
Mhm.
probably didn't dress in my formal captain's uniform to come out investigating today.
Probably. You're probably dressed at least as a sailor, though. You probably
Yeah,
look like a sailor.
casual dress sailor. Yeah.
Yes. Hey, what are you lot doing here?
Uh, Looking for the overseer.
Oh, overseer. That's old Ebenezer. Um, he's probably up in his office. If you follow me, I'll take him right towards him. Uh,
Thank you, mate.
what are your names?
Well, I'm Bellamy.
Kind of nods and looks
You
over.
can call me Smokestack.
Right, and the lady?
Estella.
Oh, right. Is he expecting you?
You
Should be,
should
yeah.
be.
All right. Yeah, just walk right with me then. He kind of starts to walk through the chaos that's around here as these heavy pots move along steam powered rails, as little carts and stuff track them over from one place to another. The workers there kind of flipping switches and dials and gauges and valves, but still a lot of that heavy work is actually done by the machinery itself. It's not a large foundry, but it seems to be putting out a lot of product for such a small one. As you kind of walk to the back room and kind of step through the door, you find yourself entering into a reasonably large little office space with a bit of a desk. kind of towards the back, and currently sitting and talking to a young girl who's um, quite distracted, reading through paperwork. You recognize Ebenezer Carpenter, Fenrick's nephew. You haven't seen him like this before. At the party, he was very dressed to the nines, and while he's still well dressed here, he's well dressed in a way that clearly has gotten soot on it a little bit.
Wait, so have we all gone back to the offices?
Yes, you followed Patrick. Well, you didn't know his name, but you followed the man to the back of the offices. Oh, hey, boss. Got some people here to see you. Ebenezer turns around, and then there's a simultaneous look of defeat and relief in his face at once as he sees the group of you arriving, both bringing back negative memories because of recent events, but at the same time, almost exactly the people he would hope to see walking into his office. Oh, I don't know whether to be terrified or relieved.
Both, mate.
Both it might be. So all three of you
Yeah,
agreed then?
indeed.
Right.
Good. We should go head up to my office and talk. That is,
All right then.
where it's a little bit more private. He very quickly kind of leads you up the nearby iron steps, kind of mounted off into the corner, up to the second, and then actually all the way up to the third floor. Getting a quick little look over what seems to be office spaces, and before heading, I mean, we could probably just reveal the whole map at this point. Fog of War is a little bit better for dungeons and everything. But as you kind of walk into the third floor, you immediately see a little office where he does have a nice desk, and right behind him there's a window that kind of overlooks the foundry, kind of with various rooms off to the side. Oh, please take a seat, he says as he kind of sits at his desk, looking just quite tired, and kind of see the foundry working on behind him. So what did old Barnaby was able to tell you about what's happening?
Insanity, disappearances, lack of morale.
Okay. I can't say that I was entirely honest with the old man, but I think I will need to be with you. I live here, he
All
says.
right. Straight
That's
up put
not his
up here.
office, by the way. It's just that big main room without a door. To Favorian. Anyway, no, like this is my house. I have my office here, but that's my bedroom. There's my kitchen.
I see.
I'm an on-site overseer. There's different foremen who run it depending on the time of day, but I'm here unless I'm elsewhere. This is where I live. It's where I can be to make sure everything runs smoothly. The night of the incident, last night, or the night before, it's hard to remember now. It was very strange. Everything was normal. And then I heard chanting, loud chanting emanating through the building. And then, well, there was a bright flash of light. It cut through the office, and when I looked back out the window, there was Joe, just lying on the ground, motionless. I ran down to get him. It was about 4 a.m. at that time, I think, and called a doctor and everything, but Joe wasn't the first. Barnaby didn't want us talking about it because it's bad for business, but he's the sixth worker like this. And
Hmm.
the prior 5 workers, they didn't pull through long after being taken to the hospital.
So, Joe, you said, right?
Yes, Joe is his name.
So he's still kicking?
Yes, he's at the the asylum in the south part of town.
All
They're
right.
seeing what they can do to help him there. Um, it's tricky. I know We've lost a lot of crew. The crew who stay here, well, they're a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest, depending on them, but we're really grateful for them. I just, honestly, I don't know what happened. Joe had been missing for a bit of time beforehand. I don't know where he lives or anything like that, but he was working the night shift, which we do on occasion if we have a very big order come in, and he had stayed behind to close up shop and then was gone. Sometime in the night, he
Hmm.
vanished. I wasn't there that night. It was actually the night I was at the manor. But he'd been gone for a couple weeks until a few nights ago he just reappeared. So the first time it's happened again, I don't. It always seems to happen that those that stay at night, but yet for some reason I'm safe. And I don't know why.
Huh.
He kind of sighs, reaches into his desk, pulls out a
Ye-
small little glass, and pours himself a little shot of whiskey before downing it in one go.
So let me ask you a few questions then, I guess.
Yes.
Have the circumstances with the other workers who underwent the same process, did they have any similarities between them that you can think of, even if it's just in, scheduling what they eat for lunch, where do they live, uh, anything leading up to the incidences that seem similar between all five, six of them now?
Um, to be honest, nothing immediately comes to mind. There's. I don't work a lot with them directly. I mostly do paperworks, keep this place looking nice, the presentations, the why to go with us type stuff. I do all of that work because both Mr. Beaumont and, um, well, Barnaby are rather occupied with other things. So I mostly just handle that kind of things. Um, the supervisors might know more. There's a good few of them here. We have 3 foremen. Here, actually. He kind of pulls out a piece of paper and hands it to you. And on the piece of paper, there is a list of 3 foremen and 5, I'm going to call them shift leads, as it were. Those are the
Okay.
people running it. They might know more. Right now, we have Patrick Stoneham. You met him. He's the one who brought you to me. He's the foreman who's working right now. Um, he wasn't the one working the night that Joe went missing. I don't remember which one that was. I just remember it wasn't him. And I believe both uh, Cecil and Mark are here too for shift leads. But that's all I know. As far as any connections
Hmm.
and similarities, they might know more. I just know they all went missing. It's been tricky. Mr. Beaumont has been very hesitant to discuss this
Yeah,
because no, it's not important. It's not important as to why. But Mr. Beaumont's just he's wanted to keep a cap on all of this. I'm surprised that Barnaby actually went out of his way to get you. Beaumont's the one who funded all of this. Barnaby's just the. Well, you didn't hear this here, but Barnaby's just the one who makes sure that the laws stay the way that we need them to.
I see.
Beaumont's the money behind it.
So that's fair. What do you guys produce here anyway?
Pipes, fittings, copper. Um, we're the main supplier of any kind of copper and brass related piping in the city. You work down in the pipes, don't you?
I do.
Most any pipe that you've seen down there was built by us. I mean, we don't install them, but
Oh.
we make them here.
No,
It's
that explains it. I remember the logo.
hmm yeah, the the crest with the wave on it, water crest. Barnaby was proud of
Yeah,
that one.
I believe it. I've seen it all over the. I've seen it all over the place. Come to think of it, um, it's good to know where it came from. I guess.
Yeah, it's what we do here. We're one of several foundries, of course, but we're the one that runs 24/7. Small enough to keep a crew here, if that makes sense, for those late night orders. So what we lack
Yeah,
in
yeah.
size, we make up for in the ability to keep working, and normally to keep working well until recently.
That makes enough sense to me. So this worker that was hurt, he have any friends on staff?
I'm I, again, I don't deal too much with the staff. I do know that um, he was very well liked generally. He was one of the more talkative ones. I'd actually been considering to hire him on for a shift lead. We're not necessarily hiring a new shift lead now, but I think he'd make a good one. Um, I know, well, recently another shift lead by the name of Robert hasn't been performing as well. Um, so we were looking maybe, well, it wasn't common knowledge, but there was some talk about letting Robert go. Belmont didn't like the idea. Robert's been with us for a while, but we think another shift lead would do a better job. Robert's just been missing a lot lately. I know,
Really?
yeah, but again, there wasn't any animosity between the two of them. That we were thinking about if we did have to let Robert go, Joseph would have been a good replacement. He was very well liked.
Robert. Okay. Don't know if Robert's on staff right now.
No, he won't come in till later today. He
Later
comes in.
today.
He comes in with what we like to call the night shift. Him, Marcus, usually. Well, there's Marcus and Mark, but everyone calls Mark Nanny. I don't personally. Mark's on shift right now, but he usually works later into the nights. But yeah, tonight we'll have Marcus coming in for a foreman, and Robert will be his one uh, team lead, as it were. Kind of oversee the knife shoot. We've got a large order of pipes recently that we've been trying to take care of.
Hmm.
All right. Then. Well, let's stop wasting time and get to it.
Again, I ask. He like looks over the three of you as you see the gears in his head rapidly turning for an alibi. What can explain the three of you here? And he just pauses. I'm just gonna say it up front. Don't hide why you're here. You're looking into what happened to Joe, your private investigators, or whatever term you want to have. And I've hired you because I know you, if anyone asks. I have you
All
looking into
right.
this because I trust you. It's not necessarily permission, but it should get the team here to at least be a little bit more willing to talk.
Okay then. Quite enough, mate.
Anyway, just let me know if you need anything else. I'm usually here if I'm not out in town doing other things. So,
All right then. Well, I guess we'll go start questioning the leads.
he kind of gives you a polite nod and a smile. You see him pull the bottle of whiskey out again before he pulls himself another shot. He takes another swig. As the group of you are starting to head down the stairs, he just kind of says, "Just one more thing. Have any of you been having dreams since the manor?"
I mean,
Um,
No.
nothing but the usual crackpot stuff that comes up me brain.
Just me then. He kind of takes a shot and sits back down in his chair, starting to kind of casually go through some paperwork. You just kind of see how exhausted he is, but he seems to be okay. Probably not doing the best taking care of himself right now, but just doing what he's doing.
all right. Um, What dreams have you been having?
He kind of like looks up. I just dream of being back at the manor, of being in dark, long tunnels, shadowed figures, cloaks. It's all hard to remember, but there is a symbol I keep seeing. It's a triangle with an X. The triangle pointing up and the X crossing through, with the center of the X being in the middle of the bottom part of the triangle. I keep seeing that symbol everywhere in my dreams, but I don't know what it means.
Hmm.
That's certainly interesting. So you seeing some sort of rune?
Yeah, I suppose so. I must have seen it at the manor somewhere and it's just lingering with me.
It could be it. Hopefully, it's it. Um, thank you for
Hopefully.
sharing.
Kind of gives you a bit of a smile and um yeah, of course. Before he kind of starts to go back through his work, seemingly probably trying to use it to distract himself in a way, digging through the paperwork and making sure everything's balanced and checked the way it should be.
Right. Okay. Uh, well, let's get a move on then, huh?
Yep.
Okay. Heading back down the stairs, is there anyone in particular that you're going to talk to first or anything that you want to do? You're going to head down the stairs to the foundry floor. He did give you a list of names, which I'm going to share these names in the Roll20 chat
I
for
would
you.
appreciate that greatly.
Yes, because I have that, and I can do that. Let's see if it works nicely. Yes. It did kind of work. So workers are the shift leads, foremans are those in charge. There's a lot of other workers who aren't named. Um, I don't necessarily need tokens for any of these right now, but I do appreciate the offer for Florian. If you wanted to this is just kind of a busy, bustling, everyone's working around. And not all of these people are here right now. These are just literally the three foremen and um, the the five shift leads.
All right. Before we go all the way down to the main floor,
Mhm.
I think Bellamy would take a stop off at the second floor, assuming there's not many people here right now.
There's currently no one on the second floor.
Perfect. And do like sort of a group huddle meeting kind of thing.
Okay.
Uh, all right, mates. Let's consolidate what are our burgeoning theories and suspicions as of right now.
It's a good idea. Gonna be honest. I sounds like something's rattling around.
Yeah.
Um, if it's if this has been a the most recent disappearance and strange thing that's happened in a string of strange things that's been happening around here, well, that could mean a lot of different things. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so first things first, we need to sort of figure out what's going on and see if anybody else is going crazy. I should probably talk to the crazy man himself.
Yes.
And basically, what my running theory right now is it's probably a curse that's after somebody or some sort of specter of some kind. That did a right number on my sanity when I saw it on the man the last time. So uh, that's my current best guess.
I think we should find who or what it's specifically targeting. Not
Yeah.
just the individuals, but who are they trying to bother? Who's running it? Is it
Yeah.
Ebenezer? Is it someone above him? Is it a supervisor or foreman?
Mm-hmm. He. I think we might want to keep an eye on Robert. Uh, if we can, I'd like to talk to him today and ascertain whether or not he's missing because he's just some lazy drunk, or if it's lead up to a seventh victim similar to the previous six. But that so far has stood out to me, the fact that he's been missing lately, underperforming.
What about we look into what behavior, suspicious or otherwise, each victim had before
Hmm.
that?
And any other similarities to
Yeah.
that fact as well. If we can find some kind of crossover between all the victims, we might be able to find some sort of a lead as to what the motive is.
We might not find all of that recorded here, but if they called the doctor on scene at all, that
Mm,
would be in records.
yeah,
It
getting the doctor.
wouldn't be public. I could see
Probably
about
not.
I could see what I can find. How about I meet you back here later?
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Uh,
Well, let's find out which doctor they would have called for, and I'll know
mhm.
where to look for the records.
Yeah, I think Ebenezer himself mentioned calling the doctor, so he probably knows who came. Let's I'm gonna check my watch and see what time it is.
Mhm. As you kind of pull out your, are you a pocket watch or a wristwatch kind of guy? Which watch would be just coming around? Pocket watch is probably still a bit more common, but
Probably pocket watch in that
I
case,
think
but
mm.
I think wristwatches are super uncool.
they're like a sign of wealth, if I remember correctly, at this point in time.
No, I don't think so in our steampunk society. I feel like pocket watches are fancy and have extravagant covers, and I don't think they would have gone away as they did in real life.
I think Bellamy wants a wristwatch for practical purposes. Wants to just glance and see what time it is for syncing up, and so I don't think he has one yet. I think he's saving up, and he's patting that $100 bill in his pocket, thinking about going to a shop later.
Okay, getting a nice fancy wristwatch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Either way, as you check the time, pulling out your pocket watch that you currently have and clicking it open to check the time, it's currently probably about 6. Be honest, when you first left, it was about 4. There's been, the little time to get over here, time to talk to Patrick, kind of get and find him and all that stuff. So it's about 6 p.m.
All right.
Warehouse is kind of winding down. Um, you can kind of see that they're getting ready for a shift change within the next hour or so.
All right then. Um, do we want to all question together, or do we want to start uh separating and meet back here in an hour if possible?
May as well
I
cover more ground, I guess.
I will go see about the doctor, and then I will go into town and find the records.
All right then. Leave you to that. We'll stay here and question people, and we'll wait for the shift change.
Is Estella running to try to find that information and come back, or what is Estella doing?
So yeah, I'm gonna go talk to Ebenezer, find out which doctor where. I'm gonna go hijack these records, and then I will come back to the factory.
And you are specifically looking for the records that are related to him going to the hospital?
All of the victims.
All of the victims' records. Okay.
Yeah.
Those would be found at the asylum that they went to.
Yeah, that's so. I know I need to find. Well, I
Yeah.
guess I'd head there.
He
Uh,
probably Ebenezer, for sake of argument, Ebenezer probably would have told you which asylum it was. He did. He said the asylum at the south end of town.
yeah. Well, I will take care of that, and I will message you over chat.
Okay. Once you do find that, and it's okay. So she's taking off to go get those records. You have probably about an hour till the shift change happens. What are Smokestack and Bellamy doing that time? You are aware that Robert is coming in for that shift change. Because
Mm-hmm.
I did hear Bellamy questioning that. But
Yeah.
currently it is Patrick, Cecil, and Mark that are on shift.
Okay. Patrick, Cecil, and Mark.
Hmm.
All right. Um. So should we just head down and talk to whoever we run into first?
I think it's probably a good idea. If you want to talk with them for a little bit, I'm actually gonna peruse the place and see if there's any occult markings or something that's gone overlooked.
All right. Check around Ebenezer's room if you can. He mentioned not being particularly bothered while he was up there. It's mostly just people down here on the floor. Maybe there's some, or I guess I don't know, some sort of separation going on there or something.
Yeah, it's a good idea actually. It's a good idea.
All right.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
And to use well.
So you two splitting up.
Yeah,
Okay.
probably.
Where are you guys going?
I'm headed back down to the main floor,
Mhm.
and then I'm just gonna, step out the door and see whoever I see first. Head right for him.
Okay. And what is? We'll get to you, but what is Smokestack doing?
Smokestack is going to walk the perimeter, including his friend's or Ebenezer's place. And basically, he's just going around and checking for sigils, signs, seeing what's up, if that makes sense. Any identifying marks of something that's been happening, of strange occult activity.
Okay. I'm going to have I'm going to have Smokestack give me a roll for spot hidden as you kind of just do this deep search through Ebenezer's quarters, the second office floor, and kind of just start to make your way through everything.
Okay, 32, hard success.
32 hard success. Okay. As you're walking around, we're going to kind of clear this out. On the third floor, you don't notice anything. Um, on the second floor, you do find something a bit odd, however. In the records room, there are actually two records room. There's a room that was like clearly meant to be the records room, and then there's a room that is like the overflow. In the overflow room, um, which is this one right here, you're kind of looking around and seeing what you can find, and it's quite accidental. But as you bump something over, you find a sigil. Kind of, it looks to be a necklace with a snapped string, something that wasn't meant to be left here. You pick it up, and the symbol is of two triangles, kind of one on top of the other, not like they share the same bottom line, one pointing up, one pointing down, with an X through the center. Um, and as you kind of pick up the symbol and look at it, I'm gonna have you give me a roll knowledge occult.
Okay. Ooh, rolling hot. 17, hard success.
17. So first off, this symbol is very similar to the one that Ebenezer described. It's basically got an extra triangle pointing in the other direction. That's what it has. The second thing that you know is as you look at this is you've actually seen this symbol before. You don't necessarily know what it means, but it's a very ominous symbol. It carries weight to it, weight of things that aren't meant to be known. And you have seen it before exactly in one place. In the back of the depths, you accidentally discovered a very old part of town, maybe at one point a cistern or a catacomb. And inlaid at the floor, on the floor of this, that symbol had been drawn with chalk. Um,
Hmm.
it was one of those areas that you walked into well before anything had happened and just noped out of there. Something in like that little back of your mind just told you to leave, and you did. You didn't argue
Right.
with it.
Yeah. So this is bad news.
This is a bad symbol. This is not a good symbol. This is a very heavy-handed symbol of dread. It represents some incomprehensible evil. It
That's
would
not
best be
good.
described as a name.
Okay. Can Smokestack try? Can Smokestack maybe do a power check to try and tell if this is actively, if this particular rune is actively causing some kind of malice, or if it's just a representative of it?
I'll allow that.
Okay. Da, 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 da. 56 regular success.
Okay. Um, it was, but is not anymore. You are looking at the burnt nub of a firework. You
It's
don't
done
know.
its work, and this is the remains.
Correct. Probably wasn't intentionally left, but something was done with this. It has now been spent. You're not actually sure if it was done here even, but it is spent. There's no power to it now. Just kind of that charred old remnant of there having been power.
Okay. That's not good.
Mhm. Okay. In the meantime, scene cut to Bellamy. While Smokestack is looking through everything, Bellamy walks out of the main office. Well, first off, there is the secretary. I don't know if you talked to her if you head out to the factory floor.
Ah, yes, I may as well speak with her, walk around the counter and lean against it and say, "Hello, miss. Uh,
Oh, hi, she says, busy typing away on a little typewriter.
uh, tell me, you know if Robert's gonna be in today?"
Should be scheduled for tonight.
Excellent. Listen, it might be a bit of a intrusive question, but it's sort of my job being a private investigator and all. How much has he been missing lately? Just between the two of us.
Robert.
Yeah.
So normally he comes in and during the night shifts when we need them, occasionally in the afternoon, depending on what kind of hours. Um, I do most of the bookkeeping, the clocking in and out, and everything. So you're quite lucky I'm here today. Um,
Mm,
I would say he's always missed a lot of shifts. I know Ebenezer's noticed it now, but it doesn't
mm-hmm.
necessarily feel like he's been missing more than normal.
All right.
He probably misses. He's probably late most his shifts, but he actually only ever completely misses a shift. Oh, every other week, which is a lot,
All right.
but no one else is willing to take that job.
What job? What's he's doing that's different? Is it just night
Oh, just
shift?
being the shift lead at night. The foundry's old. It's an old building. It's full of smoke and spooks. If you ask the night crew, they don't like to be around here at night.
All right. All right. Um. Hmm. All right. Thanks for that.
Hmm.
Uh, I'll be seeing you around probably,
Yep.
and gonna pat the counter and head on out.
Hmm. As you head through the door and you kind of start to look upon the very busy foundry yet again, the heavy iron pouring and people yelling, this is very much one of those things where everyone is working. They are all very busy. Um, so you Bellamy is aware, having worked on a ship, that whoever you go to talk to is either going to take it with great relief that they get a break to talk to you for a legitimate reason, or going to be annoyed as they still try to work.
Mm-hmm.
But what does Bellamy do?
He's gonna go up to the this individual right here, whoever they may be.
Hmm.
He's gonna say, "Hello. Uh, what does this person look like?"
The person kind of turns around to you. He's got a very large beard. He's a bit of a bigger guy. He stands, when I say bigger, like he's probably pushing to 6 foot. So he's very tall, very broad. He reminds you a little bit of the build of Sig Curtis from Full Metal Alchemist.
Gotcha.
But as he turns around and he's kind of dressed in his reasonable work clothes, he's got like a bit of a white tank top type undershirt, porter's shirt as it's called, with suspenders on, half covered in soot, as he's kind of been filling up the bottom furnaces with coal. He turns to you and he's got the just warmest smile you have ever humanly seen. Oh, how are you doing? He offers a big coal-sooted hand to you.
I'll take that hand with a big old slap and shake it.
He smiles. Ah, firm grip, firm grip.
Well, thanks yourself as well, mate. What's
What?
your name?
Ah, I'm Mark. Everyone calls me Nanny.
I've heard a bit about you, Mr. Nanny.
Yeah. What can I help you with? I heard a little bit
See,
of what was going on with Patrick.
yeah, yeah. It's somewhat related to that. I'm someone they've called in to sort of see what they can do about the situation. So I'm going around asking all the shift leads various questions about certain individual behaviors and I don't know, strange things you might have been seeing, uh,
Oh,
odd occurrences.
it's
Anything
about
you think?
time.
Oh yeah, that's I love to hear that. What do you got for me?
Oh, it depends on how you are. You got a bit of a look of a sailor to you.
Oh yeah, I've been known to do a bit of that.
Kind of nods. I appreciate a man who can do some hard work. Well, yeah. So, Joe, we lost Joe recently.
Yeah.
Before Joe was Jonathan. Before Jonathan, it was Matthew. Lost several. This way, as it were. And, well, I'm going to be straightforward with you in the most blunt way possible. I sit in a position where I can't quite be touched here. I know how to run this furnace by myself if I need to be. I've worked at this foundry for years, and I like every single worker here. They are family to me.
All right.
Recently, me and several of the lads here, and I've been open about this, target on my back or not, have discussed the concept of, well, how we can make working conditions a bit better in the factory, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
The first person to take interest was Lucas. Mad a month later. Next, Harold. Mad 2 weeks later. I think you can see where I'm going with this.
I think I rather can.
Every person who showed interest in my ideas has found themselves mad not too long after.
Well, it certainly does put a target on your back of a sort. No
Mhm.
threat intended, of course, but just meaning I'll need to keep an eye on you. You found yourself becoming an interested party here, mate. But
I wouldn't worry
that's
too
not.
much about me.
No, I don't get the impression that you're doing anything malicious. I think, no, I don't get that impression from you. Or do I? Psychology check.
Um, roll. You can roll a psychology check here.
23. That for me is a. Where's my psychology? That's a hard success.
This is a man who just does not fear the repercussions of being bold and open. He's not lying.
All right.
This is the kind of guy when you say fight or flight response, his answer is fight, yes, please.
Gotcha.
He's not the kind of person. He's talking about things that basically it's the yep, we've been discussing about unionizing. What's the boss going to do? Fire me? I dare him to.
There we go.
So he's being very straightforward and honest with you.
All right.
Kind of gives you a
Quaint.
bit of a smile. Ah, if you're worried about me doing anything, again, I wouldn't ever do a single thing that hurt one of the workers here. And if you're worried about my sake, don't. Any spooks or scabs that want to deal with me, well, he gestures towards the pot. That can melt more than metal if you get my drift.
All right then. I'll take your word on that. Well, uh, hmm. You being taking a family view and all your mates here,
Mhm.
uh, what is sorry, I got to get this out of the way real quick. But what's your take on Robert? I've heard he's been a bit troublesome lately with being late and showing up intermittently for his shifts.
Roberts, I don't work with him much. See, the point of being a team lead, it's mostly I work, he works. We don't overlap much. I know a lot of the lads don't like working under him.
Hmm. For what reasons,
He's got a short
though?
temper.
Ah,
He's not
well,
very permissible. Oh, I don't know the word for it. Friendly.
well, I look forward to talking with him. All right then. Uh, Final question, and I'll be out of here for a bit. Let's see. Oh shoot, what was my I forgot what my question was. Oh yeah, what do you get up to in these little meetings you mentioned? Uh, is there some place you go to meet, or is it just in passing conversation that you discuss?
Oh, a little bit of both. Passing conversation, going someplace to meet. Not much of a difference between the two. Not that it matters much where we meet, what we talk. I like you, but I'm going to be honest. Most of the time, private investigators are called into this kind of thing. It's not at the benefit of the worker.
Well, I see how you might think that, and I do see how my questions and my direct line of questions would lead you to believe such a thing. It's rightful, but trust me, this is in no way of not of benefit to the workers. It seems that the workers are the ones that are suffering more directly. In fact, it seems the only ones that are not suffering directly are the leaders right now. And well, I've been called in to help you guys with that. Trust me, I'm not here to break up your unionizing or anything like that. I'm just looking for commonalities between the victims.
Roll persuasion.
Yeah, okay.
Or I
Uh
think it's called diplomacy.
oh nice, that's a 20. What's my diplomacy?
Is it diplomacy?
Uh
It's not fast talk. It's not. It's
Let's see, there's charm,
persuade.
persuade, fast talk.
persuade?
What's the other one?
This is very much a
Uh,
persuade check.
Intimidate. Yeah, persuade.
persuade. Persuade is a base of 10 and I don't have any points in it. So that 20 is still a failure.
Does
Mm.
he have charm?
If you
I
would pass as a charm check, I'm willing to accept that.
It would not pass as a charm check. Charm has a base of 15.
Okay.
Alas, all I have is fast talk.
Okay. He kind of gives you a bit of a smile and kind of puts a large hand on your shoulder, leaving a little bit of a sooty mark to it. I do trust you. I don't see how telling you where we meet would be useful. Not information you need to know. Most of the time it's in passing conversation, or we do have a couple bars that we would go to. Maybe a couple other
Oh,
places. We'd never hit the same place twice.
well.
And having said what I can about this, he kind of gives you a little bit of another warm smile. I hope you do well. I'll help how I can. And if I find out that you're here for the reputation of what some others might be, just remember, those melt more than metal.
Yeah, I'll take that to heart, mate. Uh, been very cooperative. And, well, I'll probably be back with another friend with a different sort of targeted questions. So, in the meantime, thank you for your time.
Mhm.
I'll
At,
be off then.
at this point in time, a little bit of time has passed, and Gray, having thoroughly swept the offices and kind of get the general feeling that there's not much else here, has rejoined you. Kind of having found the. I assumed so, unless you were going anywhere else after
Yeah,
sweeping the
no,
place. Yeah.
no. Boy, right, giant of a man you are, ain't you?
Oh,
As he kind of
finished up earlier
turns,
than expected.
he kind of gives. Mark immediately gives a smile to Smokestack. You also look like a man of the workers. Working man.
I am a rat catcher. Spend my time down in the pipes that you're making right now.
Ah, two ends of what runs a city, then, isn't it?
Yeah. Pretty much. I mostly keep the workers safe down in the pipes so you can keep the heads on. Can't have people dying to disease and various things that are a little bigger than rats, if you catch my meaning.
I knew I liked you. He kind of turns. All right. I might have been a bit coy with your friend here, but I will say this. He kind of changes his posture. Something about Smokestack. Bellamy, you're a sailor. You look like a
Yeah.
sailor. Smokestack works in the gutters. Like,
Hmm.
There's common cause
there's
here.
just 100%. This man knows Smokestack's type. Smokestack's good. You're good, and he trusts you, but you could also be disguised. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You're within
No,
that
no, I
reasonable someone could pretend to be. No, Smokestack, no, that's all authentic.
no listen.
You can't fake smoke.
Yeah.
Right? He says. Suppose I should say this. Um, we normally do actually meet in the same place. There's a bar not too far from here. We go there because it's close and the beer is cheap. Nothing ever odd's happened there. But the night that he went missing, he was supposed to join us at the bar. He ran by the factory to check on something. This is Joe, but he's talking to Joe. And, well, I offered to go with him, even though I wasn't supposed to. Um, he said no. He said it was something he had to do himself. It was strange. He'd been off that whole meeting, as if he had other places to be. To
Hmm.
be right honest, I think someone was pressuring him, talking to him about the conversations that we've had. And I've been a little bit worried since then. There's a couple other members of the crew that I've been talking to, workers. He kind of gestures towards the large pole. And I'm worried that one of them is going to be the next target. These disappearances, there's seldom more than a week between the first and the next.
Hmm.
Meaning, I'd say within this week, someone else is going to go missing.
Quick question for you.
Right?
Is there any other places that operate around here um, that might be losing folks?
That's
I
the odd part of it. No.
hmm. Now here's the thing. I found, and Smokestack's going to go ahead and uh, he doesn't show it per se, but he does say, I found a bit of a sigil upstairs. Definitely seems like somebody's targeted the place and done a right number on it. But right now, what I'm struggling to figure out is the motive. I'm not sure who would go to all the trouble of cursing a factory, um, especially where it was located. It wouldn't have been easy for somebody to just waltz in and get to. Um,
What do you
so
mean
if
cursed?
I mean that seems pretty straightforward, doesn't it? I mean somebody's targeting your place of business here with some bad juju, so to speak. Uh, that's what I do. Smokestack's gonna flash open one side of his coat. Bit of a occultist. Kind of have to be if you work in the pipes. Strange things down there.
He kind of smiles. Well, I'm not much man for superstition. But,
Smokestack's gonna give him kind of a weird look. You're not.
no.
No, hold on. Then how are they? No. Sorry. Not to rain on your parade, but what mental gymnastics are you doing where people just randomly going nuts is the option? Because I could understand like them getting beat up or something being justified, but them going pants on their head crazy is definitely kind of a different sort of take, isn't it?
You haven't worked in a foundry before. The fumes get to you. The metals. Things you shouldn't eat. Many things break a
Well,
man. You don't need to explain it away with magic.
I don't know. I mean, I guess that's fair. I'm not going to be the one to tell you not to believe what you believe. Um, I just was kind of curious, I suppose. Having said that, though, say hypothetically you were to pin blame on somebody yourself. with a reasonable doubt. Not saying you'd go and lynch mob the guy, but if you were to take a guess at who might be behind this, then because um, I'll be honest, Smokestack wasn't here for the rest of the conversation. Can we like?
Mhm. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He probably would kind of sit back and think like that's probably a very valid question Smokestack would have asked. He kind of like leans back. Well, if I were to say one person here was to be blaming, I'd blame Beaumont.
Beaumont.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that guy?
He's the funder, as it were, benefactor,
Ah, all right, all right, all right.
money man.
The money man, what keeps things running.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
the boss. I, oh, you didn't hear this from me. I don't like Barnaby or Beaumont, to be honest, but at least Barnaby has more recently, surprisingly, gotten a backbone. Even convinced Beaumont to increase our salaries and whatnot. I mean, he didn't used to be that way, but times have changed. He seems to be a bit more generous.
Oh yeah,
And while I
good
don't
on him.
quite care for Ebenezer, he seems to be. He's doing what he can. He doesn't understand anything, but he's doing what he can.
Yeah,
The
he's a
foremans
bit
are
of a
nice.
shut-in.
Oh.
Fair enough. So yeah, I've heard about this sort of thing happening around the city a little more recently. People fighting for their wages and such.
Mhm.
Um, Personally, as the rat catchers were sort of independently hired, not so much employed. So our situation's a little different. Not necessarily better, just different. Having said that, though, if I could ask you one final sort of question before I start poking around other places, it would be this: um, how long has it been since this whole thing started?
Started about 4 months ago. I was in the first
So
person disappeared. Joe was the seventh. Some were closer than others. We lost two at once.
fair enough. And were all of them people who were coming to your meetings?
Yeah,
Or is that just a more recent? Oh, that's interesting.
every one of them was someone who showed interest and openly. Uh, the meetings are. I mean, he kind of gestures around. This is quite a bit of crew here. Meetings are usually fairly well attended, but it's the ones who. There's those who listen and nod and agree and wait. You know, they
Yeah,
stand
yeah.
back. They see what others do. It's the moment someone else starts to do that things happen. I've been untouched this whole time and I've more or less been running them. I mean, I'm not alone. Although my for reasons my we'll call him partner does remain anonymous.
I think that's probably a wise choice, honestly.
The only reason I'm so open about it is they don't dare find me. I should clarify something. As much as I dislike the man, Beaumont's my dad.
Oh, yeah. There's an interesting clarification.
I won't take a
Yeah,
penny of his, and we disagree on many things.
You aren't cohabitating at all anymore, are you?
No, he didn't do much to do with me. He knows I'm his. The only reason he doesn't get rid of me is if he got rid of me, I might talk a little bit more about who Mom was.
I see.
that's certainly an interesting situation. Sounds like we might have to look into him then.
Oh yeah. No doubt. But
Haven't-
should probably finish checking out the rest of this floor,
Mhm.
asking questions of the fellows here before we head on out.
At about
Yeah, it's like
this time, by the way, and you can kind of see as everyone starts to wind down and the shift change, people from the news start to come in. Along with them walks Estella, carrying a handful of files.
Oh, excellent. Our third is here.
hi,
Mr.
Stella.
Nanny. Mr. Nanny, you've been a great help to us. You've shed a lot of light in a very short amount of time on our investigations. Do you have any questions for us?
Oh, as I told your friend here. He says, as I told you, as I'm going to tell your friend here and the new one with the papers. You cause harm to my crew here, intentionally. Again, those melt more than metal.
Uh, yep.
Hey, why do you think those
Yeah,
pipes work so good? He says with a smile.
I think I like you. That's right, nice it is. We have a thing we see down in the pipes every time one of the coppers comes knocking around looking for one of the boys. We say, there's some awful big rats down there. And nobody knows where they go except for us. It's anyway. Sorry, thanks. It's just I appreciate the gravitas. That was nice. That was a nice touch.
He gives you a slight smile and, kind of with a slight head nod, begins to kind of hand over the shovel to one of the people who are starting to arrive. Kind of help finish up the work. He's the kind of guy, he's going to stay a little bit later to make sure the work transfers smooth, type deal. As you see Estella
Yeah.
kind of approaching you. Off.
Hi, Stella.
I haven't had time to look through these, but there you go.
She
Should
hands.
we, go ahead.
As I said, she hands you a stack of medical folders and papers. I think it's a good little handful.
Should we retire to one of the offices and take a little peek at these?
Yeah, especially if there's one on the table, we could lay things out.
All right, then. Let's see, offices and meeting rooms. I think we'll step in here and ask the secretary. You mind if we occupy one of these meeting rooms?
Um, yeah. What for? Just to look through paperwork and such.
Yes, just some paper reading.
Mm. Um, she kind of pauses for a moment. There's an office on the second floor, furthest down the hallway, opposite of the records room. Probably has what you're looking for.
Ah, I know the one you're talking about. I passed through it when I was poking about.
Thank you, ma'am.
Estella's already jumped into it. You kind of head upstairs and then walk into a very small meeting room, to be honest. These aren't exceptionally large. They're only like the size of like maybe enough room for like one desk and a chair. But this room has had a table kind of shoved against the wall and just enough space for a couple people to stand in with that very much um, quick aside, pull aside type meetings and discussions. And as all
Um,
of sorry.
no, you're good. Just smokestack. To clarify for this whole thing, is not very well educated, so medical documents are definitely not something he has any idea how to even begin parsing.
Mhm.
But he is going to stare at them intently, like he is anyway.
Okay. These are medical documents. And as the three of you kind of do begin to pore over them, I Smokestack doesn't know where to start. Bellamy has accounting as a skill, don't you?
Yeah.
Bellamy, roll me an accounting check. We're going to count your accounting as a general paperwork skill, just for sake of
Yeah.
argument, because of what your character does.
Boy, oh boy. Not only did I roll 23, that there is a hard success.
Okay. Well, now, Estella, you have a reasonable idea looking over these what they are. You've looked at similar records before. Smokestack's completely lost. Now, Bellamy notices a couple things. You've seen paperwork like this before. It's very similar to what you would see for discharge or I forget the term is for like onboarding when you take in new residents.
Recruitment.
Not
Uh,
recruitment.
Embarking.
It's not embarking. Like, um, admittance. Like if you bring a patient in to a hospital, you've seen paperwork
okay.
very much like this before in your time in the Navy. You know a couple things about it. Um, One, all of the notes and information that you could possibly want are here, describing symptoms. And while you don't necessarily know medical terms, there's all the information on every one of the patients. Two, you do not know how Estella got these. These are not the kind of paperwork that she would be allowed to take from the asylum. These are not copies. These are not duplicates. These are not. These are the 4 hospital asylum staff only, and it says that, like, even to the point that Smokestack can see on the paper in certain parts, 4 staff eyes only, for certain doctors only. These are not open public papers. Um, but giving a quick little read over them, every one of the patients has had a very similar train of thoughts. They come into some level of babbling and incoherency, and they describe similar things. Seeing shadows, seeing cloaked figures, seeing a symbol. Some of them have even drawn pictures that match the sigil that Gray or that Smokestack found. And various things kind of along these. They're very consistent. It talks about them going further and further down this rabbit hole until they just don't wake one day. They just go to sleep and that's it.
Hmm.
Um, and as this has kind of been described, or the other thing that you do notice is every one of them at some point became incredibly, extraordinarily paranoid of piping.
Piping.
Any of them that were in rooms that had pipes, those old cast iron radiator type things, those, they feared them.
Smoke, my friend. I think whatever we're dealing with might be right up your alley.
Yeah, it seems like the pipe demon.
Yeah. And I have a new suspect for the next target of whoever this might be. It's Ebenezer. It's a symbol they all seem to have in common. He's Ebenezer complained about having dreams about it already. He mentioned
Yeah.
it from the floor up there, but I think he's the next one, I'm guessing.
Um, if not, then he's on the list probably. Could
Yep.
also be that he's just gained some amount of awareness and is able to sense what's going on.
I mean
Um,
that's it's fair enough, but yeah, he described that symbol with some acuteness.
yeah, he did. It's not exactly the same. I'm not sure what the difference is, but yeah, this one's got an extra triangle on it, as opposed to the one he's been describing. So that could have a pretty significant meaning change. A thing about symbols and runes is they're usually powerful single indicators of what it does and doesn't do. And so the difference between something that's benign and something that's malicious can be just a few lines. For instance, a single line pointing upward could mean something good, and 2 lines pointing inwards could mean something bad, and the lines pointing downwards could add a completely different meaning. So it's definitely connected, but and I would say we should go in with the assumption Ebenezer is going to be targeted rather than not. But there are options besides that one.
All right, we'll keep poking around then. Hmm. Hey, Stella, where is it you said you worked?
Archives.
Yeah, but like, which archives was that?
The city archives.
Okay.
Bog.
All right. Does that give you certain benefits? Like you got licenses and such, clearances, you know?
Not necessarily.
Okay, not necessarily. All right. Okay. Keep your secrets then. It's all fine by me. But
On a far more important note, Bellamy, you've been telling me you don't know how to do taxes, but
I don't know how to do
you've been
taxes.
tearing right through these papers pretty good. I have
No, no,
some.
no. I'm not a. Listen, I'm a fast reader. That's it. Okay.
Well, I mean,
I've been the
I'll let it
knots.
pass. I'll let it pass this time, Bellamy. But you watch yourself. I'm keeping an eye on you.
Listen, deployment on the sea is long and boring. I'll bring half a library with me every time I read books fast. Okay, that's all this is. Okay, it's nothing deeper than that.
I love how meaningless and low stakes this is, as opposed to Stella's big mystery, which is actually probably a big deal.
So,
Well,
unrelated to this, real quick, by the way, I did the doodles. This
The
is the one that
Dodos.
Ebenezer's seeing. This is the one that he found.
described by the others.
Yep. So it's just literally missing that bottom triangle, but they're identical otherwise.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Hmm.
Well,
Yeah. Well.
hope you don't
Um.
mind, Estella, but I'll leave holding on to these sheeps to you. Uh,
You don't want to get arrested for attempted malpractice.
I assume that you know how to handle yourself when it comes to the handling of these paperweights.
I assume it'd be best to give them back.
Oh yeah, ideally, probably.
They tried to charge me for malpractice once. Apparently, impromptu lobotomy is not a good enough explanation for why you chop somebody's head off.
Yeah, I think that'd raise some questioning eyebrows.
Impromptu lobotomy. Okay. Well, having overlooked these paperworks and kind of questioned a couple of people, the night shift has just walked in. I do think this is a good spot to take a little bit of a break, as it is 11. Probably a little bit of a shorter
Yeah.
break. Just I'm gonna get some water myself. Any questions from anyone before I go grab some fresh water?
Uh, no, not for now.
Okay. I'm gonna
Cut the
start.
crap, David. When are we going to start the revolution?
Off stream, Gray. Off stream.
Off stream.
No, I meant. Sorry. I meant in-game revolution. That's like the goal of the campaign, right? Is we're going to start
Oh,
a
yeah. Yeah, with the Mark Nanny here. Yeah,
Mark Nanny.
the
Mark
workers will rise up and seize them
Mark
into
the nanny.
production in the game.
Definitely not symbolic. Name.
No, it's just in the game. It's fine.
Look, it's Victorian London. I gotta be topical.
But
Reasons that
not at all
GM's
referential to
personal
real.
reasons for really liking this era of history are irrelevant. I don't know any of y'all talking about. I'm gonna go get some water.
Sounds
Also,
good.
are you still there, Moth? I know you have the next NPC role. We just literally have not had an NPC role.
Some games are a little RP heavy.
Yeah,
Tada games tend to be very very RP heavy.
it's like,
Plenty of RP.
well, like, and I think in particular when it comes to like Call of Cthulhu, there's a lot of player roles. NPC roles are specifically combat or confrontation,
Yes.
Yeah.
and you haven't had a lot
It
of
doesn't.
those.
No, it definitely doesn't come up as much.
Yeah, I will be right back. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some fresh water. I love all of
Sounds
you.
good.
Okay, bye.
So have you guys ever Ben Weefei,
Yes.
Mr. Gregerson, man of many names,
Yeah, many names. Sewer Bear, even.
Sewer Bear, the
Did you
most
know? Yeah. That's the new gamer name I've been trying to implement where I can. Is a Sewer Bear. You'd
I
be
love
surprised
that.
how often it's taken, though.
Really.
Yeah, which more than once is surprising
Yeah,
to
the
me.
fact that it happened more than once. I was gonna say I've actually had my screen name taken before on things, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah, quite quaint.
I was like, "There's somebody out there who, at least in this one specific instance, used my name." Um, I have reason to suspect it's because there's somebody out there named Griffin Gray, who's apparently some actress or whatever.
Huh.
So reversing the two names, I could see that being like a screen name thing. Ramoranic had his username taken once. That's because I took it specifically so that he wouldn't get it.
Griffin Gray is a former friend of Bart Allen, the fourth Flash, and later became his enemy in the DC Comics.
There you go. That's the one.
There you go.
It was either you, Ram's on my chat. It was either you or me not remembering. Either of those could be things. Now, I love talking to you, and I'm more than happy to have you here, Ram. Thank you so much for joining the stream. But I do have some random French donuts that I'm gonna go eat one of those. So I'll be right back.
All right, have fun with your donuts. I'm gonna go eat apple slices and kimchi because I've got a voodoo curse on me to eat vegan for a month.
That's great.
I have
That's-
returned. Also,
Hey.
I don't know if I've talked about this. So the kitchen light is burned out. And in my apartment, there is a hallway, and the light switch, my light switch is at the very, very end of the hallway. So I have to walk pitch black through the hallway, and then if I turn the light on, it will wake my roommate up
Mm.
because they sleep with the door partially open because they have cats. And then there is
Ah.
the family room, which has a pull string light on the opposite end of the room, and the kitchen light's burnt out. So I have to walk across my entire house in pitch black to get to the kitchen to fill up my water, and it's an adventure. And I might be now missing a few toes due to some well placed furniture.
Excellent. Epic, even.
Oh, hello, Ram.
All right,
Oh,
I'm gonna go get myself some water as well.
oh, you wait till I'm back.
Yeah, I was chatting with Gray for a moment.
Oh, you have burnt out lights and fixtures so old that you can't remove the bulbs. I think we've all been there. We've all been there. Is Moth in the chat, by the way? I know I mentioned that earlier, but I'm not seeing a reply from them since after I took off. I just want to make sure that, like, because I know it's been a while since they've redeemed. The whole fixture just turns. That's not a good sign. Am I alone? Is anyone else in the roll 20 with me? I'm all alone. There's no one here.
So I'm here. I'm trying to get the kids ready for bed.
Oh, you're good. You can get the kids ready.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just we're getting jammies and stuff on.
You're good. You can't wait to remodel the kitchen. I hope it goes well for you. I know kitchen remodeling can always be fun. Anyway. But sadly, it's the most expensive remodel, so we're doing that last. Yeah, like that's generally seems to be the case with kitchens because that's when you're dealing with the most furniture kind of spread throughout it and appliances and all of that jazz. The price quickly does tend to double and climb quite dramatically when you're dealing with kitchen remodeling, at least from what I've noticed. Bum ba dum. Oh nope. Yes. We. I don't know if any of you can see that. You can see that. Yeah, 20,000 for a kitchen. That sounds about right for a kitchen remodel. They generally tend to be an expensive thing. I lost Wi-Fi. Oh, they've returned. I don't know where I lost it. What's going on? You're considering a loan? Oh, that's what's going on. A loan could work. As long as you get a good one. We support all kinds of loans here. Loan, LONE, reverse low, labadaba. Love me some typos when I can speak. Oh, nope, I broke it. Okay. Ah. Did you intentionally choose Machoke? Your credit score was good before you bought 2 cars. Yeah, cars will do that. Those are expensive things to have on your credit. What kind of cars did you get out of curiosity? And were either of them as good as the Jeep? Because I missed the Jeep. A Corolla. You know me, I always like a Corolla. And a Kia, I cannot pronounce that. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. And a Kia. I will say, I remember, speaking of Corollas, my first car was a Corolla. And I love the Corollas so much. They are phenomenal cars. My Corolla had been through so many things until eventually, rest in peace, it lost a fight with a deer. Because I used to live up in the mountains of Utah. The Kia is like a 7... Oh, it's a 7-seat SUV. That's nice. We have the RAV right now, which is not an SUV, but it's also a 7-seat.
So I don't know what eldritch god the French made a deal with in order to be able to make the French cruller, but they made a deal with somebody because the French crullers are too good to have been made by human hand.
French crullers? Like crueler than France? I'm very confused.
The French cruller is a type of donut, a type of pastry that looks like a donut that I got from Walmart for $3 on a lark because I was like, these look reasonably good. They probably won't taste as good as they look, but even if they taste half as good, it'll be pretty good. And they taste exactly as good as they look.
Yeah. I can also hear a Pippin. Pippin! You there, bud? I lost him.
Lost him.
I lost him.
I missed the boss fight. How'd that go?
I accidentally crashed Streamlabs, so there technically wasn't a boss fight.
Streamlabs beat its own boss fight.
It did.
No, but look up a picture of the French cruller and
I
tell
am
me it does not
Googling
look
one right
amazing.
now.
Do so, please, please. I need to feel like I'm not crazy because I've never heard of these before now.
French cruller? Is it spelled like
Yes.
cruller?
It's spelled like phonetically how it sounds, rather than how cruel is. There's no E.
Crullers.
It's French. I
Apparently
have
they
no
can
idea
get
how to
them at
pronounce
Dunkin'
it.
Donuts.
That's interesting. I
It
wonder how
just
they
says
taste.
French cruller Dunkin' Donuts knockoff recipe was like my first Google search result, which probably says a whole lot about places that I have enjoyed here in Massachusetts.
Quite possibly.
These things. Is this what it looks like?
Yes, they do look like that.
Okay.
They're fluffy and moist and light and have some delicious frosting. They're amazing.
A small cake made of a rich, sweetened dough, twisted or curled and fried in deep fat. And they are Dutch.
They're Dutch? Why are they called French crullers if they're Dutch?
Well, a cruller is Dutch. So I'm wondering, a French cruller is, they took the Dutch cruller and then did their own thing with it. Oh,
Well,
it's shaped
whatever
like a donut. That's the difference. So
All right.
France made it donut shaped and called it a cruller.
Huh. Well, whatever France did, maybe that's what the French did to make it taste as good as it does. But it tastes amazing.
Yeah. Also related to the German Spritzkirchen.
The German Spritzkirchen.
Spray cake.
Oh, spray cake, huh?
Yeah. Spritz, spray in German. Is where that word comes from. If you ever hear the word spritz, it's the German word for spray. And Kuchen, cake. Spritzkuchen.
Spray cake.
Spray cake.
That's
German
interesting.
German loves literal words, and it's why I studied German. Because just like what is an ambulance in German? Krankenwagen. Sick car. What's a hospital? Krankenhaus. Sick house. They're very literal people, and I love and respect this. And everyone gives them crap because they're like, you have butterfly and mariposa and then Schmetterling. Schmetterling just means cream liquor. It's the same concept as butterfly. Just, in German, it's
That
just
is
Schmetterling.
that's very straightforward.
Also, German only sounds harsh if people say it harsh. Like, it's a Schmetterling. It's kind of soft and sweet. And if you're like, Schmetterling, like, yeah, of course it's going to sound rough.
Uh, I mean, it still sounds pretty rough. It's still German.
I,
I don't mean to throw this out there, David. I'm not the one who's like deciding the way that they pronounce things. But there is a certain they have a much thicker Latin. They really leaned into the Latin. The
I,
Germanic tribes, there's a reason they have a reputation for being as fierce as they were.
I, I wouldn't. First off, what do you mean by leaned into the Latin? Because they are not Latin. It's like literally the opposite of German. The Germanic versus Romantic languages.
There you go. They very much leaned away from Latin then,
Lean away
and
from
that's
Latin,
why
yeah.
that's why they ended up the way they are. What I'm saying is German. Uh, it's German.
Here's the real question though, because English and German are both Germanic languages. Does this mean English sounds harsh to Romantic language speakers like Spanish, French, and Italian?
Yes, it does. I can I can say that from various people I
There,
know who
there we
do.
go. Questions answered.
Yeah, no, like to clarify, English isn't
Less harsh.
isn't less harsh than German. We just have we don't string the consonants together quite so intensely. We've shortened a lot of things and cut them down to size.
That is just because Germans just. But Germans also came up with Weltschmerz, which, regardless of how it's pronounced, is by far the best word ever coined. Which, do you know what Weltschmerz means? I'm assuming you do. It's actually one of the more commonly defined known ones. It's called world pain. It's feeling pain for the state of the world. And that's what I love about German. They're just like, do you know that like random, like when you like kind of just look at world and you're like, let's call it world pain. Like
That works.
they name everything. Like I think they've come up with like I think they were saying like, regionally speaking, there's been at least 1,000 new words related to COVID in Germany.
Jeez Louise. And Ram, yes, the Dutch had some bad publicity. Here is a link to a picture of a traditional French cruller.
Mhm.
It's cruller.
Also, I will also say the Dutch had the best publicity in some ways because you're like talking about like bad things Europeans did in their past, and no one talks about Dutch, the Belgians. It's like,
Okay, I will say that the Dutch were the only ones that were allowed to trade with Japan
uh-huh.
until other people had to show up with gunboats and say we're allowed to trade with you. And
Yes.
like, anytime people are talking about Japanese history, it's always interesting to have them be like, and they were isolated from everybody except for the Dutch, who were allowed to trade with them.
The Dutch, and like this is like people talk about it, like, yeah, France and England and their empires and the Spanish Empire. I'm like, what no one talks about is the Dutch Empire. And like it was a thing. Like a lot of it was trade ports, but yeah, there's a reason why they were trading with Japan and most of the world. They owned like half of Africa. When you talk about like any problematic things Europeans did in Africa, it is like half Belgium and the other half is split amongst the rest of them. Like, Belgium went to town, and then just like they're just like a really small European country, so like everyone's like, yeah, Europe. France and England are very big and obvious, but we're not going to talk about that little teeny hidden Belgium. I mean, Belgium had reach during its day and age.
I mean, that's fair. Portugal was terrifying.
Yeah, Portugal too. Belgium and Portugal are kind of like the same in that regard. Like people like know of Portugal, but they think of Spain more. Or like, but like yeah, they just hide because they're small little countries. Anyway,
Yeah.
aside from that, yeah, I've pulled up these German words. They have coined like because the thing about German is they just like we would say a car concert and we would just say both words. But in German, they say car concert, auto concert, but it just becomes a word. And it's a word now.
That's fair.
Are you back, Vivorian?
it-
Okay, you are unmuted, by the way.
What?
So I muted you when you walked away because I figured you were helping out with the kids on my end. But
No, I was. I don't know why I was unmuted. Sorry, guys.
probably
You're good.
Pippin. Probably Pippin was like because I heard him, and then it like unmuted, and then he was gone. And I'm like, ah, chaos has struck.
Chaos. He's learning well the ways of his father.
Mhm.
No, so there's a song by the Axis of Awesome. If you haven't listened to it,
I love that.
the there's a song where it's a German love song. So instead of like translating the song into French to make it sound more romantic, they translate it into German to try and make it sound more romantic.
Okay.
Ich liebe
It
dich.
doesn't. It doesn't work, and that's part of the joke, and it's very fun. The language of love, ich fand, or sweeter, or whatever it is. It's very good. I really would recommend that particular song. If y'all haven't heard it, it's a good time. It's a joy.
I will have to give it a listen.
Now, again, I
Hey,
gave the
you
Germans some
speak the
flack,
love.
so hold on.
Yeah.
Now I've given the Germans some flack. Now just to spin it around and look at somebody who has it worse. French, you don't have any idea what you're doing, and you care more about the aesthetics of your language than the practicality of it. They like went the opposite direction of the
Yeah,
Germans.
yes.
How many X's and U's can we add that we'll never use actually?
They're
German-
there for the aesthetic.
German is like what is the most functional way to create a word that says everything we need. Just stick all of the words together to make a new one. And that's it. France is like, let's make this word pretty and add all of the extra letters. And you pronounce like 2 letters in this like 13-letter word. And we'll call that good. And then English is just like, we're just going to steal off of both of these guys' homework and hope for the best.
French need 4
That's
letters to say
accurate.
bow.
They
That's
need
all I gotta say.
4 letters to say bow. England.
Actually, the development of English is super cool.
Yeah, it's a really fun concept.
I found it in one of my textbooks for this spelling program I love, and it like the development of a child's spelling stages models the development of English adapting to spelling patterns through different eras. It's so cool.
That's cool. English was like this is from Ramoranic. English was like, hey, I've got a great idea, but I'm too lazy to follow through.
But the thing about English is you take an island that we don't know who was there, and then we know the Celts were there, and then we know the Celts were invaded by the Anglo-Saxons. Or no, the Celts were invaded by the Romans, and the Romans brought Latin through it. And then Latin was replaced by the Anglo-Saxons invading. And then the Normans who spoke French took it over. And then English is just like the child that, like, it's not the language of the people who were running it, but it is 100% the language of the people who were just stuck there going, oh, we got new rulers and they speak a different language than us. Just what do they call that? They call a chicken poultry and they call the cow beef. Okay, well, if they're going to eat the cow, I guess they can call it beef. Why do they call it beef? Oh, and that's why it's called beef. And why we
There you
refer
go.
to the meat as beef.
All right. Now I will just say,
Mhm.
English is the language of winners. It is a winner's language. It is a winner's tongue. We have won many of the English have won. Anybody who speaks English wins many wars and spreads and propagates the language. Like
Mhm.
speaking of English like a living organism, it has managed to invade and infest many other locations and subsume aspects of them into itself like a
That's
fungus.
that's actually very valid. Like England got invaded so many times, which is like the basis of it. And then it just plagued like it just like England became the new invader. Like something snapped. They're like, okay, we've been taken over one too many times. The world is now our oyster and everyone's speaking English.
By
And they
the
were
end there,
almost as good as the Spanish.
the English were nothing but invaders because it'd been invaded so many
That's
times.
true, actually.
Who are the natives of England?
Wait a
No, just
Even
people who've
wait a
been
moment.
invading and re-invading.
In hindsight, the fact that England was just constantly invaded and when it that actually makes a lot more sense now because it's
In
like
that context.
in that context because they were constantly invaded, so who lived there? All the invaders. They had to go somewhere else.
they
Hmm.
couldn't just stay there. There's nothing there. It's England. It's a little cold rock.
Like once they took over the rest of the they're like, well, we can't invade ourselves.
Where to next? Now, I will say the other language that is a language of winners, like English, is whatever they speak in China and India. Those two languages are also winner languages.
China speaks two different languages depending on where you are.
All right, never mind. They don't get to be winners
um
then.
they speak so my coworker's from China and he was talking to me about this. There is Cantonese and Mandarin, and one is the language of southern China and it's only spoken by people in southern China, and the other is the language of China and everyone in southern China has to learn it because it's like the official language. So it's like I can't remember which is which, but I
Hmm.
believe it's everyone speaks Cantonese, but only southern China speaks Mandarin. So you can tell where someone is from China if you ask what they speak, and if they speak both, they're from southern China.
For sure it's
That's
not
interesting.
Mandarin, because Mandarin's one I hear as being the
Then
most widely spoken,
Mandarin's
and
probably the one that's the primary, and that's actually right. Yes, Mandarin's the primary one. Cantonese is only from southern China.
That makes sense. All right, Ramaranik asks if we can upgrade and Sewer Bear's volume.
Gray and Sewer Bear's volume. I can turn it up. I don't know how much more. I have them on a single slider just because of the way this audio captures. Talk now. Let me know if that's any better.
I
speaking,
speak.
talking.
You hear
Hey,
my voice.
hi, my name is
I just bumped
Sewer
them up to
Bear.
max. They were basically to max. I just bumped them all the way up to max.
Hey, it's me, Grey Griffin.
Hi, I'm the Sewer Bear. Hear me.
I do imagine that
Sewer
voice
Bear.
coming from an 11-foot tall mutated sewer bear.
I imagine
Just
it just kind of emanating from just very quietly from underneath a
A
manhole
manhole
cover.
cup.
Hey, you want to come down here?
hey,
Maybe.
my name's the Sewer Bear. Did you bring any pizza?
He says, "Hey, do you want to come down here? It's very neat. There's no bears. There's no danger. It's fine. Come on down.
So
It's
come
so bad.
down. I'm
Come
so
on in."
lonely. Only the tardigrades to keep me company.
Only the tardigrades.
But don't worry, they're all so friendly. Come on down. There's no troubles.
Yay!
Okay, I will say,
We only have a little
um,
bit of tetanus.
because I would like to share this story because it was the most beautiful smattering of chaos that came from that whole business. If I may take up a little more time,
Yeah.
David. Um, so I was running a Shadowrun game
Okay.
for Ramaranik and Sewer Bear here,
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Sorry.
and you're you're good. It's a good opening. So Sewer Bear, and how he ended up with his titular name, created a character whose name
Mm,
was
It was Rupert. It was
Rupert.
my future punk
I,
iteration of classical Rupert.
I remember Rupert. Shoot him in the
Uh,
throat.
Shoot
Anyway.
him
shoot him
in the
in the throat.
throat.
So this Rupert had a wicked cool cybernetic arm, and he could transform. He was a bear. He was technically a sentient awakened bear that could transform into a gnome
Which is
through
just,
magic.
one of the one of the I already forgot what it's called. We were just talking about it.
It's
The
one of the
system.
yeah, it's Shadowrun. It's one of the
Shadowrun,
things that
Shadowrun. Okay, yeah. One of the races in Shadowrun is awakened creatures that can transform into metahumans.
Mm,
I'm not lagging a bunch. I'm just slow typing. You're okay, Ram.
you're good. You shoot
Um,
him in the throat of solidarity is appreciated.
That's appreciated. So, uh, Rupert, the awakened bear who had his adopted dad, which was a Sasquatch,
Uh-huh.
like a Sasquatch businessman.
A very powerful lawyer Sasquatch.
He was
Eco lawyer, by the way.
eco lawyer. He was actually a really cool character to play and run. Having said that, um, our our dear friend Rupert did sort of uh, what do you call it when they do something at night?
Vigilante,
Uh,
nocturnal.
it's like night lighting as is that the term? Just night lighting?
It might be night
Perhaps.
lighting.
I feel like I'm close. It's not gaslighting. That's when you try and convince somebody they're crazy.
Alter ego might be a stand-in, not the word you're thinking of, but
Yeah, so he he would cause general havoc by, by transforming anytime he had to be a bear in public because you can't just have a grizzly bear in the middle of the city without people noticing. He would disappear into the manhole covers and sewer network of the city in order to try and conceal his identity because people say all sorts of weird things are in the sewer.
Mhm.
So he became the resident sewer bear. There was at one point in the campaign he got spotted during like a completely pedestrian moment of the game, and he just grabbed a random kid off the street and took him with him into the sewer. And then he then carried the kid for a little ways and then let him back out later. But it did lead to like stole a child, then let him off later. I was like, all right, sorry about that. It was just kind of in the moment, sort of
I had
an
to take a
impromptu
hostage
thing.
and grow my legend as a sewer bear and keep people away,
My favorite was you weren't even like you didn't have like some underground sewer base. You were just literally being a public menace.
Yeah, I did start like spray painting around town, beware the sewer bear, and yeah, that
there
was
was
fun.
there was no advantage. There was no point where that ever became helpful or useful to you
No,
or Ram. It
not
was
even a
ent-
little bit.
it was entirely just to be a menace to society.
That's just Rupert, baby.
um,
Oh
important random
god.
context. Moonlighting is the word we were looking for.
There we go.
Moonlighting, that's the one.
Moonlighting was the word we were looking for. Second off, long live Sewer Bear. Long live Rupert.
Rupert moonlighting as the local cryptid.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Anyway, when the moon hits your eye. Hello, moth. Hello. Hello. We
You
haven't.
were a trust
We
fund
have
kid, Ram.
still not. We have still not had an NPC role. I know you redeemed that. Oh, you messaged me. You. Yeah. We have still not had an NPC role yet. So I know you redeemed it, and I'm like, I feel kind of bad, but this has been a little bit of a more RP talky bit.
We're good.
You do
If
have the
if
next one
I
still redeemed.
yeah, if I may, real quick, because Ram's character provides some other important context. Um, so Ram's
Oh,
character was an illusionist wizard, kitsune, so fox person. Um, now in Shadowrun, when you're playing a face, the sensible weapon option to go with is like blades or handguns.
Subtle.
Ram went with heavy weapons, and so it was this little waifish fox girl carrying around a brace and a massive machine gun. It was great. Important content.
It was a good game.
It was a good game. It's a baby.
It's a baby. And I just keep seeing her just being all happy and chaos and climbing on Favorian. Because all babies assume parents are jungle gyms.
True enough.
All parents are jungle gyms.
All
It's parents who
Yeah.
decide to be something else. That's not the baby's problem.
It's very epic because that's very true. And my nieces and nephews all inherited giant genes, and all of them, most of them, are in like the 99th percentile in almost every category for their ages. They're enormous. They're just huge.
Hi.
And so climbing on my sisters, my sisters
That's
have all become very powerful.
They have grown in great
Hello,
strength.
Philo.
So, she's so cute. So cute. So my two nephews, one of them, I won't say their names out loud, but one of them is very much gotten my family side of the genes, which is to say he's going to be a giant. Um, his, his brother, on the other hand, it's not altogether clear whether or not he is for certain actually my brother's kid. For reasons. I will say the two of them are divorced now. But having said that, I feel bad for the guy because as a result, he is much smaller than his brother. So
the differences between siblings can be like that, are, in my opinion, very funny, very entertaining.
Speaking of people with giant genes, I want to point out, on the off chance that a picture of like me, Gray, and Ben gets like leaked or something, I am
Finally
average
revealed.
height. Like maybe slightly below average height. So when you look and they got like a foot and a half on me, that is not because I'm exceptionally short. I wish I was exceptionally short. I wish I was shorter. I genuinely do. But no, I'm like exactly average height. Like maybe a little bit below. They're just all giant. Yeah,
now I will say I am
Ram's
basically
taller than me, and he looks up to them.
I will say I am basically proportion wise David and Sewer Bear, who did the Soul Fusion dance from Dragon Ball Z. And you about get my bill. If all of us stand next to each other, we look like a Pokemon evolution chain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a way. The question is which direction? Am I just like the nice, warm, cuddly cocoon? Or do I just sprout up really tall and then rebirth back out? That's the real question that we need to discuss.
Maybe there's a fourth part of the evolution we're missing.
Maybe. I wouldn't mind being a warm little cuddly cocoon.
I feel like you could be the cocoon. You could either
Whatever
be the.
eldritch horror wants to birth forth from me, just bring it.
I mean that would be me in that situation. So I'd say that's probably accurate. In fact,
Anyway,
you start out with the cutest one, which is Sewer Bear. You start out with the one that's like, and then you go on to the one that's like, okay, that still looks fairly cute. And then the third one comes out, and you're like, holy moly, that looks actually threatening. Not so much cute anymore, just dangerous.
anyway. Oh, well, with that, ready to get back into the session, everyone?
Yeah, I guess.
Where are you in all of this? Ram is the fourth Felucian.
Fourth
You're the
solution.
alternate evolution. So if you evolve a Daphid while holding a Dawnstone, you get a Ramaranic. If you evolve a Daphid holding a Duskstone, you get a Grey Griffin.
If you evolve a David holding an executor, uh, you get a sewer bear.
David,
Hold-
David is just the starting evolution.
I have 3 varieties. I am the Eevee.
You're the Eevee, but it's like a cocoon Eevee.
I am the bug type Eevee that we've all wanted.
Dude, I could do bug type Eevee. I could go for that.
New game, we'll make it together.
Sounds more like a Digimon. I don't know enough about Digimon, but we can be a Digimon.
To
To
Davimon.
Daffymon.
Just keep turning you into monsters over and over again. Everyone starts out with a Daffy and they just morphs horribly like Animorphs.
This just sounds like my high school.
Did you guys
We were
get
all
really into Animorphs in junior high like I did?
Oh, we all did. Let's be real
Okay,
here.
good.
We're all 90s children.
Good.
Like late
Yeah,
90s. We're the 90s children who actually weren't 90s children, but it was Utah, so we're 90s children.
Now I'm gonna throw this out here. I didn't read until 6th grade, so I kind of skipped the Animorph phase.
Oh. And
Ah,
apparently Ram didn't read till high school, so.
Yeah, Ram, I can confirm. Ram didn't read until high school. Then he got there and started reading college grade books because Ram has the tendency to put off doing actual work until the last possible minute and then succeeding spectacularly anyway. That do be
Is that a
what Ram
compliment
does.
or a call out?
Uh,
both?
it can be both. Those aren't mutually exclusive.
Depends on the context.
Also, unrelated. I didn't read till 2nd grade, but that's because I didn't have glasses. So like everyone was teaching me how to read, and I'm like, I don't know what witchcraft and how you can comprehend what these symbols mean. They're all blurs. And then I got glasses in like 2nd grade, and I was like, this makes sense. Magic.
That's awesome.
I don't know when I started reading, but
You read in
probably.
junior high, at least because
I know I
I
did.
know you read when we met.
Oh no, I mean that as in I've probably been reading since I was cognitively able to. I don't know. My parents read stories and then they try to make you read along and show you the letters really early on. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have a clear memory of when I started being aware of myself. Oh, I'm reading a lot.
So, Ram, first off, you were 100% right. Assigned reading was never worth reading. The only time I ever had an assigned reading book that was worth reading, I finished it by about the 2nd week we were reading it in class. Like usually the first day I was like, this is okay, and then like I would just binge it and finish it, and the teacher would be mad
Mhm.
at me and like you have to read along with the class, and I'm like, well then read faster, woman. Um, and yeah.
The solution here is that you guys need to pick up the pace.
Look, it's not my fault that I read the book. I got pulled aside by my English teacher in junior high, and she was like, I understand that you have read the whole book, but I need you to still read along in class and not just set it down and read your own book on the side. And then I got in trouble like a week later when she realized I just found a book that was small enough to hide behind the other one.
I mean, I
Nice.
feel like that's an oversight as the teacher. Personally, I probably would have just let that slide. Just like, you know what? Do I really have anything left to teach this particular child?
This is also the English class that me and Ben Sewer Bear made a video that lives on in infamy somewhere.
Oh, was it the one video
Mhm.
with the
We all know, significantly better Ender's Game cover. Nothing.
Okay, yeah.
The new movie can't touch it. We did it
Can't
a
touch
million
it. We
times
did
better with a budget of nothing, a tank of gasoline, and some paper airplanes.
perfect. We did it. There was also a balloon.
There's also a balloon.
Oh boy. I
Low
wonder if
budget.
that I didn't have a YouTube account back then, otherwise I would have posted and we could have looked it up, but
No.
I wonder if it still exists somewhere. I hope
might.
it does.
We have to talk to Count Dooku.
Yeah. He'd know.
He'd know.
Count Dooku.
Have you never heard
That's
of?
a callback.
You know who Dooku is, right? When I say Count
I
Dooku.
do.
Okay,
I
yeah,
do know
we're on
who
the
you're
same
talking
page
about.
then.
It's my father.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Very sleepy moth is Jared, and they
Doesn't know how
never
to
learned
read.
how to read.
Yep.
It's okay. Reading is optional.
Yep, that's Ram, and he read his own books in math and would get in trouble. To which I would respond, "I'm only in this class so I don't get a criminal record." That is Ram in a nutshell, and probably why we were a little bit friends in high school, and why I at least thought he was fun to be around. Um,
Yeah, there's. I am starting to notice a sort of string of why we all are friends and our connection, and it
is
has to do with
chaos?
a general disregard for society's rules and expectations in general. Not to the point like it's over the top, but enough of a disregard that we just have a tendency to ignore it.
What I'm hearing is I need to up my game. Either way, let's actually get back to the session before we get further sidetracked, swapping high school war stories, as it were.
Back
Um,
in my day.
back in my day. Anyway, whew, focus. Bring it back in. You were in an office looking over paperwork
Hmm,
at the moment,
quite.
and you'd recently kind of gone over and discussed kind of some of the common symptoms that were seeming to occur amongst the workers that were affected. A general bout of insanity, similar shared hallucinations, etc. Kind of as you studied over these paperwork and kind of get an overview of what's happening and the similarities, promptly putting the folders back together, and I'm assuming leaving here until someone can take them back to the asylum, is what it sounded like. You are currently here. You are aware that the shift swap has probably fully happened right now, and you are now. It's probably about 7:30, and you're probably well into the arguable night shift, um, which probably runs from about 7 till 3 a.m. before they kind of wind down for the early morning shift.
That makes sense. Um, well then. I suppose we should probably go and question some people from this shift, huh?
Yeah, reckon so. Mark that. Yeah, I did. Okay, all right. Yep, let's go back out and start tackling the masses.
Okay.
All right, we go out and start tackling people.
All right. I go and lay a few out.
We make an arrest arbitrarily.
You're
Okay.
coming with us.
Just the first person you see.
Yeah. And no matter what he says, I then use excessive force on him and drag him out.
Regardless. All right, yeah, sure. That's it. You don't get just happen to pick the one person that's going to be extremely submissive, still beat them up anyway.
He's got cold lung. He shouldn't even be here.
He's got cold. He's only here because he needs to pay for his daughter's surgery.
Very, very delicate position. Everyone helps him along.
Very
Okay.
relatable and sympathetic character that is just beaten down by Bellamy Jack. I am the law.
No, we head out not abusively.
Non-abusively.
I think I'm gonna steal that for a book sometime. He left unabusively.
Anyway, as you sounds like you're heading back down to the factory floor.
Yes, down to the factory floor.
You kind of walk out to the factory floor, and you do see a couple tokens. Or you see at least a couple tokens.
Yeah, quaint. This one's
There's a
red.
couple tokens on the map. No, there's a couple people kind of spread out through across the floor. It's probably about half the size of the crew of the other, and they have in fact also kind of shut down one of the smelters. They only have the one really working at the end. That they kind of melt it down, carry it over, and start casting. A lot of the earlier casts from that big push kind of sitting off to the side. Um, Currently, the people who seem to be not just the grunt workers, it's kind of similar. There should only be two tokens here. Um, you see one kind of off by the smelters itself, and another currently sitting on the corner next to like where all of the stored pieces are, and the part itself that's like actually where all um the casting happens, just kind of like leaning against the wall there, with an odd collections of workers. It seems to be a little bit, I'm gonna use the phrase, significantly slower shift as well. They don't seem to be as concerned and bothered by what's going on. As the three of you kind of walk onto the floor.
This is the night shift, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
So in theory, Robert should be one of them, but you don't necessarily know which one.
I'll step out and I'll look for the most irritable looking person who's standing around doing the least.
Okay. The most irritable looking person?
Who is also doing the least.
Roll me
Yes.
roll me a psychology check. You've had a little bit of a
Yeah.
breakdown. You can kind of see if you can guess which one it is.
Psychology, you say? All right, there it is. Let's take a little roll here. 42, which is a regular success.
Regular success.
Yes.
Okay. Well, standing over by the definitely the most irritable looking one is the one by the one over here.
Quaint enough.
He's kind of sitting there. He's kind of flipping at his pocket watch, staring at it, even though the shift's only started, counting down the hours, waiting for the shift to kind of switch back over. And as the group of you approach him, he kind of looks up. Oh, all right. What do you want?
So you wouldn't happen to be Robert, would you?
Who's asking?
My name's Bellamy Jack. I'm a private investigator here inspecting well, a string of disappearances and odd occurrences amongst the employees here.
Oh, well, um, my name's Daniel. He extends a hand. Would you give me a roll, Moth? If you're there, by the way.
He can roll whatever he wants.
Oh no, it's not necessarily for that. But he says his name's Daniel. If Moth is still here. D100. Anyway, we kind of walks in. Name's Daniel.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
Fair enough. Do you happen to know who Robert is then?
I've heard of him. Doesn't show up much here anymore. Don't know where he is.
What's your opinion on him?
Seems like a nice enough bloke.
All right, so nice to meet you, Robert. Nobody else here can stand you, so that's a pretty easy detection.
You might be right. Question is, what are you here for?
Well,
You said the
like I said,
disappearances, but
yeah.
what's that have to do with me?
Well, the disappearances have been amongst workers. Are you someone who works here?
I work here. Thought you would have
Then,
been able to figure that out as a private investigator if you looked around. I ain't certainly standing here for no reason.
okay, quite enough. Well then, I suppose answering our questions would be in your best interest then, seeing as you are in fact a worker here. Thank you for corroborating that fact. Tell us, what's your take on the ones who have been affected by the the lunacy and the disappearance and such?
Well, it's a bit of a good question. You see, I like a bit. I like a bit of the drink myself. Those lots, alcoholics, every one of them. Just every one of them chugging as much down as they could. Drank till they dropped, as it were.
Oh
I
yeah.
right think it was the alcohol, if you don't mind me saying. Certain herbs from faraway lands.
Okay. Uh, hmm. Well, quite enough. Did you know any of them personally?
Oh, that's a good question. Did I know any of them personally? Not really. I don't really make a habit of mine to get to know layabouts.
All right then. Have any of the disappeared lads been on your night shift here?
Oh, it's a bit of a good question.
Oh, thanks again.
Some of them have been. I wouldn't say any of them were quite normal workers of the night shift. Well, I mean, I suppose there was, um, what was his name? I forget his name. He was one of my lads for a while. It
All
was
right,
about
all
in the
right.
mid to disappear.
So maybe, yeah, I don't know, Harold, Lucas, Matthew,
Oh, I
Jonathan,
can't
any of
remember
those?
his name. I didn't wasn't bothered to learn it.
All right, all right. Uh, Quaint enough. Uh, so Smoke, you got any questions for this man?
Um, yeah. What size suit do you wear?
I don't wear a suit.
What if it were made out of wood, hypothetically?
Oh
Would you
yeah.
say you're 4 feet across, maybe 5 feet? I feel like 5 feet's maybe a little generous. You ain't been hitting the drink that much, have you?
I would say a man who better be asking that question better know how to back up them words.
I'd say a man that's been asking that question's pretty sure he's not getting good answers from the man he's talking to, and he's none too keen on having a nice conversation with him in a back alley when he's not watching.
Yeah, you might want to be careful here, Robert. I'm very pleasant and quaint to look at and speak with. My friend here, he's very short-tempered. Call him
Mm.
Smokestack for a reason. Liable to blow his top.
I'd like to see Smokestack try.
Oh, you won't. That's the trick.
Would you give me a roll?
Is there an intimidate?
Not an intimidate. Gray, Smokestack. Would you roll a power check?
Oh, ooh.
23, hard success.
You feel a biting bit of energy lash out at you. The kind of energy that would, in theory, do something probably akin to make you feel dread uncontrollably. A very intentionally directed spell to cause you to fear. But you quickly shrug it off, much to the surprise, the noticeable surprise of Robert, who stands there leaning against the wall.
All right, I would like to add a clarification to your to your him leaning against the wall. That's going to be very hard for him to do since Smokestack has kicked out one of his knees and is going for a fist right towards his face.
Okay, you are going to roll. You're gonna roll fighting. He doesn't get a roll back though, because this is a surprise attack. He's not expecting it.
He
So
is
roll
leaning
fighting
against the
brawl.
wall.
Hard success.
Um, hard success. Is this a punch? Are you trying to go lethal? Is this like you?
No.
This is just you are going for full hit. So roll whatever your fighting brawl damage is then.
Okie dokie. That is going to be. Yes, that's going to be 5 damage.
5 damage. Okay.
Smokestack punches like a truck.
Yeah. No, you kind of hit his knee out, and as he starts to buckle, he kind of half falls into your fist. And as your fist just clocks him across the face, kind of staggering him back. Oh, I just dropped one of my dice. Ah. He collapses unconscious onto the floor, out cold.
Can Bellamy try to catch him?
You can try to catch him. He's still out cold.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But I do want to try to catch him.
Yeah, you kind of catch the robber. He's not a big guy. He's probably roughly average build, but you kind of catch his collapsing form into your arms as
Oh
like
no.
half of the factory turns to look to see you holding the now passed out Robert.
Oh no. Our friend
Seems he's
Robert
been.
seems to have fainted from the heat and steam. Don't worry yourself, lads. We'll take him out for a fresh breath of air. Come on. Get me out of
You are
here.
gonna roll a fast talk. as you have now um KO'd Robert. And
Just barely a success with a 66 out of a fast talk of 69.
okay, yet no one seems to question it. You get the feeling that with Robert being a fairly heavy alcoholic, is not the it's kind of written off as he's done something that he isn't supposed to do, as you kind of like half drag his shuffled body outside to get some fresh air, quickly stepping out into the relatively open city streets.
All right, all right.
All right,
Let's
get him
see.
into a back alley. Come here.
Yep.
Actually, we're going to the pipes. I need to be in my element.
Fun
Oh, you're
enough.
dragging this guy into the pipes?
Yep.
Okay. You're gonna roll a navigate check. Specifically, because while you do know the pipes very well, it is where is an entrance to the pipes from this spot.
Guess who put a bunch of points into navigate, baby?
Figured you did.
Regular success.
Regular success.
38.
38. Okay. As you kind of quickly take a look around, it takes a second, but it does click, and you know a little bit of a back alley access point that leads to some of the older parts of the pipes. Actually, not too far away from here. Quickly taking off down the street, helping carry this. And just for context, by the way, Favorian has had to step aside because of the kids. She might not be able to make it back into the session. She's still in here. You can still see her cameras on. She may or may not join us. So Estella is with you, but on a bit of autopilot until she can take a little bit more of an active role. Just FYI.
Sounds good.
But as you um, kind of take off towards
Can
these pipes. Yeah,
can I provide some description for this?
absolutely.
That'd be dope. I just have this kind of vision in my head.
Yeah.
Feel free to change or correct anything.
No, you are good.
So since it's sort of the older parts of the pipes, I think that they've probably been sealed off. I don't know that access is really something that's common or readily available.
Mhm.
So I think when Smokestack approaches a metal grating on the wall, and then it's about 4.5 feet tall, so most people have to duck down to get into it. Um, and the grating looks bolted in right up until Smokestack pulls the grating off, and it's pretty easy to see that most of the bolts have just been completely stripped. Um, at which point, there's also several warning signs on it and just general graffiti in the area.
Mhm.
Once we have him shuffled inside, Smokestack replaces the grating, um, pulls out a lantern that he keeps at his belt, and a small electric light. I think that would be kind of the standout. This is probably the most expensive thing Smokestack owns, maybe besides his S-Stock.
Okay. The
Just because
lantern.
electric lights are less likely to catch some fumes that are going to catch fire.
Mhm.
So when going into the deeps, where that sort of stuff is a lot more common because they're less used, the electric light is kind of a necessity to survive down there.
Okay. And perfect. Also, I got even a further update. Favorian can still hear everything. She would probably just have to text message me anything. Estella does for the next little bit.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Anyway, as as you kind of pull out this lantern and head down into the pipes, these are, as you mentioned, very much the older pipes. There's always kind of this genuine little bit of moisture in the older parts of the pipes, either condensation for steam or little bits of leaks. They're the air is always thicker in these parts. Um, Not quite as cold as the depths, but kind of dragging him a little bit into the pipes. You're not in it very far when you kind of prop him up against the wall. And kind of what's the plan here?
So first things first, Smokestack nods to Bellamy and says, "Tried to do some wicked voodoo on me. Couldn't have him
Yeah.
throwing that about."
Yeah, it seemed a bit sudden that right clocking you gave him, but I figured there was a reason.
Yeah. Thanks for just kind of going with it. Having said that, I'm going to pose some of my own mojo. Hopefully, it's better than his, especially when he's out like a light. I'm going to see if I can't, well, let's say, seal away his own ability to cast that little nasty thing he threw my way.
All right.
Okay.
No, Smokestack is specifically trying to seal that spell that he has.
That one spell or spells in general?
I think I'm going to assume that spells in general is probably a little more difficult to do.
Hmm. It they're difficult for different things. I'm just kind of trying to gauge what the threshold I'm gonna have you roll for this is. So I'm gonna have you roll a power check to kind of see this, and we'll kind of discuss what happens depending on what you roll.
Okay.
Is Moth here? If Moth's here, she can do the contested power check as well. I don't know if
Contested
Moth is still
power.
here.
I don't know, but Jethro Smokestack Dobbins just got a 5.
Oh. Well, not looking too good for him. I do think Moth might have wandered off, and that's okay. We'll hold it until we know that she's back, and then she can get the next roll when she's here. Oh, yeah, that's not less than a 5. That is a 13, though.
That's
Um,
pretty good.
Ooh.
as you kind of reach in, there's a couple of things that kind of cross through your mind. One, the power that he is tapped into, so to speak, is the same power that you recognized reminiscing off the amulet. Clear as day to you. The second
Mm,
thing that you notice, not the same power as in they're connected, but they're from the same source. Like they could be
that makes
two
sense.
different things, but they come from the same source. The second thing you find is a well of unnatural imbued power deep within him. And kind of finding that connection, that tether to this just source of dark arcane magic. You start to kind of trace the rune in your mind as you kind of try to force close that door and place the seal on it. Trying to either block access to that one spell, that's the one you're focusing on, but when you realize the full door as a whole is starting to close, the full door is what you focus on. And as you focus, there's a sudden resounding thunk as the door seals shut, and you lose 15 magic points. How many do you have?
14, so I
You take
take 1 HP,
one
yes?
HP damage.
Right. Um, if I may, I think this is probably a visible transference of energy
Yes. This is,
between, yeah.
yeah. As for those who are watching Bellarmine still, as he starts to kind of move his hand, it starts very subtle, like maybe a little bit of light coming from the fingers of Smokestack's hands until it starts to develop to full light coming from Smokestack's eyes and body, talisman markings on him beginning to light up, and even those that are hidden inside of his cloaks, bright enough to show through. It's almost hard to look at as it's just eminent gray. It's a color you can't quite explain. It's not quite light or dark. It's just there and it's powerful. And as all of this energy emanates off of him, you see a similar energy start to light up on Robert until with a just slam, the light is gone and Smokestack's light fades back to normal. As that energy slams shut, Robert immediately sits up and begins to kind of cough out black tar.
If
That
I
was
may, I could a rune like appear somewhere on him, even just for a brief moment?
Yeah, on his forehead before it
I like that.
closes away. It fades
I
away, but
think,
it was just marked on his forehead for a moment.
and I don't think if somebody is paying attention, the hand that was reaching out to him, that same hand has that rune now etched out of Smokestack's own flesh. It is
Okay.
bleed. Like that I think that's where the
Yes.
1 HP
That's the
loss
1
came from.
HP damage is the same mark is carved into the back of um, Smokestack's hand.
well, that was really something, mate.
Yeah. Um Smokestack kind of clenching and unclenching his hand.
So what'd you do? Did you melt his guts?
No, I'm not sure what that is. Gonna be honest, I've never seen that stuff before. Smokestack says, kind of staring at the tar that he's coughing up on himself.
I'll just kind of step back then.
Robert kind of looks up at the two of you. "Oh, what are you? Three of you, because the stars are two. What are you? Who are
I'm
Well,
a
you?"
just investigators.
Oh.
man. I'm gonna be real with you. And at this point, Smokestack leans in really close and whispers in his ear, "I don't know, but I'm finding out pretty quick, and I'm quite excited to find out more."
He kind of looks up with you with a bit of terror. And all at once, as this has happened, a voice suddenly emanates through the tunnels. Loud and clear, non intentions unclear. It just says, "Bring him to me." Um, Hello, Moth. There was an NPC rolls, but I will have another one for you soon. In fact, I have another one for you right now. Roll a D100 as this voice just kind of emanates through the hall.
That's not good.
It's quite,
Probably.
in fact.
Hmm? I don't know if Moth heard me, but a D100. You are rolling for our young Robert, who's been captured. Young is a very odd term for him. He's not young. Robert, who's currently captured on the floor, as this voice just emanated through the hall. Anyway, if you would like, for my players, you can roll a psychology, or if it is higher, a occult check to see if you distinguish what this voice was.
24. Yeah, that's a hard success for a cult.
That's a straight up fail for me, baby. 91.
Hard success for psychology.
Okay. Um, for Bellamy, I'm going to assume. Basically, I'm going to kind of count because two people passed. I'm going to count this like a group check, so you all pass just for the sake of simplicity. There is not ill intent amongst this voice. This is a very powerful thing that just noticed what Smokestack did, and it wants
Okay.
to see. You can tell immediately. There's no hostility. There is no ill intent. It's completely neutral.
All right.
All right, then.
Ever heard something like that before, Smoke?
Gonna be real here. I've heard a couple of different things in my day. I get this nice little voice that warns me away from danger most of the time, and this reminds me a little bit of that. I don't know if they're the same thing or not, but at the very least, I don't feel that little voice telling me not to do it. So
I think we should.
how about we go give it a look?
All right.
Welcome to the team, Robert.
Okay.
I'm going to
As
give you a team name. It's called Cannon Fodder.
cannon fodder.
Moth got
As
a 23, by the
3.
way,
Yep,
Taylor.
I just saw that. Thank you,
I think
Moth.
there's an entrance to the pipes not too far.
Okay. As you sit there, and I'm actually going to have Moth give me a second roll too, because it's been a little bit. She had waited so patiently. So you're actually going to roll for his second roll too. That was his first one. You can give me a roll for his second one as well. A little bit of a bonus one because you waited so patiently. As as Robert kind of sits there for a moment, no one sees it happen until you hear the gunshot. Fortunately,
Oh,
however,
boy.
while he did manage to get the gun out of his pocket without anyone noticing, he managed to shoot the wall, missing through all of you in an act of just kind of dumb luck as that bullet just clink, 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 and ricochets down the hall. Him
Who
quickly trying to
who shot?
Robert, the person they dragged down here after Smokestack knocked him unconscious.
Yeah,
then
Take me
sealed his
alive if we
magic away.
can.
I thought so, but I'm like, I'm gonna clarify now,
Yep.
so I'm not lost.
As everyone
Uh,
turns to him and he's just kind of holding the gun there, he starts to frantically try to basically get it ready to shoot again. It's a little revolver.
I want to try to cut his hand off with my harpoon.
I mean, that's not what harpoons are normally used for, but
No,
roll
it's
me a
not.
fighting brawl check.
Probably gonna do a lot more damage.
Harpoon him in the hand.
Just, I mean, that's what you're going for. So roll fighting brawl. I'm gonna kind of count this like a maneuver.
Yeah, okay. Let's see, my brawl is where is it? It's 84. Okay. 56, regular success.
Regular success.
Yeah.
Roll damage.
Yeah, okay. That's a what is it? 1d8 plus 1 for the harpoon. 2 damage.
Okay. I'm going to say, because he's not doing too hot, after getting, clocked along the side of the face, you see the gun hand, you just see Bellamy whip out his harpoon and just shink both Robert's hand and the still held gun fall to the ground as Robert just sits there and kind of just like in shock for a moment before just letting out a scream as his hand just starts to bleed. Still very much conscious.
Uh, Bellamy's gonna look at Smoke and say, "Ah, man, I think this might affect his employment opportunities from here on." And he's gonna pull out his first aid kit and walk towards Robert.
Uh,
I think it might be a bit of a detriment in his line of work.
Roll me a first aid check to try to stop Robert's bleeding.
All right. 80.
Critical fail, he bleeds out.
Well, where's my It is a failure by 1. My first aid is
Can-
79 and I rolled
Right,
an 80.
Can I
You can spend
aid?
luck points.
Spend
I-
it.
Can I aid?
Okay.
Because
Out of
I
the
also have first aid.
If you have first aid, I will let you aid, which means he can roll with advantage, so he could roll a second time. I'll allow it in
Right,
this
Yeah,
case.
well,
I'm only going to allow the one advantage, but with both of you aiding, yes.
Okay. So just re-roll that.
Just re-roll the tens.
Okay.
The double digits.
Oh, nice. That's a 1. So it's 10, which is a not critical,
Extreme.
extreme success.
Yeah, that hand is he's going to be fine. You might as well have taken him to the doctor. It's bandaged up well. That bleeding's going to stop. Even put like a little bit of antiseptic on it to be nice. He'll be fine. He can go deal with a doctor more properly later. You just did an in pipes amputation there.
I'll pick up his hand and settle it in his breast pocket for him and say, "Sorry, mate. All those years out in the field, it's a reaction. You can't be pulling stuff on me like that." I'm gonna pick up his gun and look at the other two and offer it to see if either of them wants to hold on to it.
if you get to the doctor quickly, you might have a chance with that hand. I suggest you go.
Well, the
A voice
he
did
just used
ask.
that. He did. I'm gonna say, Estella. He just used that hand to try to shoot me. And I get to go talk to
but
some.
still, the
No, I'm
warehouse
just.
has a limited amount of employees as is.
Yeah, but without him around, I think their morale problem might shoot up significantly. This might be best case scenario for them anyways. Besides, I'd like to see what this voice wants with him.
He might be the problem, Estella. we might be offing him later and tossing him into the Thames. That's all I'm saying.
There.
So having said that, I will absolutely take that little old revolver of his. It looks like a right nice little gun.
It is for context, by the way, and you can pull it up. It is I think .38 revolver.
.38 is.
Where's my weapon sheet?
It's on the website on the very first page.
I know where it is. I'm just clicking through tabs to try to figure out which of my like
Which
12
tab?
tabs is it is.
There's a 38 millimeter or 9 millimeter revolver. They're a D10, got 15 yards accuracy.
That's the one.
Yeah,
.38 revolver. It's a 1d10.
It's a big gun.
it's a meaty little revolver there.
It's a meaty revolver.
It's like the
It's
Smith and
not a
Wesson.
it's not a revolver most people could draw stealthily, but he rolled a 23 first, thanks to Moth. It was just then the 82 to shoot someone, which
Yeah.
did fail his 80 firearms use.
Oh,
So
jeez. Got a little lucky on that one
a
then.
little bit lucky.
Yeah, it's why you search people before you do that. Sorry about that.
Either way, grabbing this guy and dragging him kind of in the direction that the voice, it was in your head. It said bring him to me, and you immediately knew where that location was. As you start to walk through the older pipes deep into the center of town, and kind of after a little bit of travel, um, Robert very complicitly following along right now, mostly due to the fact that you get the feeling, one, Robert's probably actually not too concerned with his hand. He is someone who knew witchcraft. He's probably thought of at least a couple different ways that he can solve that problem. He's mostly just realized you cut his hand off without hesitation,
Mm-hmm.
it would be a mistake to try to run. So he's very, very complacent right now as you
I mean,
drag him through the tunnels.
Smokestack pressing his own revolver into his back probably is helping with
That's
the
probably helping a
motivation.
little bit too. As you kind of walk and wind him through the old tunnels, the wet, soft underground, the pipes running in every which direction. Some of them, these are the old sections of the tunnels, so a little bit less maintained. They're still technically used, just people don't go down here unless they absolutely need to. It's kind of like that old reliability of it works well enough, we'll send one person in like maybe once a year. Hopefully things don't go bad type deal.
Yeah.
As you kind of work your way through, and eventually it kind of clears and opens up into a significantly different area. It's not ancient stonework, but it's intentional stonework. You recognize it was built, it's not the same as the pipes. You kind of keep walking through, and eventually you enter into a large room. At the back of the room, there's a crack in the wall, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. But in the center of this room, there's a statue. A statue of a cloaked, vaguely humble looking feature, a little bit monastic, a little bit like a monk, kind of sitting there, hands pressed together, head bowed to you, in what you now realize is an undercroft to one of the city's many cathedrals. Kind of
Huh.
echoing through the back of the room, you hear the voice say, "Bring him to the crack."
All right then.
Yeah.
Now, Gray, roll a. I'm going to count this as a power check, but maybe a power check. We're going to count this as a power check.
51 regular success.
Okay. You are familiar with this voice. This is the voice that when you're in the pipes, your paps refers to it as the little helper. In sometimes. It's the voice that tells you where not to go and what not to do. It's not benevolent, but it's always wise to listen to it, if that makes sense. It's not don't
Yeah.
go here because you'll get hurt. It's don't go here because something will hurt you, or maybe even, or I will hurt you. It just doesn't hold malicious intent. It is very powerful.
Ah. Ah.
As
So you're the Steam King, huh?
as you bring it to it, it chuckles. There are many who I've been called by many names, but never once the Steam King. As you kind of bring the figure towards the opening, the entryway, you see a couple pure white, pure white rats exit from this crack. And you kind of stop. You've never seen one that looks like this before in all your times working in the pipes. and then suddenly there's over a dozen of them. Within seconds, Robert's been dragged through the crack, out of sight, and you get the distinct feeling not to follow it through the crack.
Well, he's not our problem anymore. Let's go.
The voice doesn't stop there, though.
Hmm.
It does say, "Where did you find this one?"
Is that in everyone's
Yes,
heads?
this is to everyone. This is to everyone. Everything it said has been to everyone. It was just that there was specifically that was a call out to Smokestack's heard this voice before, kind of explaining the context of when it's been heard.
Mhm.
I tell him where.
Robert is thrown back out of the crack just as quickly as he is pulled back in, kind of casted on the ground, visibly shaken. The creature that's tainted him, I've seen its like before.
Mm-hmm.
You must be careful. It's
Will
not
do.
something we want in this city.
Okay.
If I may, first things first. I know your voice. I don't know if you're good or evil, if even things such apply to you. I don't really care. All I know is you have kept an eye on me. It seems like you have an interest in the ongoing safety and well maintenance of the city. Do you have any idea what's going on? Not with just our little problem here, our recent amputee, but with things are ramping up.
You can kind of hear the silence and a bit of scuttering as if it's thinking. I don't know what stirs, but I know that it is something that shouldn't. And I know it is something that I do not want in my city. Something I do not want here. I don't give knowledge freely, often. But know this. Whatever you saw at the manor, whatever you've seen and will see at this factory, is only the beginning. And the fact that I do not know what stirs should terrify you more than anything that you can comprehend.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for the insights. I'm not going to ask for a name, but you are, near as I'm concerned, the closest thing I've ever seen to a king. So, thank you, my king.
Most call me the Rat King, young catcher.
Smokestack flashes a grin towards the crack.
Mhm.
I think I like that very much. Very well, Rat King.
I have something for you, young catcher, as you've amused me. A moment or two later, a rat, one of those pure white ones again, scutters out of the crack and hands you a symbol. It's the symbol that Ebenezer is seeing, cast out of pure silver. As you hold it, it doesn't bear with it any kind of malcontent or energy. And the Rat King says, that will guide and point you in a safe direction. Before the other rat scurries away.
Smokestack bows his head humbly, but otherwise does not speak.
Okay.
I kind of bow as well as we start to leave.
As you kind of leave the area,
Smokestack kicks Robert to get him moving.
Robert kind of seems a little bit visibly shaken. You do notice his hand is distinctly gone.
Okay.
One of the rats did take his hand.
He's definitely too shaken and silent to say anything, but that is gone.
This is what you get for attempting to intimidate player characters, dummy.
As you kind of drag him out of the area and head into the pipes in general, Smokestack does realize you've actually been through these part of the pipes like many times before, but something about it it's not like a closed door. You just had never seen that there was an opening there. As many times that you've walked past.
That's spooky, isn't it?
Either way, in the pipes with the now shaken and silent as could be Robert, where do you go?
Suppose we could
Oh.
head back. I know a shortcut.
No, I think I know a good place. Hey, Robert.
Kind of
And
like,
if we could do a scene transition at this point, it'd be great. Sorry, go ahead.
oh, what scene transition are we transitioning to? But yes.
Smokestack says, "How confident are you in your grip?" At this point, I would like to transition to a vertical shaft of a pipe going down into the deepest darkness anybody has ever seen. And Smokestack has Robert dangling on a pulley chain system.
I give Smokestack a look like I'm not following you that way because I know a better shortcut look.
Oh,
Meet you back.
that's not a
Kinda-
shortcut. He's just found a giant hole he could
I
threaten to
know.
throw Robert down.
Oh, I know. I head back. I'll meet them back.
Oh, for what's worth noting, while you two have gone to intimidate Robert, Estella has taken off with, and Smokestack would completely realize this, the complete confidence of someone who knows how to navigate the pipes. Because she did not hesitate to stop. She's just gone. You're not sure if it's
no, I'm gonna have to talk
Estella's.
to her about that later, actually.
It could genuinely be a couple different things. Like, because most people are afraid of the pipes and wouldn't leave something like that. Estella either has the complete confidence to just ignore the logical decision or the knowledge of how to navigate. Either way, she does split off from the group.
I had
Yeah,
that.
that's a security risk I'll have to navigate later. Um,
Yeah, she's a
All right.
mysterious one, that one. Anyways.
She's a mysterious one, that one. We say as we're dangling Robert over a pit.
Holding on to the chain, Robert looks at you two. Oh, all right, I'll talk. What do you want to know? What do you want to know?
Oh, first I want to torment you a little bit.
Okay. He just kind of sits there, like, holding on to dear life to this chain.
Smokestack waits, not like just a little too long for it to not seem like it was a joke anymore, until he pulls him back in.
Robert kind of sits there, gasping for breath type deal. All right. What do you want to know? What do
Tell
you
me
want to know?
everything.
It's Beaumont.
All right then.
Beaumont brought me in. He brought me, he brought Lawrence, and he brought Nathaniel Reed in. We've been keeping an eye on it. Beaumont needed bodies, and you might as well do two birds with one stone.
Keep the factory running and feed the beast, eh?
It's how the factory runs itself. The machinery, the reason why we're able to get these massive orders done. I mean, the factory can do just fine, but no one's quite questioned why there might be twice as many pipes that night. Why the coal doesn't quite seem to run out. He's got some kind of deal going on. I don't know what. I just know that he does.
What do you know about? And Smokestack's gonna like twiddle his fingers.
About magic.
Meh, yeah, light on me.
Oh, I I know I knew a bit. I was taught a spell to make people afraid, to kind of keep questions from being asked. You obviously caught on to that. I also knew a spell to. It was a slow one. It wasn't quite a spell. I mean, I called it a spell, but it was, sleeping the right kind of herbs into a lad's tea gradually over time. Watching as the effects started to kick in, the lad started seeing things, started to put things two and two together, and then we knew spells. I guess the most important one is there was a spell to conjure it, the beast we needed to feed. That's what we would do with them. We would summon it out, it would feed, and we'd leave them there on the floor.
Well, I happen to have the need for some information that way. I understand you are no longer in possession of what was probably your right hand since you drew your gun with it. But I'm going to need you to do your darndest to draw out the runes and such.
To summon the beast?
All of them.
Um, he kind of
Give
dictates to you verbally how to make the tea, because that's not quite a rune. Um, as well as how to cast the spell. It's just a rune that he pulls out of his pocket to show you. But he does draw out the runes on how to summon the beast as good as possible, although they're a little bit rough. But that's the only one that required him actually drawing out the runes. And as he kind of hands them over to you, you can tell that again he was clearly right-handed, although not anymore. Um,
I mean, he's still right-handed. He just doesn't know where it's at.
yeah. But as he kind of draws out the runes, making very careful not to draw them out in the right sequence and order, there are several runes, and even with a quick glance, Smokestack knows enough to know that they kind of translate to things like fire, life, consume, metal. They're very elemental. They spell out a name, roughly a name together, but it is summoning some kind of beast, some kind of monster that they've been feeding.
I just added spell summon beast question mark. Is that fair?
Yeah, you can add that to your list. Um, I'm going to have you roll a occult check, by the way, because while you know the runes for it, it's not like you necessarily know how to perform the spell. There's a lot of
No,
nuance to
that's
that in the
fair.
understanding.
So this is occult.
This is an occult.
Okay, that is a hard success with a 21.
Hard success with 21. Okay.
Yes.
As you're kind of staring at these runes, something does click, and you do learn it is a creature's name. I'm actually going to have you change this on your character sheet a little bit. I'm going to have you put summoning. You know this
All
creature's
right.
name, so if you want to include it elsewhere, the creature's name is Baltharaz. And I will write that in the chat for you. Baltharaz. The reason why I put summon is I'm going to have you raise your Cthulhu mythos by 2 points.
Okay.
This is kind of a general understanding of how to summon, and you have this creature's name. You would require the name of the creature. Like, this is its actual true name in order for this to work, but you know how to do it now.
Okay. And what about that evoke fear spell?
The evoke fear spell was not a spell that he could teach you how to do as much as it was an item he had.
It was imbued.
It was imbued. So while you can kind of see what the rune was, there's not enough to piece it together off
Gotcha.
of just the rune. You'd have to find. Hold on. You can add You can add Fear Talisman. It's kind of like part of it. You have the symbol, but you don't know the process on what made the Fear Talisman work to kind of to replicate the spell. He didn't either. It's akin to a gun, as it were. And the talisman does
That
seem
makes
to be a
sense.
little bit spent after you shut off his magical source. It was attuned to him in some way.
That makes sense. And then my final question would be for the tea. Is that a spell or just?
That's just basic making a tea. They were just making the. There are so many things that you can give to a person that make him go a little bit cuckoo.
I'm gonna guess opium, given the time period.
Yeah, probably like a little bit of opium, even like a little bit of lead. To be honest, there's a lot of things, like they would take as medicine even half the time back there. It's not magical. It's just tea.
It's just to push them to the brink.
Mhm. Push them to the brink, and then the actual magic to do the trick.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
All right then, Robert. I right kindly appreciate what you have to say, and we are going to be keeping you alive for right now because we're going to need you to stand as a explainer to our employer, if that makes sense to you. And then whatever he wants done with you is between you and him.
Right. Where do you want me to go until then?
Oh yeah, don't worry, I've got you. At which point, Smokestack quickly turns him around, wraps him up in the chain, and then dangles him over the pit.
Just leaving him there for the time being?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Hey,
you.
by the way, if you make too much noise, some of the rats sometimes will crawl along the chains and just start nibbling on you.
The mention of rats in particular just has him go deathly silent. Whatever he saw within that crack when he was dragged in there, the man, the mention of rats has him terrified.
All right then, we'll be back for you.
Okay. And as you take back off, where do you go?
Uh, suppose we might be should probably be heading back to the factory then. I'll follow up on Lawrence and Nathaniel, or do we want to skip the middleman and go straight for Beaumont?
So I do have a bit of a question about Beaumont.
Yeah,
Mhm.
He's the one what's providing the money for the factory, isn't he?
yeah.
So we should probably talk to our employer before we do anything crazy with him.
All right, fair enough. He should be on the level considering he put us on this errand in the first place.
Yeah, it'd be kind of funny if you put three highly proven, capable supernatural investigators to solve a problem. Like if he just wanted more bodies, he could just have his men go out and steal some lower class folk. Didn't have to pay us anything. So I think he's on the level.
Yeah, all right then. Listen,
Uh,
Smoke, a bit
yeah,
of an aside. It seems like you've been working on this mojo business, studying up. It seems to be coming along pretty well, yeah?
yeah. I'm getting quite good at it. In fact, yeah.
All right, all right. Listen, uh, you know I'm a military man myself, working for the Navy. Uh, do you have any personal qualms in let's call it short-term recruitment?
You mean press ganging, so to speak?
Yeah, but with the intent to be entirely temporary, I mean. Like, say, perhaps one mission, so to speak.
I mean, if you're offering me a job, I wouldn't turn you down. No, no, of course not, Bellamy.
Alright. And the conditions of this job might include an extensive amount of time and environment akin to, say, oh, I don't know, something like a short tunnel for an extended amount of time, short, very cramped tunnel.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't have anything wrong with that. That sounds right up my alley, in fact.
All right, all right, all right. Quaint. Well, at the risk of divulging anything further, all I'll say is, you keep working on that magic of yours, mate. Keep working on that, and don't don't suddenly become claustrophobic.
Sounds like a plan, Bellamy.
Well, just no problem. All right. Anyways, we're going forward.
Okay. So, I guess we don't really have a way. We're gonna go find. Let's go find Estella. Would be
Probably the first step. Yeah, make sure she's actually made it out of these tunnels.
it sounds about right to me. Then let's go. We'll retrieve Robert and bring him to our mutual employer once we've established a safe location for questioning, or our
Mhm.
employer has established a good second in his place to clarify what is going on.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Well, you are aware that Estella said she was heading back to the factory, by the way.
Let's head back there then.
Mm-hmm.
As the two of you make a quick short work, it doesn't take you long to get back to the factory. Like most of the time, like you went probably pretty deep into the pipes, but to get back out to the factory, like once you're out from the pipes are actually one of the quickest ways to travel through the city if you know where you're going, because it avoids city blocks and strange layouts, and it's very straightforward. But as you end up on your way back over to the factory, you kind of step outside and see it there. You walk into the back break room, uh, where you find Estella sitting, having made herself a cup of tea, with a nice little folder docket sitting in front of her.
Hello, Stella.
My feet are kicked up on the table as I'm enjoying a cup of tea. Oh, I gathered up some loose ends from the factory. Should be enough to document evidence to the employer. I hand over the docket.
I'll open it and
Smokestack. Hold on. Smokestack looks at it, nods his head convincingly, and then hands it to Bellamy.
Bellamy Bellamy will give it a quick flip through.
Yeah. While you were here, it seems that Estella had not only navigated to the pipe, she had navigated with enough time to pick up several bits of information through the records, having done a quick little dive through the records, living up to her reputation as an archivist, finding every single time where, I mean, you have an accounting degree, but you can see quite clearly they're pulling supplies out of nowhere.
All right. Yeah, no.
Like they have coal material, like hours. It doesn't add up. What they are taking in is not matching the output even close. Like it's half of what it is.
I also have evidence of drugged tea in there as well, having been through the tea stash.
Mhm. She did a
Well,
shakedown of those particular things. Kind of while you guys are gone. She did roll for that, by the way, in case anyone in the chat's wondering. She's been like GM whispering me while they were off doing this, just for context as to where that came from. Um, but yes. So she hands you
all
this
right.
kind of doc. It's just paperwork evidence of kind of what you've already gotten from Robert.
Well, I certainly haven't the foggiest what these numbers could mean, but it all seems to stack up. Looks very presentable. Good work, Estella.
Yeah, it means that we'll get paid.
Excellent. I'll take your word for that.
Smokestack gives you a suspicious look, but doesn't say anything.
Bellamy looks straight ahead.
All right. Um, okay, so first things first, Estella, do you happen to have a record or could get your hands on records of where those two remaining men that were linked live?
Yeah, they were in the medical files. I took notes.
Excellent. To
The
clarify, and Smokestack's going to mention the two people who Robert.
Lawrence and Nathaniel Reed. Yeah?
Yes, Lawrence and Nathaniel Reed were the two other people that Robert had mentioned. They wouldn't be with the medical files. Those are the
However, that would be in the records of employment.
correct. So she probably reasonably, having recently been through the records, knows where those are.
Awesome. If you could get your hands on those, I think we'll pay them a visit sometime soon.
Well, I will be right back. Pack your bags.
Hold on a minute before we do anything too crazy.
Hmm.
No, never mind. I want to be crazy. Let's do it now. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. I go grab the addresses and I'm downstairs
Okay.
in a few minutes.
It's taken you a few moments, and you have quite easily located both the houses of both Lawrence and Nathaniel Reed. Now, the thing is, while you're doing this and kind of having this conversation, I assume in private, it
Yeah.
dawns on you that Nathaniel Reed happens to be the
One of the workers.
foreman who is
Yeah.
actually at the place right now. He is the foreman of the night shift.
Hmm.
And he is currently standing right here. Oh, I gotta put you guys back onto the.
Yeah.
I'm.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong map
Mhm.
too. Okay. Did you
Uh,
get a token for him?
yeah.
Cool.
Boop. You backs on the factory. Um, he's right here. Right here.
Ah, excellent.
There's like a little like description of him, like a little bit of information. Like immediately know where he is. He's in the factory.
Right, hold on just a minute. And Smokestack is going to go find Ebenezer.
Yeah. He's up in his office. You just
Hey,
walk up.
Ebenezer.
Yes. What does you need?
So I need to have a little chat with the foreman lead up here. Could you call him into your office?
Yes. He kind of reaches over to one of those like old-fashioned intercom systems. You know when it's like just barely dawn of a telephone type system, and very very statically you hear, Nathaniel, can you come up to my office? Kind of emanating through the intercom system. And a few moments later, Nathaniel, who's a reasonably strong man, well built, someone who's worked in the foundry for most of his days, walks in rather just kind of irritated looking.
All right. Smokestack is standing behind the door. When he walks through the doorway, Smokestack hamstrings him.
Like clotheslines, takes him out type deal?
No, like slices the hamstrings on the back of his
Oh,
calves.
okay.
Oh, since we have a few moments to prepare, can Bellamy double team with this? And having talked about it beforehand, Smokestack said, "Hey, listen, when you hamstring him, I'll go for the head,
Oh,
and
tell.
we'll
Um,
crumple him that way. Just
Wait.
I'm
throw him off
against the
balance."
wall and I'm rolling my eyes as they do it.
Okay. Ebenezer, having overheard this conversation, is just sitting at the back of his desk, noticeably petrified, as he watches the two of you get ready to just gank this guy as he comes into the office.
All right. Just a moment, guys.
Now as the GM, are you going to kill? Is this like a go to kill, or is this a go to like take out? I need to know intent before you go into this.
Smokestack is trying to maim him, and Bellamy is trying to knock him out.
Okay, so this is, you aren't trying to kill him. I am going to have you both roll fighting brawl.
Sticking you guys right there.
That is a. Oh, geez, that's a 5. That's an extreme success.
Extreme success just automatically does max damage.
They leave a damage trail worse than Wellington.
What does Bellamy roll?
Bellamy is clobbering him over the back of the head with the butt of the harpoon.
I know. What's his fighting brawl? Like, I need his fighting brawl.
Yeah.
Hard
Hard
success.
success.
Roll damage, but half it, because you are using the blunt end of the spear. So I'm gonna say like you're a little bit restrained because you are intentionally not trying to kill him with this thing. So what was max damage for the hamstring?
Max damage for the hamstring is 9 damage.
Okay. So that plus half for the harpoon would be 2, which means 8 total, 4 halves. Were you using the sword to hamstring him? I assume.
Yes.
Okay. He walks up the stairs. You pull out the sword and hit with the hamstring. Bellamy takes the back of the harpoon and just hits him in the head, and the man crumples like a sack of potatoes to the ground. It is a couple seconds later you realize he is dying and needs to be stabilized.
We will aid Bellamy.
First aid, yes.
Yes.
I don't help with this.
Stella just stands back. You hit him with a sword and a harpoon. You guys did 12 damage. The man only had 11 health.
Yeah, I strike up a conversation with Ebenezer.
Ebenezer appreciates the distraction as they now immediately try to apply first aid to the man that they just murdered walking into the room. 32, hard success. He is stabilized. He's going to need a doctor, but he is out cold right now.
Excellent.
Like a doctor within a reasonable amount of time. He's not gonna die. He will need medical attention to recover. But he's out cold and unconscious.
But he's got a few hours before he bleeds out entirely.
Like you've stopped the bleeding out. It's if he doesn't get medical attention, he's just not gonna recover. Is what it is. He just kind of needs a doctor to
Well,
kind of bring him back up and undamage
I hope
hamstrings and stuff.
I hope you didn't need to question him or anything.
Yeah, not really.
Okay.
Mostly just need him out of the picture. Now we just need to find out where his brother lives. Hey, Ebenezer.
I will say this. I'm sure you could accomplish the same means by, knocking a person out.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I was a little more effective with the hamstringing than I thought I was going to be. This supernaturally sharp sword is a little extra sometimes. Getting used to it.
Yeah.
There was a definitive amount of this is just going to be a knock them out that turned into
Yeah.
it's the danger of hitting anyone in the head with a metal stick when you're just trying to knock them out. You can easily do much more damage than intended.
That's fair. Hi, Ebenezer. Just to clarify, this is the guy that's been feeding your various staff members to an unholy rage beast.
Oh, lovely, Ebenezer says as he pours himself a shot of whiskey. It's just one thing after the other, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's not going to be anything else after this. I mean, also, by the time we're done, depending on what your employer says, you might stop producing as much as you are right now, which could be unfortunate for you, depending on how the economic situation turns out. But at the very least, you won't have to worry about a monster trying to steal your sanity.
Yes. Just get me some rope. I'll call a doctor and I can have him look at this guy. We'll hold him here until you get back.
Sounds good.
You kind of watch as Ebenezer, fortified with the help of whiskey, slightly drunk, but just drunk enough that he's calmly handling the situation, manages to tie up and kind of basically just half gently, half just kind of thump the now unconscious Nathan up against the wall before he kind of walks over to the little phone at his desk to go phone for a doctor to arrive.
Oh, it occurs to me, I did the damage for my knife, which is probably good, since I think the damage from my S-Stock probably would have killed him outright.
Oh, he did die outright. You guys just applied first aid.
Well, there you go. It's just like the max. I don't know if Call of Cthulhu has like max
Oh.
damage rules.
Like, yeah, I think it's like double health.
Okay, it probably wasn't double health if he's got 13, so he should still be fine.
Yeah, he probably would have been fine. But either way.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So, having said that, we go and find his brother.
Yes. As you head off to try to go find him, he doesn't seem to be a member of the night shift. He's not listed as such. He does seem to be a member of the normal shift. So by the way, as you kind of head out of the factory, it's like 9 p.m., 10 p.m. probably. Probably even a little bit later. It might even be like 10:30, 11 p.m. as you kind of head out of the factory. It does. You know where he is, and as you kind of arrive at his house in the middle of the night, everything's dark outside, and you don't see any lights on in his home. It's a fairly small, standard run-of-the-mill, like little townhome type deal.
What kind of neighborhood is he in?
Lower income, rougher buildings, kind of the, many people to a room. He's probably not alone in his house.
Sounds good.
Is probably
Probably some kind of like shared housing type deal
in Clemsboro.
in Clemsboro.
Fair enough. Smokestack is going to attempt to force the lock.
Okay. You are going to roll for that. I think there is a locksmithing skill.
Yes, I am specifically not trying to pick the lock. I'm just trying to
Trying to break the
brute
lock.
force my way through it. Yes.
Okay. In that case, I'm just gonna have you roll a raw strength check. This is literally you trying to break the lock.
Okay, hard success with a flat 30.
Okay. You kind of put a good amount of leverage and force before just thunk, the door kind of pops open. You didn't break the lock so much as you broke the weaker door frame.
Okay.
The door kind of swings open.
Smokestack enters the place quietly and gets a read of the situation inside the house.
It is a very poorly maintained. I'm trying to think of there's a word for it. Multiple people kind of just staying in here because it's cheap. Probably like 5 or 6 gentlemen sharing what amounts to be like a 2-3 bedroom apartment.
Okay, Smokestack is going to go into the first bedroom he finds.
Okay, are you being quiet or not?
He's being a little quiet.
Roll me a stealth check. Everyone who's with him, roll me a stealth check.
Yeah. It's a 24, a regular success.
Regular success for Smokestack of 50.
86 pass.
There's a
Hell's got
flex.
stealth for days.
There's a flex.
Sorry, I'm in max.
She min-maxed it. As you kind of just walk through the house silently, you open the first door, and there are 2 people sleeping in this room. Kind of a bed crammed against either wall. Both of them are out cold. According to Nathaniel's book, and each employee's manual had a light little description of them type deal.
Mhm.
It mostly seems to be, you would actually guess, Ebenezer's like man with sandy hair, like 5-second description to help him recognize them and know which one it was when he first started working there. The person that this one happens to be, though, is neither of the ones in this room quite clearly.
All right. Smokestack's going to move on to the next room.
I go with him.
Carefully opening up the second door. I'm not going to make you roll another stealth check. But kind of carefully open up the second door, and as you look in, there are 2 of them asleep. The one on the right is a pretty good match to the description that you were seeing. Similar to the other layout, there's 2 beds. The one on the right side of the room is a pretty good match.
Smokestack is going to creep over to him. Very carefully, he's going to pat his cheek and get him to wake up in like a very motherly sort of way.
Okay, you start patting his cheek. He kind of starts to stir and kind of ends up looking at you.
And
His
he has a
eyes...
revolver underneath his chin.
Okay, roll an intimidate check.
All right. Hard success of 23.
Okay. He quietly kind of puts his hands up and kind of begins to sit up with a little bit of Smokestack's assistance in the bed.
Aye. Shh, don't want to wake anybody up now, do we?
Okay. And as he kind of stands up, in the middle of the room, looking around. His eyes are clear. He is going to do whatever you indicate.
Lovely day. I have a quick question for you. What's your to clarify, in the docket, these
Hmm?
two were brothers, yes?
Yes.
What's your brother's name?
Uh, my brother's name's Nathaniel.
Oh, good, 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 good. All right. Now walk very quietly out the front door here with us. Do you need shoes? Let's get you some shoes on, huh?
I'm gonna have you
They'll
all
need.
roll a second stealth check, by the way.
Yeah. Quaint. 33. Regular success.
Okay.
25 hard success.
Extreme success.
Okay. Quiet as a mouse, as it were, as the saying goes. You get him to get his shoes on, and at gunpoint, lead him all the way through the house, back out. I'm assuming into the street? Is that where you're going with him?
Yes.
Okay. Into the street and kind of lightly closing the now broken door behind you. It looks like a functioning door at least, but it is broken. They'll probably find that in the morning.
Um, Smokestack uh, is going to. He's already got his $100 bill separated a little bit. He's going to leave $5 and a note to a decent carpenter. Um,
Okay. Yeah, I'll allow it. Yes, $5 in notes to deep carpenter. You slip under the door.
That's sweet.
hey, they didn't do nothing wrong. It's this guy we're after. Don't want to have him paying for the door now, do we?
That's sweet about to come out of his wage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, depending on how things go, he might disappear quietly in the night, depending on how our employer wants to handle things.
Valid.
Oh, by the way, you might disappear quietly in the night, depending on how our employer wants to handle things.
He kind of just sits
Yeah.
there quietly. He's outnumbered by 3 fairly intimidating people who managed to sneak into his house in the middle of the night and put a gun against, like, without waking him. Like, he is not going to cause any trouble.
Smokestack ties up his hands anyway.
Mhm.
Hands and forearms.
Okay.
Precautions. Precautions.
Having now collected the 3 cultists, what do you do?
Well, kind of doesn't seem fair. One of them's tied up, dangling over the pit. The other one's deeply unconscious. How do we keep this one guaranteed out of our hair? Got any
I mean,
ideas, Smokestack?
I won't cause
but
any problems, he says, suddenly realizing the severity of the
the
situation.
implication. Tell you what, you got any spooky magic, or was it just Robert? If you lie to me, I'll cut out your tongue.
Hey, will.
Apparently, these two are on a roll tonight. I
Uh,
wouldn't tempt them.
I know some spells.
All right, good to know. Turn over to me. Smokestack places the revolver right under his chin. If I feel you so much as hesitate to stop me from doing what I'm about to do, I'll end your miserable life. You understand?
He kind of nods, just nods, yes.
All right. Smokestack, how fast does mana recover?
At the rate of 1 per hour.
Okay, so how many hours would you say it's gonna
You
for?
originally cast that spell on Robert. It's been about probably would have been
2
about
hours, I think. Oh wait, did you say it
9.
was 9 o'clock
So
now?
it was about 8 when you cast the spell on Robert. It's about,
Isn't it
I'm going to say, about 10:30 to 11. So you've probably recovered 2.
Okay.
I kind of
Smoke.
trying. What is it you're trying to do with him?
Oh, hold on. He's putting down his magic. Hey, so real quick for you. What spells do you know? You know the spooky fear spell.
I.
Do you have the rune on you?
He pulls it out and hands it to you.
Smokestack's going to stash that in his coat.
Okay.
All right. And then do you know the name?
I do know the name.
All right. So Smokestack seals the name from his head.
Specifically just the name?
Just the name.
Okay, you're gonna roll me a power check.
Regular success.
Regular success. Sealing, he very much still has that portal connection open, but sealing that name, it's still in his brain. It's just putting a mark over it. He knows that name. Does that
You
make
just can't
sense?
think of it.
He just can't think of it. It doesn't change the memory or alter it in any way. Doing that,
Can I further alter his memory?
you can if you would
Wait,
like. You're
whoa,
gonna
whoa,
have to
whoa,
roll
whoa,
me a
whoa,
power
whoa,
check to
whoa,
do
whoa,
so.
whoa, 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 what? Hold on, Estella can do what now?
Pass power check.
Pass power check. Okay. What are you trying to do?
Just alters memory. Completely blocks out magic. Can't remember. It
Remove
doesn't.
any knowledge of the magic.
Mhm.
5 magic points.
Done.
And I'm going to say, as you seal that name away, which I'm going to only take 2 magic points for,
Yeah.
you immediately know that Estella did something further. That she altered that memory. You were in there in the moment, if that makes sense. You
Yeah.
felt
Yeah.
Estella's
In that
power.
headspace.
All right. Smokestack's gonna take a mental note of that, but doesn't say anything right now.
Does Bellamy notice any of
Bellamy's
this, though?
completely
That's a real
oblivious to all of
question.
this. There was
Look at
probably
these people.
there was probably a little bit of ooh, was Bellamy looking at for this?
No, not maybe a little bit. I've been imagining this as like smokestacks like kind of physically touching the guy's forehead, and I'm assuming,
I
oh
think
yeah,
I
he's
don't
doing
think I
mumbo
touched his
jumbo.
forehead,
Mhm.
but I've got my hand close when I did that.
Yeah. You see her raise out her hand too. Both of them do interact. And I think it's fairly obvious that both of their
They're
eyes have a little bit of a glow to them for just a second. They're very distinctly different in the way that they do it, but there's something slightly there. It's very noticeable with Smokestack. Estella seems to have been just much more subtle.
yeah, okay, right. Surrounded by weirdos. Quite enough.
Mhm.
All right then. I think Smokestack uh is gonna give Estella just sort of a knowing look, and then nod his head, incline his head ever so slightly, as like, I recognize you did something.
They're
Game
not
recognized game.
She didn't necessarily make it a secret too. She did move her hand out and did
Okay.
actively partake in that. So
All right. Before we get too much further, Stella, I have 2 things I need to know from you real quick.
Should we know
Um,
them in front of this guy?
I'm gonna
uh,
say
yeah,
his brain is a bit scrambled right now. He's out of it. You probably are safe to talk in front of him.
he's not gonna.
He'll probably be out of it for about the next 30 minutes or so.
He won't remember nothing.
All right. Yeah, let
It's-
me do my bit of my own magic, and I'm gonna reach into my coat pocket and pull out a flask and tip this guy's head back. I'm assuming he's lolling a little bit, and I'm just gonna fill him on up.
With a good bit of
hey, blackout drunk, that works.
At least it's not
He has his
Smokestack.
hands. He's in good shape.
with the combination of strong alcohol, mind being messed with, and just general tower, he just kind of sits there for a moment and then, oh yeah, he's out cold. He's out cold. Kind of slumps to the ground, out unconscious, hands tied. As you guys know, sit in the
Oh,
middle of the city street with him.
Smokestack throws him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Um, all right. If anybody asks, our dear friend Lawrence here has had a little too much to drink.
Clearly.
yeah.
So, Estella, real quick. So you know how to navigate the pipes, and you're a practitioner of some kind.
Hmm.
Do you have any ill intention towards me, Pap?
Towards what?
Well, that's a good sign. Towards me, Pap.
No. I have possibly met him before.
All right. I just need to make sure you're not a security threat to his safety. That's pretty much my only goal here. If you're clear, then That's all I need.
And I'm gonna say, even without a psychology check, she doesn't have any reason to lie in that. It's a very honest, sincere answer. When she says no, who is it? She
Sm-
doesn't really know who that is. There's not really intent either way.
Smokestack will trust her then. All right, then.
Like she
Let's get a move on.
she was honest. She says, "I've probably met him." Like that was an honest comment. It's just not someone. It's not the comment of, "Oh yeah, I go to school with the kid." It's like one of those
Yeah,
comments. Like, yeah, we've crossed ways. Not a thought either way though.
that makes sense. So far as this business is concerned, um, Smokestack is going to, at this point, look at our little group and say, all right, we should try and get into contact with our employer and see what needs to be done, eh?
All right, might as well start heading over. Are we gonna take dear Lawrence with us?
Might as
Yeah,
well.
we're gonna go collect Robert as well.
All right, quite enough.
I'm not carrying Robert.
Don't worry, lass. I got him.
Good.
Okay. Um,
As we're walking, Bellamy will adjust his pace to match whatever Stella's is for a moment, and say, "So Stella, you're a practitioner. Do magic like our friend Gray here?"
I know a trick or two.
Oh yeah. But you do have your fingers in a lot of pies, as it were. Yeah.
Perhaps. Maybe you
Uh,
just don't know which pies I'm into.
well, are you into the pies that involve certain superstitions, like I don't know, crazy ones like women being bad luck on ships? You buy into that at all?
Um, no, not
Oh.
that.
So you know your way around a boat, maybe?
Uh, yeah. I
Oh.
might know my way around yours.
Huh.
I kind of wink at him, but I don't say anything else.
I'm gonna psychology that one though.
roll
Throw a little.
psychology.
uh, that's an 11, which is that's just shy of a extreme success, but it is a hard success.
Um, that is 100%. That's not necessarily Estella being like flirty. That is Estella 100% quoting that she definitely knows at least something about why Bellamy is in town, and she at least knows something that she should not in regard to Bellamy Jack's employment.
Hmm. Well, that's a response, isn't it? I'll keep my tabs open, I guess. Uh, hmm. I'll go out on a limb. How do you feel about military service?
I'm in it for my own means and employment.
All right. So as long as there's a paycheck at the end, that's a your more mercenary work style.
Sometimes. Sometimes I'm just in it for information.
Yeah. Well. Fascinating. What you learn about your companions on midnight strolls like this. Ah, boy, this is some good London night air, isn't it?
Hmm.
Yeah, that's all the conversation
Really
I really.
is. Have to
Okay.
Uh,
offer.
yeah, that's all the conversation I had planned for this little walk.
It was probably a good bit of a conversation. And you do walk for a little bit, heading back to. I'm assuming. Do you go to Robert first or the factory first?
Robert first.
Okay. Yeah, Robert is very visibly shaken as you get him out of the pipes and kind of set him on the ground. You get the distinct feeling that you're not going to need to worry about Robert running in any sense of the way if you want him just to follow. Especially after you just left him dangling in the pipes for about an hour.
Hi,
And
Robert. Did you hear the rats singing?
Poor chap.
yes, yes, I heard them singing. He just is like under his breath.
Poor boy, poor bloke. Follow close behind us, all right?
He nods and does. Just not a single sign of him stepping out as he follows behind you.
Then we return to the factory.
Mhm. Returning to the factory, you walk in. As you walk in to grab the guy out of the room with Ebenezer, you find your good old friend Hanley Cannon, having recently just patched him up a bit.
Oh.
Hanley, fancy meeting you here, man.
I don't want to know what's going on. This man's not dying anymore.
Quaint enough, mate. All right, we'll see you later, man. We'll be taking him from here.
Please. He quickly heads down the stairs, looking
Do you
at
know
the
evil?
man slamped over the shoulder of Smokestack and the dazed man whose hand has been roughly bandaged, traumatized, standing behind you.
This town isn't big enough.
I'm sure he'd probably agree with you. Right, thank you kindly, Ebenezer. If you need, I can recommend a nice cleaning lady who can get that blood out of the floorboards.
I think we'll manage, he says with just like a defeated look at it.
All right, then.
We'll be
Fair
back
enough.
with some follow-up, Ebenezer, but this hopefully will be it for the night.
He kind of nods, and the three of you take off with the three of them. Two of them unconscious, one of them walking without any issue.
I imagine
Right.
that's quite the sight as we're walking out of the foundry to
Very
our
much
coworkers.
so. All of the coworkers kind of stare at what's going on, and very much kind of like Ebenezer has to step out and start trying to he tries to step in and calm things, but the workers are mostly just concerned before you can kind of start to hear him just sending people home for the night.
Probably for the best.
Absolutely for the best.
I think we just head to oh dang it. Our employer, what's his name? I can't remember.
Barnaby?
Barnaby.
Yeah. I think we just head to Barnaby's Manor.
We
Okay.
won't be stealthy about this.
No.
Yeah.
Avoid tarnishing his reputation
I
by
think we
carrying
should-
bodies.
I
We
think.
go in the side door.
All right. I think that's fine, but to get people through the streets, and you can say no to this because you've been very generous with me so far, David. But if you would allow me, a stagecoach guy or a particular stagecoach company that doesn't ask too many questions.
Yes. There's certainly a couple of those, and the rat catchers would most certainly know of them.
Hurry up, cart.
Good,
A hurry
good.
up cart.
Yeah, I think as they get in, the other guy makes some joke about smokestack with more oversized rats.
I think it's also worth noting as these stagecoaches that don't ask questions approach, he probably walks up and sees both Smokestack and Estella and goes, "Which one of you are paying?" Doesn't
Cheers.
acknowledge Bellamy, but he kind of just does like a slight knowledge between the two of them.
We could split.
I mean, we
I can
could,
put it on the
unless
tab
you
of
just want
either
to
of
pay
you.
for it.
All right, card on my tab.
Awesome. Thanks, Stella.
Kind of nods.
Sure thing.
Loading the bodies into the cart takes off through the city streets, winding. The carts like these are the ones that usually rely on just a good old horse, no need for any of them fancy steam engines, because a good horse is honestly less conspicuous.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And as it travels through the town, quietly weaving its way over to, kind of over, all the way over to the wealthy part of town, up into Silkenridge, you eventually find yourself approaching Barnaby's Manor. Barnaby's Manor is a fairly established one. It's probably like this one right here.
I need to draw real quick attention to Rabaranik's comment.
Yes.
The night coach.
I'm gonna
Your
change
business.
the color.
The night coach, your business is not our business, but it's our business. We need a better slogan.
It's a quaint one.
We should have reconsidered before we made that sign. Anyway, as you approach Barnaby's Manor, it's a very pristine manor, kind of towards the back edge of the city. It's crisp, it's tall, it's got grand open windows that kind of look over everything. It's a very beautiful manor. It's one of the newer ones that have been built. This is the height of Victorian architecture. Tall window peak woods and everything, and it's got a bit of land around it. You find that the service gate to kind of where carriages would come in is actually left unlocked, so getting into the property is not too difficult. And with good confidence, Estella kind of leads the group round to the back, to where there's a little bit of a side door. and with a slight knock on the door, because it is locked, with a slight knock on the door kind of opens up cautiously, and a butler just kind of looks. Oh, Estella, do you have business with Barnaby?
I do. Could you gather him?
I will. He looks and notices the bodies. Urgently, I take it?
Quite.
Yes.
He quickly takes back off and kind of gesturing for you to step into the servants' quarters. Um, as you do so, it's not too long before Barnaby walks kind of down the stairs wearing a hastily thrown on bathrobe. Oh, 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 he says. I take it that your endeavor has been a bit successful.
Quite.
Quite fruitful.
I
Quicker
gather
than I
that it's in a Dosset, if you care to read through it later. And there's these.
Handing the Dosset over to him, what are these? Oh, is it the
The
gesture towards the bodies? Okay.
One of them standing of his own volition.
Yes,
Just the one.
just the one. We have a 2/3 unconscious policy here. um, as he kind of starts to read through the docket, particularly the parts that Estella has highlighted, he kind of calmly sets it back down on the table. So these three were behind it.
Well,
Yeah.
not exclusively. They're the right hand man. It seems it's you know old Beaumont himself.
Of course, I had suspicions. Beaumont's always been a bit shady, to say it at the least. I didn't take him for this, though. Okay, we have two problems to do. We need to deal with these three, but I'm not quite sure the best way to do that.
You can always check him into the insane asylum.
It's actually not a bad idea. I know just the place to put them.
All
They'll
right,
be there if
hold
I
on.
need them.
Yeah, before we do that, real quick, and Smokestack is going to grab a hold of the one man who still has threatening magic available to him.
Mhm.
He's going to search him for the rune sigil of fear,
You do find it pretty easily.
and then he is going to try and seal that name.
Okay, you're going to roll again. I
Okay.
will say that you've probably recovered another 2 magic points, so this won't cause any harm to you. Between collecting the bodies and riding the cart through town.
Regular success.
Okay. Sealing the name away, you do lose another 2 magic points, but you were kind of at the net point is 0. It didn't take any physical damage from you. You do manage to seal that name away in his memory.
Cool.
Um. Barnaby kind of looks at you without. He doesn't ask questions. He knows you did something. It's good enough for him. I'll have these three checked into the asylum in the morning. Until then, he kind of talks to his butlers, mentions something about uh, calling the constabulary, and kind of turns back to you. How should we deal with Beaumont?
Well, I mean, your input would probably be significant, but I kind of doubt that it's going to be you know, take him to jail.
No, even if you
If
did take him to jail, he'd probably built the jail himself. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
I was going to say, there seems to be one way out of this with a clean cut, and that's with a clean cut across his neck, if you catch my drift.
hmm I. He kind of turns towards the cellar. I assume this kind of work was included within our base rates.
I suppose. I don't do killings, though.
I will throw in a
Good thing you
bonus
got
then.
me there.
Yeah, these two have been a little knife happy tonight.
He kind of nods. I'm sure we can adjust standard rates for that. Of course, I'll add in what I would pay for Mary.
Ooh, her rates are intensive.
I'm aware, but I need this taken care of discreetly.
Okay.
I'm going to say that going to Beaumont's would be bold. Do you know if there's anyone still working at the factory?
Should just be Ebenezer.
I'm going to call Ebenezer. I'm going to have you head to the factory. I'm going to have Beaumont meet us there.
All right.
Seems the right good choice.
I can mention it under the disclosure of just trying to talk about what's going on.
All right, real quick clarification. We're putting him 6 feet down, right?
Yes.
Excellent. In which case, these blokes have been messing with the pipes, my friend. That don't sit quite right with my folk. You guys meet me there. I'm gonna go requisition some additional help.
All right.
All right.
I'll go get me big gun.
Okay. I'm going to have him meet us there at 6 this morning, so you have a night to rest, grab what you need, and
Good.
I'll make sure that no one's there in the morning. We can deal with it quickly and efficiently.
He'll probably be a little less suspicious then as well.
Correct. I'll have the factory workers called off for the day.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay.
So Smokestack's plan is to get a bunch of rat catchers with crossbows, which are sort of the ranged weapon down in the pipes. Since you don't want to make loud noises in a tight enclosed space unless you want to go deaf,
Yes.
and you also don't really want to make sparks if you can help it.
Yes. I would say, given the general availability, you're probably able to get 3.
Cool. Smokestack gets them set up inside the foundry in dark corners and shadowy places.
Okay. So we got 3 of those. It sounds like Bellamy has a bit of a plan.
Yeah, he didn't show up carrying a ton of weapons. He did bring his harpoon this time, but I imagine I wasn't able to, do downtime weapon purchases and such last time. I imagine he has a few guns of his own stashed at his apartment, his residence right now.
Yes.
And I we can work out the specifics of how much they cost and how to acquire them, but
We can touch base on that outside of this session, but you probably
Yeah.
have a reasonable collection, especially
okay.
given that you work in the military.
Yeah.
There's probably some of them that were bought and some of them that were, this gun's not fit for service. Oh no.
Oh no, we better retire it. Too bad. Let's see, probably a shotgun and I mean maybe an elephant gun, but those do cost $400. They are on the pricier end. So, maybe
I mean, an elephant gun is just a modified shotgun that has a stronger barrel and mechanism.
yeah, true. It is listed though, is the thing.
Oh, that's
As
fair.
has listings and all that. Shotguns are much cheaper. So let's see, where's the 1920s? It's one of those 10 gauge shotguns.
Oh yeah. No, I actually did some research. That's kind of where the 10 gauge shotgun really kind of started coming into its own, was with the elephant gun, because regular hunting rifles weren't powerful enough to kill elephants or other African wildlife.
Hmm.
So exotic hunting clubs that would go to Africa on hunting trips they would specially order modified rifles, and that was actually the foundation for what would one day become the British military sniper, which would later sort of expand outwards into other avenues of military warfare.
Okay.
No,
So
quaint enough.
so you got my audio cut out there a little bit on my end. You said you got an elephant gun?
If you'll allow it, it is one of the more, if not most expensive
It
guns.
is the most expensive gun.
Yeah.
It is priced to be expectedly $400 in the 1920s.
And we've just received a $100 bill, so I'm
I I would
I'm
say
accepting of it being a bit too far out
I
there
would
for
say that
now.
if you have an elephant gun, it is the only gun.
Yeah. Uh, I I think that I will save up for an elephant gun so it can be a big crowning achievement. I think
Okay.
that'll be fun. However, there is a 10 gauge shotgun which doesn't have a price listed, but it does say it's rare.
We can. I'd say yeah. Let's
I would say
grab
you
it.
can have a 10 gauge shotgun.
Quaint enough, my friend. And I will pick that up.
Yeah. It's yeah. That is probably you probably have a couple other littler ones, but the 10 gauge shotgun's the big one that you have.
Yeah. I would assume I probably have a service rifle and probably a sidearm, but they're probably just the standard fare. I already have the yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
Okay. What were you seeing? Also, is Estella doing anything to prep during this?
Yeah, I'll show up.
You'll show up.
Is she doing anything to prep? Yeah, I'll arrive. Well, all right. I
I
guess
go
that works.
rest.
Yeah, there's
I
also
need
enough
Take a
to-
time that
nap.
you can all get like a good 6-hour nap.
Yeah, I go rest. Like
Like, you
Power
prob-
nap.
power nap.
really.
It's like you have alarms. You're not getting the full 8 hours, so that you can get there early in the morning. But it's enough of a bit of a rest before you have to take back off.
Okay.
Anyway,
So that'll be 6 magic points back to Smokestack.
you get like
Well-
6 hours of sleep. You probably get 8 total.
Do I get?
Okay.
Would mine all recover?
All magic points recover at the rate of 1 per hour.
Yeah, it's been 5 hours. So.
So yeah. Um. So yeah, coming. Was Ben grabbing something else?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't
So, to make sure I didn't miss anything, the morning of arrives. There are 3 rat catchers hidden throughout the foundry with crossbows. There is Gray in this. There's Smokestack in this room armed with his weapons. Bellamy has brought a 10 gauge shotgun, and Estella has shown up. Okay.
Hey, Bellamy.
Bellamy's wearing his Outback hat, you know, the classic, and he's wearing his sleeveless jacket with
He's
all
ready
his
to
sailor
find some ruse.
tattoos.
He is,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and Ram is watching. As the god that he is, the patron god of the chat, Ramaranic. Um, as all of you are sitting there, it's a little bit late. About 6, or there was dialogue going on before I jumped the both.
You're
Yeah,
good. Ram said when Bellamy mentioned an elephant gun, Ram said, "No, it's a gun that's always noticed in a room, but no one talks. No one will talk about it," which was very good.
it was a very good quote. Yes.
Yeah.
I know I had heard, and I might be going a little crazy here. I had heard that Smokestack walked up to Bellamy.
Yes. Ollie Bellamy.
Yeah.
That's a right big gun you have. How about you stand behind that forge, like right over there, until he comes in?
Yeah, no, I feel rather conspicuous. Bellamy will go ahead and hide ranger style, roll out and take a shot behind one of the forges. Where are the forges? Is that over here?
So, I'm actually going to have a little bit of spread out, and we're going to do some token placement here, which I should have done in hindsight. So, we're
What
going
about
to have... Huh?
Ebenezer?
So, Ebenezer is not here.
Yeah. Wait,
Gotcha.
but he lives
Good.
there.
He
So is he
does live
upstairs?
there. He's not here right now, though.
Yeah. Can wait? Actually, can I have arrived early and locked Ebenezer in?
He probably would have just left the building, knowing what was going to go down. He's probably at an inn somewhere.
Okay, that's fine. I'll pull him off.
All right. What is the means by which these doors close?
It's just like those old wooden sliding doors, kind of like
Cool.
slide like
With
that.
like bolts, at the bottom.
Yeah, with bolts at the bottom. They
Cool.
can be
All right.
locked from
Smokes
the inside.
can't be.
They can be.
Okay. Cool. I was gonna say.
They're probably
In which case,
traditionally locked with like a chain around the outside, and like a little padlock, but they can be locked from the inside.
cool. Smokestack standing by the door with the intention that when he walks in, he is going to wait for him to sort of walk onto the foundry floor before closing the door behind him and locking it.
Can I get
For
3 more random rat catchers in there? By the way, I think Stella might be working on it, but
Hang on, baby just woke up.
okay.
for reference, Sailor, how big are each of these squares?
They're about a 2-foot square, 2.5.
Uh,
They're about 2.5-foot square.
2.5 foot. Okay. For sake of ease, do you want to maybe perhaps call each square just a yard in that case?
Yes, we can call them. We can. We'll call them meters. Feeling English
Okay.
today.
Yes, 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 of course.
Ba, 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 da. Okay. So, boop. Okay, you can place your token on the map where you would be positioned. For context, these are giant foundries, kind of over here, that are currently there's like still a dull glow from the night before, like the still cooling metal on the inside that was kind of left in a bit of a rush. Over here is the kind of the casting area. There's storage with a bunch of extra pipes over here. And this is like the tools in the coal shed where supplies would be. These are independent structures that one could technically hide behind. Like a
Okay.
little gap there.
One rat catcher, two rat catchers behind either side of this. So they're kind of like ready to poke their heads out this narrow way so they can stay in cover just in case things get hairy.
It's like
Smokestack
2
doesn't
out
really
here.
want to put them in danger. Yeah.
Like that.
Yes, perfect. And then the last one is going to be over here, kind of behind the castings, so he
Kind
can
of
kind of
like
get a better.
hit probably, or like you could even have them hiding here or kind of
Yeah, that'll
in the
work too.
casting area. Probably around here. Kind of like hitting right back by the storage.
Yes.
Okay. I'm seeing smokestack hiding by the door. We have, is this where Estella's hiding? I'm assuming yes. Kind of hiding behind that chef. And is Bellamy just over here?
What is this structure?
In the middle, what is it or what is it supposed to be? What is it supposed to be? I actually don't really know. What is it? I actually don't really know. I don't have a use for it. What it's supposed to be is a campfire, because I'm just going to come clean and say that this is the map ground of a caravanacy that I have hijacked.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
supposed to be a campfire. I'm assuming it's some indication of like maybe one of those foundry pots. That's like, we'll say that, yeah, it's a foundry pot, kind of like on chains in the middle of the room. We'll
The
say it
big
provides some,
crucible.
yeah, big crucible, as I apparently called them a foundry pot in the morning. I would like to clarify, I do know that those are called crucibles and not
I
foundry
mean, they're
pots.
also foundry pots. Like, I could see somebody just calling them that. Grab one of the pots.
Grab one of the pots. It's a pot of hot soup, very hot soup.
Okay. Yeah. Bellamy's done that. He's also gone over here to get some of the. I presume with all the blasting and furnace work that goes on here, this might be a bit of a sooty area, perhaps.
Yes, very
Uh,
sooty area.
he has definitely grabbed some, rubbed it on his hands, given himself the coal marks on the face, and rubbed it on his arms and stuff. He's gonna blend in. He's wiped down his shotgun, made it a nothing shiny over here.
Okay,
Haha.
you're gonna roll a stealth check.
Absolutely, I
And
am.
hold on to that number for me.
Yeah, okay.
Prep work time being done now. At this point in time, 1 second to check one last thing. Because apparently in all of my tabs being open, I didn't have the most important one open. Okay. Well, as you're sitting there, at right about the exact time that he's supposed to, in walks Beaumont. He kind of walks in. Beaumont is a very well-dressed gentleman. He doesn't seem to have much going on. He looks like just a normal human being at a first glance, as you do kind of walk in and approach him. Or kind of walk in, but the moment he enters into the room, what springs into action? We have basically a round of actions first, because you are hidden before we actually begin initiative, if you were doing anything like that.
All right. We probably would have talked about this beforehand. I presume we have a plan of action of who goes what when.
From what I know, Smokestack is closing the doors. I don't know what the plan is beyond that.
Everybody shoots him.
Okay.
Everyone shoots him. That's the plan.
That's
So
fine.
so first things first, Smokestack slams the doors.
He
Okay.
quietly ratchets them shut.
Gotcha. And
Okay.
where
He
does our
immediately, we'll get into this, immediately then, walking in, slamming those doors shut, he walks and he starts to walk. He starts to walk off towards the back office as if he's going to meet Beaumont for a meeting. He probably gets to about here when those doors quietly slam shut. Not really noticing. He seems to be looking at the ground, not really paying attention. When does everyone shoot? Do you wait for him to be in the middle of the room? Like, what was the plan?
Wait until everybody, probably until he's like right about here. At which point, like right about here-ish is when they open fire. Smokestack says, "Oh, Mr. Belmont." So he turns and looks, so his attention is drawn away from the people. So he's looking at Smokestack and not the people who are about to shoot him.
Okay. I am going to have everyone who is shooting roll. I don't know if Favorian is going to be able to roll. She may or may not be. If she can hear me, just text me what your role is. If you are, doing your things, or nope, or not. My phone's dead. Discord it to me.
let's see.
Yeah, I'm seeing your Discord message me. Okay.
No
23.
way.
Oddly enough, just enough to hit with a handgun, since Smokestack doesn't have any points put into guns.
Okay. And I'm also I'm gonna roll for the 3 rat catchers too. I got a little stat sheet I can use for them.
Sounds
Assuming
good.
they're fairly competent at using crossbows. This would be something that they are
Yes.
used in. Okay. That doesn't happen to be on my weapons table, does it? That's the real question.
The
Y'all,
crossbows?
yeah, people always
Let's
find
see.
something that's not.
Crossbow.
Yes.
I just
1d8 plus 2.
was gonna say, I remember that Fivorian's last character had crossbows.
Yep. Okay. So for those of you who hit, roll damage. This is the lowest damage on the 10 gauge shotgun though. And we're getting raided. Hello, raiders. They're just about to try to gank a wealthy businessman who knows dark magic as he walks into here.
Doesn't matter how much dark magic you know if you're getting plugged full of holes.
Yeah, for Bellamy, for his shot, he's gonna wait till he sees the thunks from the crossbow bolts, then do an action roll to get like right up on him, using all of his movement to get right up on him before blasting him in the head with the shotgun.
Being that this is
It
an ambush, it is not a
too many
movement. It's too
actions.
many actions. You could move or you could
Gotcha.
shoot. This is like a bonus
Gotcha.
action before we begin initiative turn order.
All right, then let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's 10 yards away. That's the edge of the first increment.
Okay. So you just run towards him? Or he's 10 yards away. That's the end of the first increment? Oh, it
Yeah.
is. Perfect.
So let's see. That's 4d6 plus 2.
Yeah, with a 10 gauge shotgun, that is a 4d6 plus 2.
10 damage from smokestack.
Oh, by the way, that was a 33 to hit, which is a hard success for me if that matters.
Okay, hard success. That's a hit, but you just need to roll damage. Okay.
Oh, baby, baby, baby. Oh, baby. That is a 19 plus 2 for me.
Okay. As this man walks into the room, it all kind of happens at once. You see a knife thrown at him that just flies past, a bolt that shoots, 2 bolts strike him in the back. He is hit kind of with the massive spread that is a 10 gauge shotgun, and a perfect clean headshot with the handgun. All of this happens at once, just in rapid succession, as this man is just hit from every angle. The moment he turns and has just that last split second, you see a crystal fall out of his hands. The moment it hits the ground, it shatters. And one word escapes his lips as he falls to the ground. Balthazar. As he collapses dead to the ground, everything sits still for a moment. He's dead. He's completely dead. But then the furnaces behind Bellamy begin to roar from life. And as the molten metal starts to pool up to the side, a large gelatinous mass of tendrils of molten metal begins to form from the foundries itself, leading out a dark presence as it just swells inside. We now begin initiative turn order. What is everyone's dex?
65.
Boy. 75.
75?
Yep.
65? Okay. And I believe Favorian has the highest dex. Thank you, Ram. That'd be terrible dex in this, but
You're an invalid, but
it's like
Ram moves
barely
last.
movable. But and I'm going to kind of I'm going to assume that these rat catchers' dexes. Yours was 65.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that theirs is 60.
Sounds good.
Just for sake of argument, which would be above average dex. Again, 50 would be average dex. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, the dexterity of a heavy cedar chair. And thank you for the follow, Miss Clutch, by the way. Okay, so, as this beast surges out, I believe Favorian has the first go. She might have messaged me on Discord. Yes. What do you do, Favorian? If you can just message me quickly on Discord. Okay, can you give me a roll? She's throwing a dagger. Just immediately turns to huck a dagger at this thing. Okay. You watch her just immediately see this large creature just kind of pouring forth um, from the vat, and she immediately, with like out hesitation and fear, just hucks a dagger at this thing, but it kind of goes end over end over end, and then just kind of zips right over the top of it. The creature kind of begins to surge forward.
Um, at risk, this might I don't remember when this normally comes up, but do we make sanity checks or anything?
So
I'm reasonably sure.
I was going to have you make sanity checks. I'm not just yet.
Okay, all right.
It's still kind of forming, and everyone's kind of sitting there. I'm going to do a round of sanity checks. I was planning to do sanity checks in turn order, if that makes sense. Just
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
on an
yeah, yeah.
individual level. But
I just want to give this thing the
thank you for the
proper
call.
gravitas.
Oh, I do appreciate the sanity checks. In the meantime, though, the next highest dexterity was Bellamy, and you were going to start with a sanity check.
Excellent. Let's see. 59. My sanity is 65.
So it's a pass. You take one sab. My character sheet's not loading for this thing. Dramatic suspense is being ruined. Thank you for nothing. Too many tabs open. We'll try this again. 1 second. Okay, here we go. As you rolled that, you kind of do take. I believe you still take 10 damage. We'll get to that. But what do you do for your turn? Oh, yeah, here it
Uh,
is. It's you take just seeing this thing and the horror of it. You take 2 sanity damage.
all right. Oh, clicked the wrong one. There we go. Right there. Cool. Bellamy's going to unload the other barrel of his 10 gauge at this thing. Try to splatter it away.
Okay.
Let's take a little pixie poo. Let's take a little roll. That's a roll of 40, which is my firearms. That's a regular success.
Regular success.
Yep.
Okay. That does hit. A roll for
All right.
damage.
Not nearly as impressive as my last one. 9 plus 2, 11 damage.
11 damage.
Still significant, I know,
Okay.
but
As you pull out the shotgun and just blast this thing as it kind of hits at numerous points, kind of flecking across the smoke things. Most of them kind of dissolve into the metal, but it does seem to actually do some level of damage. You just shoot this and it blasts kind of into multiple directions, multiple parts.
all right. Then I'm gonna go ahead and use my movement to uh, combat roll away.
From the giant metal monster.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's my movement? It's 9, right? Yeah. 8, 9.
9?
Yeah, I'm getting away. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head with the action economy what it is to reload?
I believe I don't know the book rules, but I'm going to say for sake of this session,
For-
it would be you can reload and shoot or move and shoot. I'm going to count like a
Okay.
movement action, as it were.
All right. Fair enough.
Or you could like
Is it a
move and
single?
reload.
Is it a single shot gun?
It's a
No, it's a
2 shot.
shot. It's a double
There you go.
barrel.
And you
But I've
can
used
fire
both
both
shots now.
barrels in one go, by the way, in one turn.
Yeah. Yes, I was noticing that.
Yes. Anyway, as the creature then kind of continues to nope, actually it is now Smokestack's turn. Watching this large creature just kind of start to slide across the ground, or having slid out of the pits.
Hey, Smoke, you know anything about what this thing is, eh?
Starting, by the way, with a sanity check.
Whose turn?
It's your turn. Thank you for banning bots in my chat, by the way.
You're welcome. Spot squishing is one of my favorite things. All right.
Mhm.
Yeah, I actually know this thing on an intimate level. I think I don't even quite know myself as good as this thing. Kind of hard to describe, but let's hope I can pull something off, huh?
We are going to start with a sanity check, so we'll see how well
Yes.
you know this thing.
That's fair. Oh dear, I lost a dice. Hold on. Oh no.
Oh, hey, there's a dice roll right here in roll 20.
52. Regular success.
52?
Yes.
Okay. As you you said we were using your regular sanity, so you take 52. For context, you take 6 points sanity damage because it's 1d6. So Bellamy took 2. You took 6
For smokestack.
for smokestack, which also requires a I guess a
Intelligence check.
intelligence check. Yeah.
Regular success.
Okay. Yeah, you take the damage, but you do manage to hold through and not go crazy. Okay, you can take normal action as normal now.
All right. Smokestack. Where did our friend die? Over here, yes.
I stole his icon, but his body's somewhere over here.
About there.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Smokestack walks over to our dead friend,
Mhm.
and then walks over closer to him, like right here ish.
Mhm.
Looks like. And Smokestack is going to, at this point, evoke his summoning name,
Oh.
burn his fear rune that he stole from the guy, and
Okay.
offer our recently killed wizard as a ritual sacrifice to satiate the beast.
You are going to have to roll. I'm going to allow this. It is going to take a either charm or persuade check, as well as you're going to need to make another sanity check.
I have charm.
Okay.
Oh, baby. Regular success, barely.
Okay.
Come on, dice rolls, don't fail me now.
And you're going to need to roll a sanity check because you are offering a human sacrifice to an eldritch being.
Yeah, no, that's fair. 19. Hard
19.
success.
Okay. It stops for a moment, and its voice speaks and echoes through the room. Are you going to take the mantle that he left?
What would that entail?
I must feed.
And if I were to not offer you food more than this,
I would feed myself.
fair enough. I'll take the mantle.
Okay. As the creature kind of sludges through, kind of through the center of the room, very cautiously, you see it slowly engulf the body of the priest, leaving nothing behind. And then
He had a magic sword. I'm sure of it.
as it dispels away and the metal kind of cools to solidifying on the ground, a single crystal, much like the one that shattered when he fell, kind of rolls to the feet of Smokestack.
Smokestack very slowly wraps his fingers around it and picks it up.
Mhm. The creature gone, there is a giant, good bit of cooled metal on the ground. Smokestack now holds the kind of dull, pulsing creature. You can feel that energy, much like the gateways you sealed up, just emanating from this crystal. Just tons of just raw power.
Does Smokestack understand what this is?
With time, they might.
Okay.
You know it's the mantle, whatever that means. You're not sure what the responsibility is. You know, you can feel the hunger of this creature. You're not sure, and what Smokestack isn't sure of was this creature needing to be feeded regularly, or were they feeding it regularly for extra power? That's what Smokestack isn't sure of.
Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. Smokestack doesn't look shaken by this at all at this point.
Mm.
Um,
Nothing 19
he
on the Sanity check.
absolutely he absolutely is. Inside he's screaming. Externally, he picks up the crystal, tosses it in the air, and catches it almost like a coin. That solves that end, doesn't it?
Are you sure that was a good idea, mate?
Nope. Smokestack sticks it in his coat.
I mean, it's not threatening us anymore for now. I guess
Yeah,
there's that.
I was running the numbers in my head, and to quote our dear friend, our dear friend of the people, nodding to the still cooling iron, those melt a lot more than just metal, mate.
Yeah, yeah. I reckon shooting it with more metal wasn't necessarily gonna do the most to it, now that I think about it.
Yeah, Smokestack just shakes his head. The solution to that particular problem, the giant creature made out of literal molten steel, was not going to come from shooting it with crossbows, knives, and guns. I don't I don't know what we like that just wasn't going to work on that thing, I don't think, or at least not in any meaningful way. I guess I
So,
could have been wrong, but
so is he gonna be like a pet now? You gotta feed him.
I have no idea. I'm going to try and figure that out. I'm going to stay in touch with you guys just in case I start going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, so one of you can put me down right normal like.
All right.
And hopefully I can figure something out. I don't know if it's listening or even how smart it is, so I'm going to refrain from discussing any thoughts I have on it for the time being.
In the meantime, add Crystal of Baltharaz to your item list.
Cool.
Or
I'm
the
just calling it Baltharaz's mantle.
Baltharaz mantles too. Whatever you prefer. I was being very descriptive and I realized it's probably just called the mantle or Baltharaz's mantles.
I
Mantle
like
of
that.
Baltharaz. Anyway.
Pulsating magic crystal.
Mhm. It's almost too. It's uncomfortably warm to the touch, by the way. Like you can hold it just fine, but it's just a little bit uncomfortable. At this point in time, the metal cooling on the ground, the other rat catchers, knowing the job is done, have probably taken off,
Oh yeah,
and it's just
they're
kind
out.
of the three of you there.
Well, there's that then.
There's that then.
Good.
Smokestack's gonna glance back at his dust. So this is what you normally get paid then.
She's got a baby.
Yeah, we're good.
I
A
would.
I
busted
can't
baby.
really hear you guys.
You're good.
You're okay.
I'm going to assume, with the question, that the answer would be yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's quite obviously that yes.
Smokestack stares at the the quickly cooling lump of iron. Seems to consider things and go, yeah, honestly, yeah, it might be worth the money. That's pretty good money.
At this point in time, you hear a bit of a knock on the outside of the door once it realized it wasn't going to open.
Smokestack opens the door.
I'll
It,
reload my shotgun, by the way.
it is Barnaby. He kind of walks into the room holding a mostly decoration hunting rifle. I'm here. I've realized I might have been a bit of a coward, but I'm here to help. He looks at the melting iron pooling across the floor. Ah, I'm going to assume I don't need to ask questions, but the job is done.
Points for spirit, mate. Way to show up, armed and everything.
I didn't want to sit on the sideline much anymore.
Yeah, well,
Job's done.
Yep. All squared away.
show that face to some of your workers. I bet it'll do a little something about that morale, though.
I've been thinking about the place, and I think I have a conclusion. You see, as he died in what seems to be a tragic foundry accident,
Oh
the
yeah,
money
melted
he's
Tragic.
in lead.
the
Really
money
shouldn't have been. Sorry, really shouldn't have been in here when there weren't any specialists around. Terrible accident that.
yes. Um, being that that's the case, we do maintain a solid cut of the profits. I do think I can keep this place running. I'll just have to talk to the workers and restructure it a bit, figure out a good workload. What works?
All right. Well, talking to Mr. Mark would probably be a good uh touchstone sort of base.
The line worker,
Yes.
I
He's a
will do
he's a
so.
bit of an unspoken leader to the folk here.
I will take that into account. Especially being that Ebenezer resigned this morning.
Really?
Yes, he said he could find other jobs that paid better than this crap.
All right.
Understandably so.
Yeah, he's not wrong there. Oh, jeez, I'm gonna have to go check on him later.
Yeah.
I think he'll be fine after a bit. I've offered him
No,
another job at a different place, hopefully a little bit more tame.
with any luck,
With any luck, the hopefully is not just a wish, given how things have been going for us.
I think one way or another, Ebenezer's not going to be out of this too easy. Something's marked him, and I don't think he gets to just bow out. So I think it would be helpful for him to have a contact with somebody who might know a little bit better. So I'm going to keep in touch with him. I think if he'll allow me that at least, see what I can do.
It would probably be good for the man. In the meantime, I'm going to call some of my workers. We'll clean up this iron and the tragedy that happened here, and get things back in business. He kind of gestures towards Estella. Send your bill my way, and I'll make sure that it is paid forthwith.
Well, you can just deposit in my account.
Brilliant.
Um,
Right then.
Does that work? Would you divvy the money, or is there a different way that you two prefer to be paid?
Well, you have to pay them separately, but you can send
I
mine
love
into my account.
cash and I love checks.
I can make sure it gets to you.
Excellent.
Much the same. You should know how to make sure it gets to the Rat Catchers Guild, and I'll get it.
Okay. With everything that's kind of being said, he kind of gives a bit of a nod and kind of starts to head up towards the office to make a call, kind of stepping around the molten pile of iron. The three of you are kind of left there by yourselves now, all of this being said and done.
Ah. Bellamy is going to. He's got a big
Well, it doesn't
leather
seem like there's any other
tube
ends for
strapped to
me
his
to tie
back
up
where he keeps his
here, so I'm
harpoon
gonna
and
see
his
some other
shotgun. He's going to
business.
slide his shotgun back in there, and
I
he's
had two
gonna.
people talking at once there. I couldn't hear what either of you were saying.
Oh, sorry.
Um, sorry, go ahead, Ben, because you were talking first.
Uh, Bellamy's gonna sling his shotgun back into a big leather sheath he has on his back, along with his harpoon, and he's gonna look at the other two and say, "Well, fancy a pub breakfast?"
I need myself some greasy bacon.
All right, sounds like a pub breakfast to me.
Is that a... What does Estella say to the pub breakfast?
I just say that I have other business and
Okay.
take off.
Uh,
Estella... Yeah. the two of you, and I'm going to kind of hit into a little bit of a pause moment here. There's going to be a bit of passage of time. I don't think any of you actually took a lot of damage. I think the only damage I think we actually had was
One damage for
one
magic
damage for the magic
overflow.
overflow.
Yeah.
So kind of with that, there's a couple things I do want to do. Obviously, we can do improvement checks on the side and everything. But the one thing I want to do with all of you here is what are your credit ratings?
My credit rating is 35.
Hang on, I have it on.
15. I am at the very lowest end of quote middle class.
50.
50?
I honestly don't think mine would improve.
I think yours is going to stay the same because it is kind of like average work. This is where you get your income. This is
Oh, yeah.
enough of a significant amount of income that Bellamy, I'm going to have you raise your credit rating by 3 points.
Nice.
Basically, you just got a chunk of change, and that's kind of reflecting it. If we do kind of come up to any checks with it. On the other hand, you mentioned sending it to the rat catchers. Are you taking a chunk of the payment yourself, or is it going kind of divided between you and the rat catchers there, Gray?
So Smokestack, any income he gets from jobs and any work that he does goes to the guild partially to pay for things like
Mhm.
I mean, it's not like he pays his dues and he gets rat catchers. It's not like a business. It's like a family. So the guild makes sure that anybody if somebody loses a hand while on the job, they get proper medical expenses, their families are taken care of,
Mhm.
that kind of thing.
He
So
probably pays a chunk out or something.
yeah, so he still gets quite a bit of it. I would
Mhm.
say the rat catchers end up with 10%.
Okay. In that situation, then, I'm gonna have you raise your credit rating by 5 because this is like probably like 6 months' salary for a rat catcher. You
Oh
just
yeah.
got written all at once. It was a chunk of change. So yours should be at 20 now. Bellamy should be. You were at 35. So yours
38 now.
38 now. But this is just standard income for Estella, so hers doesn't change.
I think this is
also just real quick. I
honestly
don't
this
know
is above my
is
normal
just
rate.
if her situation has changed,
not
but
for Barnaby.
Favorian is quiet as a mouse.
What was that?
Favorian's audio is
Quiet as a mouse.
practically
can't hear Ben.
non-existent.
I can hear Favorian.
I can hear both of you perfectly clear, but it sounds like
Yeah.
you can't hear each other.
I can't hear Ben.
Okay, let's. I'll try refreshing my page real quick.
Okay. Well, either way, we're kind of at the wrap up point. Either way.
All right, I gotta go because of the baby.
Okay.
Sounds good.
We'll let her Favorian go. I'll talk to you later,
Bye,
Favorian. Touch
Good night,
base.
baby.
It's unfortunate because as soon as I finish refreshing, I could see and hear again.
Okay. That's odd that you couldn't. In the meantime, though, I do think we are going to wrap up the stream here, unless there's anything else that you two want to address for stream. But I do ask you both to stick around for a moment, if that's okay.
Yeah, okay.
But
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
going to do a bit of a stream raid. Let's see who's on that I know. Any suggestions from the chat if you have them? I do want to thank all of you for joining me today as well. You have some stuff you'd like to address? Go for it. I can't tell if you're just being sarcastic, Ram, though, or you actually have something that you want to address.
I'm almost certainly being sarcastic, Ram.
Okay. But I also
But
kind of
I'm
want to hear what
excited
he has to see when I say go for it.
Yeah, no, this is going to be good. Don't get me wrong. We're hyping you, Ram. Don't mess up.
Yeah, all eyes are on you. This is determining how good of a streamer you are right now.
Just how good of a person. We are
Just
going
how
to
good of a
judge your
person.
moral character.
All of the moral character.
I've got a feather and a scale. I'm ready.
Had to yawn. Sorry, had to yawn.
Also, David, whoever you end up raiding, let me know. I'm gonna raid them too.
Okay.
Looks
I'm
like
taking
looks like Gray's up right now.
Oh
raid
man, I would love to
Gray.
raid Gray. you end the stream. I'll keep my stream going for the secret after party.
You came for the session, now for the after party.
boy.
Raid Great Griffin.
This is when someone's going to like has been stashing all those points redeems. Control the raid. Actually, I don't know if I have control the raid on anymore.
A very sleepy moth said, "Raid to David over here."
You have designed a coach driver. Oh.
It's an important clarification.
He doesn't ask questions. Well, that's great. And with that note, I do think I know who we are going to raid. We're going to raid Armani Dawn, who is playing some Warframe.
How do you spell that?
It is spelled. We're gonna have to give me a second because
Armani is in the brand, Luke. Don't you know? Do you not dress well?
that assumes that
Okay.
I
Oh.
know what Armani is.
I don't know what Armani is.
It is ARMANIDNDAWN.
I think Armani does like belts and shoes. I don't
I
actually
don't
know.
know. This Armani's playing Warframe. Oh wait. Hasej is. We might actually switch here, if it's not too late.
No, it's not too late.
Because this person rated us doing some Dark Souls, or not doing. He rated me yesterday, and I'd love to return if I can spell his name. It's Hostage. It's Hostage with an H. Playing some Dark Souls. I think it's his first playthrough too. That's why we gotta rate him. I think it's the first playthrough of Dark Souls.
Giorgio Armani.
Anyway, we're gonna go raid a hostage doing some Dark Souls. In the meantime, I do want to thank all of you for joining me. I did have a wonderful time. I hope you had a good time too. I appreciate all of you being here. I hope you have a wonderful night. I hope you get the rest that you need. That it might be a good day for you tomorrow. You can have a good rest of the week because it is kind of the end of the week here. I do appreciate the time you spent here, and just remember, you're always welcome back. It goes to Gray's stream too, if Gray wants to have a little bit of it. If you two want to say out.
Yeah, I just really appreciate anyone who's still listening, even if you're not. I hope you all have wonderful, wonderful evenings. I appreciate it more than words can describe. Again, this doubles for David's chat. I love you all very, very much. Stay safe out there, and peace out.
Alright, rating. And he's probably going to be saying things. I'm going to get my... Oh, I can't get my phone up to hear what he is saying. I'll unmute on... Really? Really, computer? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I still have you two here?
No,
Yeah.
I left. Oh wait, no, I'm still here.
Okay.
1 second, and I will give you all a proper greeting.
I turned him up way too loud. What I wanted to address